After 2 days of action here in Brescia, it's Brescia CC at the top of the tree, but they sure do have plenty of competition in what I think is one of the strongest weeks of ECS cricket that we'll see this year. Only one spot at the end of the week is available in the Super Series and potential ECL qualification. So settle in for 4 T10 matches. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy Brescia, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day 3 here. We'll get matches 9 through 12 in Brescia as this group starts to take shape. Of course, 6 teams involved this week. By the end of tomorrow, we'll have to split them into a top 3 and a bottom 3 to take part in Super Friday, then heading into finals on Saturday. And on Saturday afternoon, we'll find out exactly who will represent this region in the Super Series later this month. And we're starting with match number 9. It's Kings 11 versus Pac Lions Getty. Well, PLG, they sprang a bit of an upset, I suppose, yesterday. Their first ever win in ECN cricket. Can they beat Giant Killers this morning against Kings 11? Let's see what happens at the toss, because Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, is with 2 captains right now. So it is the Pac Lions Getty skipper that wins the toss, and he elects to bat first after some deliberation. And look, I don't mind that at all. I think that when they did win, they won batting first, so it makes sense for them to have that strategy. But it certainly won't be easy for them against Kings 11, who are 1-1, and they will be pretty desperate to secure this win, which will entrench them for a spot in the top 3, you'd imagine, over the next couple of days. But PLG, I've got to say, I was really impressed with the way they played yesterday against Jandra Brescia. Okay, they did get a few gifts for sure in their batting innings early, but they weren't going to waste it. And I've got to say that they've had a couple of good additions to their side. I've got to say, I like Riaz Mohammed and Mohammed Riaz. I think both of those are key players. And look, Arslan as well. He shows that he's an ambidextrous bowler that can do lots of things, lots of cricketing things that most people can't do, like bowling with both hands. So I've got to say that I have really enjoyed watching PLG so far. The challenge will be for them to put that 100 plus on the board that I think that they will need against Kings 11. Let's talk about Kings 11 though. We know that Vaibhav Yadav has been wonderful for them since he has entered the equation with Vikas Kumar. It's a pretty powerful combination. And then with Simranjit Singh at 3, they've got a lot of batting. They've played a lot of T10 cricket. It suits their type of the game. I've got to say, Jaipal Singh, he's a bit hit and miss with the ball, but I think he's probably worth gambling with against PLG just to mix things up. They do have those spin options in the middle with Jagjit as well. So yeah, Kings 11 for me, I think that they'll be on a mission. 1-1 record. They feel like they're a better team than that, and they will want to press on with 2 wins today. They have 2 matches, and so I think it'll be very interesting to see how their day develops. Let's talk about the conditions today in Brescia. We've currently got a little bit of cloud cover, and that's nice because we haven't had too much of that. We even had a few spots of rain earlier this morning, but we are still expecting a pretty hot day. Temperature of 31 degrees. Currently it's already up to 25, and I've got to tell you, it feels a lot hotter here than the temperature suggests. So again, nice that we had a little bit of rain, which has just softened the field up a little bit. But again, because of the water restrictions, it's not possible to water the field apart from whatever falls from the sky. So it's going to be pretty dry. It's going to be pretty dusty once again. Well, let's go over to Rico Fall, who's in the commentary cube. Rico, I can tell you the news from the toss here in match 9 is that PLG, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Over to you, and let's get this day started.
Buongiorno, good morning cricket lovers, and welcome back. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series, and we are in Italy, and it's week 2 really of our Italian summer, and we're in Brescia and looking forward to the start of day 3. And we're starting off with 2 teams that have had sort of mixed forms. I think the team that'll certainly be on a high will be Pac Lions Getty. PLG, they won their first European Cricket Series match yesterday, and they won against Jandra Brescia. It was a good match for them. But let's just have a look at how the day started. I mean, Givadate, they took on Jandra Brescia, and Jandra Brescia, they held their nerve and won by 8 wickets, and they are a strong team. And that was thanks to Fahim Nazir. He was in fine form. Well, player of the match, 40 of 24 in the first one. And match 2, well, this is the one I was referring to, the team that we're seeing out there today against the Kings 11. Pack-Lions Getty, well, they got a 37-run victory over the home side, Janjua Brescia, and that was all about one man, wasn't it? Asad Imran, and also Mudassar Riaz, a partnership of 79 runs for the openers that gave him that victory, and Asad was instrumental in the bowling as well, 3 for 19. Next up, Brescia, a team right on the top. This was going to be a classy encounter. Brescia winning it by 16 runs. It was Kings 11 were always in it, but then just slipped away towards the end. And that was thanks to a player of the match performance from Bashir Khan. The leg spinner bowled really well. And then we finished off with Gina Brescia. And Pack-Lions Getty, well, the Lions weren't able to roar for the second time in the day. It was a long day for them. And speaking to one or two of them, they did say that, look, by the time we played that last game, we were absolutely shattered. They missed some of the key players, but it was Fahim Nazir, player of the match again for Gina Brescia, 68 for 27. That's how the table looked there. You can see Brescia right up there at the top with 6 points. But this is a good opportunity for Kings 11 to try and catch them up. But you know what? I think Pack-Lions Getty have got other ideas as well. But one thing is for sure, the team there at the bottom, the home club, and that's Janjua Brescia, they really need to get things started here today. Otherwise, they could find themselves losing out and playing in quite a, well, it's going to be quite a challenging elimination match. And that's what the teams are playing for. Top 3, remember, will on Friday be playing for places in Saturday's final. So first, second or third. Remember, first and second get the double chance to get into the final. The bottom 3, well, they play in the elimination matches. Only one of them will be playing in Saturday's finals day. These two teams, well, I think the key players, we're already getting a feel for it. I think with the Pack-Lions Getty, I think Asad Imran and Mudassar Riaz, and also Riaz Mudassar, you heard Vinny Sandhu mention both of those players. They're going to be absolutely key. And I think with Kings, look, they're a star cast, really. A lot of good players. I mean, their captain, Simranjit Singh, he's going to have to be on top form. And somebody like Kuldeep Lal needs to bounce back as well. Wasn't really at his best yesterday. Wasn't able to score any runs. Went first ball. And was a little bit wayward with his bowling. But one man that we really have been impressed with from them so far is Yadav. I mean, once again, in that match yesterday, he didn't quite get going as well as that we know that he can. But took some outstanding catches as well. And wait for somebody like Vikas Kumar, who's the wicketkeeper batter. I mean, he can score runs very quickly as well. So plenty of action to come in the day. Umpires are out there, Rahman and Amil. And we are ready to start day 3. Big day, important day. Very warm welcome to all of our viewers as well. It's going to be Abidullah to bowl the first ball of the day. Yeah, gets it outside the off, a bit of a swing and a miss from Mudassar Riaz. A lot fresher this morning, which is nice. You heard Vinny Sandhu touch on that. So it certainly isn't as hot as it has been on some of the other days. We had, once again, a bit of rain last night, quite a bit of cloud cover this morning. A few scatters of rain, nothing really to write home about. Nothing that's going to probably help the reservoirs in the area too much. But it has helped to just cool things down a bit. And, just a little bit of conversation there from the umpire. Not sure what this is about. I think it may be maybe just some technical issues before we get going again this morning. And yeah, it looks like they're just waiting for something in the earpiece. It gives the teams a chance just to gather around again. But yeah, I mean, we can focus a bit more on the matches these two teams played yesterday. So going back to that one, the victory for Pack-Lions Getty. I mean, 125 for 1. It was a masterclass opening partnership between Asad Imran and Mudassar Riaz. Put 79 on. And then Jawad Mohammed, who we saw again in the second match, really did thump the ball to all parts of the ground. They'll be looking to find that sort of form again in this match. And, well, Kings, well, Vikas Kumar performed for them yesterday, but he was the only man that was able to get in the runs. Had a brief partnership with Yadav, but once Yadav was out, hoiking one up in the air. But it was Bashir Khan who came on for Brescia, and he's somebody who I think is going to pick up a stack loads of wickets. He bowled beautifully. Got the Player of the Match award and picked up 3 for 15. But Kings, they know they were disappointing. And I mean, Khalib Sajid, also the captain of Brescia, hit a fine 30, and then he picked up 2 wickets as well. So they're just going to deal with the spin, Kings 11. And I just wonder if that's something that you see here the Lions will want to try and focus on when they get the chance. But the key thing first is for them to got to try and get the runs on the board, and I think if they get about 100 up there, it'll work. Nice little shot there of a little threesome there of Kuldeep Lal and Simranjit Singh, the captain, having a bit of a chat with each other, just talking tactics. And well, while they're talking tactics, maybe I'll have a chat with the man who's coming back into the commentary box after doing his introductions. Vinny Sandu.
I'm here.
Buongiorno.
Yeah, good buongiorno to you as well, and welcome to Brescia. Welcome to you to Brescia again. Of course, it's your first week here, Rico.
It is,
so
yeah.
look, it's great to have your company. I just did a little bit of an Instagram live, and we did that just before the start of play, just to welcome a few people. And I know some of them have moved into the chat now, so hello to all of you. Yeah, really excited for the day, and yeah, slight delay. I think maybe just sorting out the technicals. So,
Yep.
Yeah, any questions you've got, put them in the YouTube live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. We certainly love the interaction that we get with the live chat during the day, and it gives us a chance maybe to talk about what I did last night. No surprises.
I know what you did last
You
night.
know exactly what I did.
Yeah, you did go to the lake.
Went swimming in Lake Garda as well. It was a bit different. It was a bit flatter this time. I think I told you there were lots of waves the night before, but it was much flatter. A lot of sunlight. Took a couple of the TV crew down there, and I know
You didn't injure anyone, did you?
no one got hurt.
You've got a habit of injuring them.
But we did throw the ball around, so I think they might have a couple of sore arms this morning. Anyway, looks like we're ready to go out in the middle. So let's continue with this first over of the day.
Yeah, just the one ball so far, which was a dot. And this time it's Abidullah who doesn't feel ready. He goes and then has the stop. I think he thinks as he's running in there, just felt something wasn't right. And goes back to his mark. Bowling to Mudassar Riaz. Well bowled again, goes quite wide off the crease this time and angles it in. You're wanting this victory. Abidullah, he's been pretty economic. He's not been the one who's been taking too many wickets. Jaipal Singh took 3 for 23 for Kings yesterday. He was the main wicket taker. It was a good spell from Jagmeet Singh as well. This was into the pad, a shake of the head from the umpire. I think this is drifting down leg because of the angle. Yeah, Jagmeet took 2 for 8. To see this, he goes very wide, and but gets that angle.
Yeah, it's going to be tough when you're bowling that wide of the crease. So this is the man, Asad Imran. I mentioned him a bit earlier. Very skillful cricketer. Half century has taken. Bowl both hands as well. Here we go. Again, looks like we may have another slight technical issue. All right. Well.
Okay, well, you were talking about the lake, so you threw the ball about a little bit. Now, the reason I said you didn't injure anyone, because you've got this knack of injuring our crew with your golden ball.
Yeah, that's right. So, well, you know, I do like to throw the ball around with the crew. We were using a very soft ball last night. We were using it in the water, and we were kind of skimming it and doing slip catches. So it's not going to do anyone any damage. Is it like a
lot of people around, or have you got?
No, I mean there's a lot of space. You can have your own space. That's one of the things I really like about it. I think it's 160 kilometres around this lake, so you can definitely find a spot. Anyway, that was my night. What did you do?
I had actually quite an easy night. I took a really nice long walk. I wanted to go up to the castle here of Brescia, so did that, and a few pit stops along the way, I must admit. No, it was nice. It was a pleasant evening. I mean, it was warm, like you said, so I had to have the pit stop. But just wanted to go in, see the sights. Like you said, it's the first time in Brescia. I just literally got the old phone out and said, right, places of interest. All right, I'll go there. Stopped off a few times, had a few sorbets just to freshen up.
Sounds
and
nice.
then, of course, had to finish the night with a spot of a bit of white wine this time.
Yeah,
Went
makes
for
sense.
the Italian white and a bit of pasta, of course.
For sure. Well, looks like we're ready to go again. Well, at least we got to get our little Dear Diary entries in.
What did you do yesterday? Tell us. Did you have like
what you guys are up
did you
to
have
in your
like
part of the
an
world?
Italian theme wherever you were? You know, bit of pizza, bit of pasta. What is your favourite Italian dish? There you go. We'll put that out there, and I'll see if I can find it here, and I'll report back what it's like in Brescia. As this one is once again outside the off stump, and it's more swinging and missing. And, As you can see, he's just starting to get a little bit frustrated here now, the batters.
Yeah.
It's now Asad Imran, who's on strike. This is hit well. This will be 4 runs. The fielders are inside the 30-yard circle. Once this has been hit, a nice shot, nice on drive. He gets plenty of it.
Yeah, it's kind of like a standing on drive, isn't it? Because it's not full. It's more of a bludgeon down the field. But yeah, it was straight enough to beat Simran, who's a good fielder. Of course, we're in the power play, so just the 2 outfielders are allowed. Maya Patel, she was just suggesting, you know, we get some of our best bits and clip them and caption them. And I just pointed her towards our social media at European Cricket. This will be 4 more, Rico. This time it's a similar kind of shot, but it's a bit squarer. Finds the gap. Back-to-back boundaries, and a pretty good start this from Asad Imran.
Yeah, Asad Imran after, well, he played a miss at the first one, which was pretty wide outside the off, but these 2 have been right at him, and he's managed to put them away. So that over does come to an end, and with those 2 boundaries coming off it, the last 2 balls of it, it is 9 without loss. As we have a look at where we are in this Italian summer. Of course, last week is where it all started in Milan. It was pretty hot there as well. And but it was fresh tropical. That kept their cool. And they won the series. They were the winners. Albano were the team that beat the final. But of course, both those teams got the golden ticket to go to the series, the Super Series, if you like, starting on the 25th of July.
Yeah, and that's something we're all really looking forward to. But of course, they'll be joined by the winners of this week, as well as the winners of next week in Bologna, and then the actual Rome Series, which will start on the 18th of July. Super Series will also be in that ground at the Roma CC Cricket Club ground, and we'll have 6 days there of competition between the 25th and the 30th of July. The winner of that series goes to the ECL on 23, so it's going to be a huge prize on the line for one of those teams. Of course, Brescia CC, who are taking part this week, they represented Italy earlier this year. Here's Jagmeet.
Jagmeet starts with a Gundy ball. It was short down the leg side, and it gets thumped. And Mudasar, yes, well, he's played and missed at a few, but he said this one is exactly what I'm waiting for. Bang! 4 runs. Not a good start from Jagmeet. I mentioned already, he was on good form yesterday with the ball. 2 for 8. Well, that's 4 already.
Yeah, not too many bad balls you get off Jagmeet, but he's got a chance to come back straight away. Again, they're going with Vikas Kumar behind the stumps.
Well, this one is the one that sort of nips back, and he decides to stay back. And, well, I've seen a lot of batters get into trouble when they're not coming forward and relying on going back foot.
Good bit of turn there. Turning past the off stump, probably a bit high, but that's a much better delivery.
Nice shot. Well fielded as well. Had to be quick. That was hit pretty hard.
What about the blue uniforms of Kings 11? We haven't really talked about it yet, but we've seen a couple of alternate strips in this series so far, haven't we?
Well bowled again. This time he gets it through the inner circle of fielders there on the offside.
There's Boliasco last week, who had the red and the blue number. Now at Kings 11, not playing their traditional bright yellow strips. They're playing in the kind of sky blue.
Yeah, it's the first time I have to say I haven't seen Kings in the yellow. It looks a bit strange, actually. Not used to it. Tries to hit it hard, but not able to get any power in the shot, and that will be easy one field for Yadav. And hasn't he been sensational?
Yeah, great addition to their lineup. Kings 11, they're a bit stung, I think, that they weren't able to beat Brescia CC yesterday. It was the kind of match of the day yesterday, but they might get another crack at them later in the week, I feel.
Well, this is going to be a big chase, and I don't think he's going to get there. And no, he doesn't. It's a brave chase, you have to say. When the fielder now, well, he needs a heel to stop himself. Well, he's got the acceleration in, but he needs to do an MOT on the brakes. Look, puts the brakes on there, but he can't stop. That's Jaipal, I think, and he ends up going halfway up the top of the hill before he can stop. End of the over, and that will do nicely. Just picking up another boundary there. And this is what we're talking about. So Brescia, they're the team, 3 out of 3 so far, 6 points. Gina Brescia, after a convincing win yesterday, they're behind them. But look, Kings have got an opportunity to get level with Brescia. Kings also played 2 matches here today.
Yeah.
So they got a great opportunity to get themselves right up there with Brescia. And Brescia, of course, they got the 1 match against Cividate, which is match number 11 of the series. So they will have the opportunity to go right back at the top. So plenty of action can be expected today.
Yeah, PLG just playing this 1 game today, and they play the 1 game tomorrow morning, and that's the end of their round robin campaign. But we will see them feature to some degree on Super Friday. Here we go with a new over. Subjit Singh is going to bowl it. Straight with the power play.
This is being thumped, and it's not going to be stopped. This is an umpire killer. And unfortunately, our umpires are fit well and sharp, because this one's been hit pretty well. And he says, you're not getting me. Really nice shot. Hits sort of straight down the ground. You can't hit it any straighter than that.
That's a nice umpire duck. There's no real histrionics there. There's no kind of, what's the word? The pas de deux or the pirouette. Nothing like that.
Nothing like that.
Just a little subtle duck. Stays out the way. Geez, that was a good shot though. That one bounced right off the tower, straight down the ground. So you know it's a straight shot.
Full toss. And hit straight at the fielder. 1 bounce.
It's cool.
That gets taken.
Probably didn't have as good a game yesterday as he did on Monday, of course. But yeah, still big day for Kuldeep, I think. Kings 11 play first and last. Every day, pretty much 2 teams play twice. Today it's Kings 11 and Jandua.
This was a snick. He goes down, and it's one of those, I know you talk about this all the time, you've just got to be really lucky if these stick. I mean, you can see he's getting ready to take the ball, but that slight bit of contact takes it lower. He doesn't manage to get it in the gloves.
Yeah, it's probably a bottom edge as well, so if he was back, I'm not sure it would have carried.
Oh, and this one goes through. Oh, no, it goes through both the fielders. This is going to be a horrible look there for the fielder. And that's Jaipal saying with Jaipal.
It's a double nutmeg. Look, one through the legs, 2 through the legs. You wouldn't read about it. I mean, okay, it's a tough one for the keeper because it's yorked him basically. But you got to get those gloves as low as possible.
Yeah, but Jaipal,
I just think stuff that you won't see anywhere else except
look
for
at Jaipal.
ECN. Look.
He's expecting this to bounce. Look at his face. He puts his head up, but takes his eye off the ball. It rolls right through the gate. It goes for 4 runs.
Oh, was that bias? Eesh.
Yeah.
I thought, well, he's lucky. He's only going to have to deal with the 1 by here because I saw it going straight to giant pole and then straight through the legs as well. The double nutmeg, another trademark of the European Cricket Network.
The batter just taking the opportunity to compose himself. Mohammad Riaz. This is up in the air. This is a really good shot. He goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna sona. Shaka. And he took his time to get ready. And he was ready. And he hit the first Maximo of the day.
Yeah, PLG are just constantly improving from what I can see. Remember, they didn't have a win until their 10th match on ECN. But they're getting the approach right now. I mean, they are attacking and they're starting to believe, I think, that they can win at this level. Last ball, the power play.
Yeah, I mean, what it is they've realised the way to go about things. They've realised that the power play has to be a power play. You have to go for the big shot.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. I wonder if we got it flicked the pad on the way through. Look. I think it did. Yeah, and you know what? Decent appeal. If you want to appeal, feel free. But yeah, maybe just missing. But that's why it wasn't a wide for going down the leg side. It will be the end of the power play. 34 for no loss after 3. And a pretty good start for PLG. This is how they did it in their win against Brescia yesterday. They had a good power play. Okay, they had a few gifts in there as well, just like they did then with the 4 byes. But they went on with it, and their top 3 in particular were pretty destructive. And then just kind of put the pressure, ramped up the pressure in the second innings. When they had that 100+ on the board, it was their highest score that they've ever scored yesterday. And that's how you get wins. You got to do the job with the bat. It's pretty important. I know that yesterday they against Brescia, they put on 125. So
firmly towards. Oh, and this time it gets past Kuldeep. Now that is not something you're going to see that often. Kuldeep Lal is, well, probably one of the better fielders that you'll get across Europe. And he gets done by this one. It's the first bounce. Takes the ball low, but still he knows he needs to stop this. It's another one that gets through. So you just think there, the one that went through Jaipal, that one that goes through Kuldeep. And now he's trying to get this one in between the few fielders, and he will. So back-to-back boundaries. And there's Simranjit Singh, the captain. Well, what's going through his mind at the moment as both these batters are really starting to take control and hit boundaries. I mean, look at these runs. I mean, majority of them have been boundaries and the extras. Very few. They're not running singles at all. They're just hitting the ball to the boundary.
I'd be curious to see how many singles there's been in the innings. Okay, there's been three and a leg bite. Well, let's call it 4. But yeah, as opposed to that, we've had 8 boundaries if you add up the 4s and 6s.
Kuldeep in the action again, and this time he's not going to make the same mistake.
I mean, we should say, it's not easy conditions to field. We know that. I mean, due to the state of emergency that's declared by the government here in northern Italy, it's not possible to water the field. It does make it pretty dry, pretty uneven, unpredictable.
Ends up being a good stop there from Jagmeet. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Vinny. I mean, it is hard out there. I know when I walk up there to have a look at the pitch every morning, I mean, I walk at some parts of the ground, and I do say to myself, well, this is certainly not a ground that I would really enjoy fielding on, because A, it is so hard, and then you've got a lot of sort of, I suppose, loose bits on top of it. I mean, some parts of the ground, because of the area that we're in below the mountain, you know, the ground is very rocky, very pebbly as well in some parts. Not easy at all. They're taking him on, and though the throw comes straight away, the batters do get safe, and that's the end of the over. And it's a really good start. 4 overs down, and 45 on the board. I think they'd be very happy with where they are here.
Super happy being 10 wickets in hand as well, but I think, you know, a team like PNG, they do need to make sure their top order goes on with it. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico Full. Great to be with you once again. We're in the commentary ice cube, although it is a bit of a hot box later in the day. We know that here, but it's all part of our Italian summer, so it's great to have you as part of the journey. Now, I'm going to do this early today.
Are you going to do it early?
I'm going to do a lurker call out early.
Why
a
not?
few people tuning in early, so let's reward them. So,
okay,
all right, we're doing that. Come on, come at us.
Let's have your lurkers. Let's have you right here.
If you are watching and you don't normally get to jump in the YouTube live chat, we want you to jump in now, say hello, let us know where you're watching from. We want to acknowledge you and say thank you for being a part of our European Cricket Network family. So, the lurkers, I'm going to put the call out there from now, next couple of overs, maybe towards the second half of the innings as well. And, yeah, let us know where you're watching from. Maybe let us know what the weather's like in your part of the world today. And, Rico's got something to tell you. I just saw that on your whiteboard of one of the international day it is today.
Come in.
I don't consent. But we
Give
will
you a
tell
clue.
you that very, very shortly.
Look it up.
Let's get back to the cricket. That's going to ruffle some feathers once you start talking about that. Anyway, here we go. Over number 5. And this is Vibra Yadav who's having a bowl. I don't recall Yadav bowling earlier in the week, Rico.
Yeah, he's had a bowl.
Had
He's
one?
a bowl.
I mean, often won't be required, I suppose. But he's been a really good addition.
Yeah, good play. Plays a lot of cricket in the UK, in the Hertfordshire League. Full toss in the air. Has he got enough of it? And one man who takes catches for fun is Simranjit Jagdeep. This is not easy. This is not easy. And we talked about the conditions of this pitch. And, well, he has to get his balance right perfectly. He wasn't quite in the right position to take it, but he does take some sensational catches. And Yadav, well, he's explaining himself there to Kuldeep. And Kuldeep's probably giving him some advice. He says, I know what I'm doing. It was a slow, full toss. And he hits it in the area of Simranjit. And Simranjit, the captain, makes no mistake. Good catch. And there we go. Jagdeep. That's what he does.
Credit to the fielder there. I mean, he made that wicket, Simranjit Singh. He's a very, very good fielder. And he's done some almost superhuman things in the past in ECN cricket. Simran, who we did see playing for the Italian national team at the ECC last year, international T10 cricket. And so, yeah, cleans that one up nicely.
So Yadav comes in, gets a wicket. I mean, it's one of those I mean, the slow full toss, I mean, that we've seen it so often, haven't we? Not just in this format, T20 as well. Ends up being a wicket-taking delivery again. And I think if it's straight, it's so difficult to get away, so difficult to get the power.
It's always better to miss slightly full. And I mean slightly full, I suppose. But yeah, Yadav, I suppose, yeah, getting it up there, slight miss hit, and Simran does the rest. Runja, the new batter.
Okay, it's just a little bit wide here. You're disappointed with that. Giving the extra away straight away.
So 46 for one, make that 47. So yeah, this will be a big moment now to see if they can keep this momentum going forward. They are on target for 100 plus at this stage.
Good delivery. That's one that's right in the block. Gets it right in that sort of trouble zone, the hot zone if you like, the hot spot. And it's dug up pretty well. So Ranjan will get off the mark. He'll be looking to impress here with the captain, Hamad Ranja. He'll be hoping that Hassan Imran can keep going. He's made a good start. And there's that ball right in the block hole again. So it looks like Yadav has got his radar right. You can't do too much to that. And well, liking the look of Vikas Kumar there behind the stump. So got a little bit of the Karate Kid going on there, I think.
Does have a little bit of a look to him, doesn't he, when he takes that helmet off? So Yadav's keeping it simple though here. Full, straight, in the block hole. He's having success so far. Only 3 off this over. It's really put the brakes on.
Firmly struck. And you see that awkward bounce again. Just have a look at this, and that's the difficulty that the fielders have. He wants to attack the ball, but the ball is jumping around all over the place.
See what he really does well here, Simran. He tries to attack it so that he doesn't let the ball bounce again. So he sees he's going to get a friendly bounce there. So you see how he actually gets forward rather than sit back on the ball.
Yeah.
You know, he's trying to reduce the amount of times it bounces and making sure that last bounce is a fair way in front of him so he can try and predict the height.
Just flicked away. Again, stop was needed. It was. And they don't take the run either. So just makes this into a terrific over. Just picking up. Just going for 4, but picks up that one valuable wicket as well to break that opening partnership. 49 for 1 at the end of 5.
It's still pretty good start for PLG, but let's see if that's a turning point. We'll see if it's a blip or a trend, I suppose. But Yadav, yeah, Mayer is saying he should bowl more often. Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, a bit like Kuldeep does. I mean, just tries to go a lot of balls at the stumps, generally full. Didn't really see too much of a change of pace. So, yeah, the second half, really. This, for me, is the most important quarter of the match now because PLG, they've set themselves up for a good total, but let's see if they can cash in and go 100 plus, or let's see if Kings 11 work their way back in the game and maybe keep them in something in the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, still got plenty of good bowlers to come.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be Hamidullah who's going to come back to finish his spell. Made a decent start, then he just 9 from it. You've got, of course, Kuldeep. Kuldeep will probably, they'll go for him maybe this time to bowl the 8th and the 10th, perhaps. I think with Jaipal yesterday, you remember we having a discussion about it. He had a good first over where he just went for, I think it was just 3 and he picked up 2 wickets. But then the last over, the 10th over, is the one that went magical. And in hindsight, probably the one that possibly cost him the match as well. Well bowled, good delivery.
Yeah, and I think with Yadav bowling such a good 5th over, I think it makes sense for him to bowl the 7th. And then you've kind of got a bit of a decision about, and then you've probably got Kuldeep in the 8th, then you've just got the decision of who to bowl in the 9th. They've got a couple of options. That might be the time to try Jaipal, maybe just the 1 over, but yeah, the way Yadav bowled, I should say, I think for sure he's got to get a second ASAP.
Yeah, no Jaswinder in their side today, so he's a player that they could end up missing. He's certainly somebody who normally bowls pretty well for them, and can hit the ball pretty hard as well. So he's somebody that is out. So you can see here now that all of a sudden, just with that good over, pretty tidy one from Yadav, just a few runs coming off that one, and now this is pretty tight as well. They need a boundary from somewhere. They need to get things going.
Yeah, for now, we're getting to the stage where we haven't seen a boundary for 13 deliveries. So there's been a wicket in there as well. I just see the run rate heading south at the moment, but Imran is still there on 27. Let's see if he can do something about this.
Well, he's going to get a boundary here. Not quite where he was looking for this to go. And Fielder comes across, but not able to stop that. It's a man who's done a lot of running out there. Goes a long way, but gets enough on it. And yeah, that's Jaipal. Just comes into the frame, but not able to stop it. 4 more runs, and this is what they've got to do. Just try and get those boundaries going again. Asad Imran, it's just been kept off strike a bit. Wants to get back, wants to get going, and he needs his captain, Ranja, to get in the act as well. Abdullah goes for the slow ball, a full toss, and it's in the gap and really well fielded. That is superb. And, well, we've seen him do some good things out there, Yadav, and he does it again. I mean, he's had to, Yadav, I mentioned he plays his cricket, a lot of it in England. Well, he's made some adjustments, hasn't he? He probably hasn't fielded on too many grounds like this in the UK.
Yeah.
Does really well.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, I love the ability to test your skills in new conditions. I think it's a positive. I mean, come back to that in a second.
Well bowled. I think this is
must have hit
back,
this.
I think. Yeah. Certainly, I think that's probably chopped it onto his pad maybe, but I think it's certainly back first.
Have a look. I'm not so sure. Let's go one more time. I want to have a look at this because I thought, I mean, he does bang the bat into the ground, and that's where the double noise comes from, because I don't think this ever, I think this, the only thing you'd say is impact slightly outside the line of the off stump, maybe slightly. Maybe umpire's call on that. Anyway, will be the end of the over, 56 for 1 after 6. So, I mean, yeah, the impact for me, maybe in line with off, maybe just outside. That is the thing that would have concerned the umpire, I think, ultimately in the end there. But, yeah,
you know, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
Looking at that again, I think that was out.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
I don't see how that's missing anything.
No, I think it's hitting the stumps. There's no doubt about that. It's just at the point of impact, it is either just on off stump or it's just outside. It's very hard to tell without seeing the stump because the pad's in the way of the stump, so you're guessing. So yeah, I think it's a very good shout, put it that way. I wouldn't say it was plumb, and the reason is because I think that aspect of impact was debatable.
Philip Lyle comes into the attack, so they're going to hold back with Yadav. Maybe keep him for the final over, I don't know. I would have bowled him. Personally, I would have got Yadav on and thought to myself, well, if we can get Asad out,
you keep your options open here, I suppose, by doing this. Because let's say you bring on. Oh, watch out! Where's the ball? He has literally lost this. The
is a pocket full of kookaburras. Where are they? Where are they? They're right beside him.
Wow.
How about this? He has no idea, and this is Muliwala.
Let's have a look. He literally has no idea. He misses it the first time. Well, you missed him doing. He's still looking. He did a double twist.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, Papa Muliwala there.
That was. Oh jeez.
Jagmeet Singh. This is played away well, and it will go straight to the fielder. Yeah, Jagjit had no idea where that was. I want to see that again. I mean, can we speed that up?
It's just out of shot. I mean, that's the issue with that one. So you couldn't see what we saw, which was he literally turned around 720 degrees and still couldn't find it. Someone else had to field it. This one, he blasted out to the leg side. What I was going to say before, with respect to Yadav playing a lot of club cricket in the UK, is he wouldn't have fielded on grounds like this. So I think it's only a positive experience to play in different conditions and to play on a field like this. I mean, you're really going to test your fielding ability and your ability to adapt. So, I mean, if all cricket was the same, it'd be pretty boring.
Up in the air, but he's going to get lucky. And it should be stopped by the field on the boundary, and he mucks it up. Well, this is not good at all, and I think there was a big shout there from Manjit Singh because he knows he's fluffed this.
See, he backs off and he allows it to bounce one more time, see? Rather than attacking it, he stands his ground, and that last bounce just does him, clonks him on the knee and bounces across the rope.
Yeah, he's not happy about that, and nor will the bowler be, and nor will the captain, Simranjit, be, because I reckon now that you could say that's probably at least, well, 10, 12 runs that have come in that way. Kuldeep gives him some width in the air, should be taken, and he palms it up and takes it at the second attempt. And he's saying, come on, yaar, ki kar de? Everybody's saying, wait, why didn't you take it first? I'm saying, धुप नहीं देखी, धुप अक्का जा गई है. मैं क्या थोड़ी इधर मार के ना शान दे बीच में मैं catch ले लूँगा. When he does, he takes the catch. He probably does get a little lucky, but that, I suppose, is the advantage of trying to take the ball fingers up, high up. You get a second chance, maybe.
It's one of them. I mean, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. This one, you're right, he's kind of grappling with his son. It's still a volleyball style set, isn't it? In the end from Subject, but he does hold it. And so that's the end of the 7th over as well. The score is 64 for 2. End of pretty good innings from Asad Imran as he goes for 39. And this is kind of what I said. 7 overs down now. Maybe they're heading for something in the 80s rather than the 100 plus they would have wanted. Having a look at the format here, we're getting a lot of questions about this. We have 4 days of round robin matches. This is day 3 right now. 6 teams playing 5 matches each. So everyone plays everyone. And then we split the teams off into a top 3 and a bottom 3 on Super Friday. There'll actually be 5 matches on Super Friday. The top 3 will play each other, and the top 2 of those top 3 will get a double chance on Saturday. The bottom 3 will not be playing just to survive. Only one of the bottom 3 will survive to finals day on Saturday. And then we will find out Saturday afternoon exactly who will join Albano and Fresh Tropical in the Super Series. Of course, they will be joined by the winners from Bologna and Rome, respectively. So all ties together as part of our Italian summer.
Subjit Singh, after taking the catch, he doesn't want to let go of the ball. He says, I'm going to keep hold of it. I'm going to bowl my second. Comes back in the attack. For 11 in his first. This has been hit pretty well as he got the distance. No, he hasn't, because there's another fine catch from Yadav, a man that we've been talking about. Well, that's 3 catches of memory that he has taken in this series so far, and none of them have been easy. And you can see there, he's just saying to Simran, he thought, I was just getting me balanced, but if I didn't have it, were you ready? Because I was going to flick it back to you. And Simran just thinks, yeah, sure I was. What a good catch. It's perfect placement. He's got awareness of where the boundary is. That's the beauty of this catch. You see him walking sort of right on the rope, if you like, literally.
You know what he does so well here? I mean, that foot actually goes over the rope in the air, but he has an awareness like here, and then he knows to pull it back in so that when he lands, he's inside the rope. So that's a brilliant bit of balance. And he looks like the kind of guy could field a deep mid-wicket, or he might be able to even walk a tightrope across a couple of buildings, because that was really good balance from Yadav.
This is the danger, isn't it, now, really, for PLG. I mean, now that they've lost the likes of Hassan Imran, you've got batters now coming in that haven't really been able to get the acceleration in for them. So it's going to be an interesting little moment. This man, though, Jawad Mohammed, is somebody that can give it a bit of a clobber, and he doesn't hold back. And well, he clobbers here straight away, and this will be, it will be stopped. Good work. Gets the hand on it, flicks it back in, and that's nicely done. I think that's Jaipal out there. He certainly had a busy day in the field. He certainly covered a bit of distance out there in the ground.
Still a couple of good hitters at the crease, though. Rizwan Zaman coming in now. Got to say, I'm a bit surprised that we haven't seen Riaz Madassa yet, because he was just a 6-hitting machine. Okay, he only faced 4 balls. We hit 2 of them for 6. I mean, they've got the license here, PLG. They've got plenty of wickets in hand. Let's see if they can have a final push.
It goes for it, and this is in the gap. And where does this go? Does it go all the way? Yes, it does. Manos arriba, arbitro. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, Jawad Mohammed continues in the sort of hitting form that he's already shown us. He can really clobber the ball. He hits it so hard as well. And that's another one that goes to the boundary. 17 of 5 he scored in their first match yesterday. And then, well, we know he scored that 21 of 15. He's a guy that goes out there and just hits the ball hard. You've got to bowl outside the off stump to him. Subject has bowled 2 bad balls, both being punished. This one's up in the air. Opportunity. Kuldeep Lal gets under it and makes no mistake. Jog there. And this time, no mistakes. It's all smiles. And Subject, he does get the ball outside the off. And as he does, as you expected, Jawad Mohammed still going for the big shot, but can only find the safe hands of Kuldeep. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, and that one, it's classic 6 and out, isn't it? This time, doesn't get it off the middle. Kuldeep, it's the old catch and dance. Still a bit understated there from Kuldeep, but yeah, he's pretty happy with the way that one went. He finished his over with a wicket, Kuldeep, and now takes a catch in the 8th. Still think Yadav deserves another over. Maybe he'll come back in the 9th. I mean, I would have been tempted to bring him back in the 7th or 8th. But, you know, you might have Kuldeep bowling 9 and Yadav bowling 10 or vice versa. So maybe not deciding not to go with Jaipal at all in this innings. They certainly have a lot of options, Kings 11, and that's only a strength, isn't it, to have pace and spin options.
Better line from Subjit, wants to take the single and does get the single, so Riaz Mudasa gets off the mark straight away. That will also be the end of the over. The score has moved on to 72. So 72 here, 12 balls to go. I think they still will be very keen to try and push on and get as close to that 100 as they can. But they've got a bit of work to do, and I think you're right. You're going to have two bowlers, two experienced bowlers, to try and get them off. Looks like it's going to be Kuldeep to bowl this one, and I'm pretty sure Yadav will come back to bowl the final one.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go further, 45 off the first 4 overs, and then the next 4 only bringing 27. So you can see the deceleration rather than the acceleration. It's a lot to do with, I think, the bowling just being a bit tighter. And a few less gifts, in fact, some reverse gifts, some thievery in the field as well. We saw Yadav steal a 6 and turn it into a catch. Seeing some other good boundary stops as well. Now they are going for Kuldeep in over number 9.
Yeah, good second over there from Subjit. I mean, there were a couple of boundaries there as well. Some loose deliveries, but he did pick up 2 wickets in the over 2. So he finished with figures of 2 for 19. Kuldeep just gone for 8 runs so far. Well, 8 of his first, I should say. And now 2 singles off the first 2 balls of his second over. And you can see what he does so cleverly. It's the slow ball, but it's the slower pitched up ball. There's very little room or margin for error, if you like, when you're bowling this line. You get it wrong, you'll get thumped. But he's got the knack of getting it right most of the time. There we go again. You see, it's slow. You think the batter thinks he's getting a full toss, and then the ball dips on you.
You don't have to be Nostradamus to know what Kuldeep Lal's going to serve you. It's full straight. I'm going to call it right now. This one will be full straight. He just thinks percentage-wise, that's the least likely he's going to get any punishment. Here you go. Full straight. I think he misses his spot slightly there, but not by much. It still will just be a single.
Yeah, I mean, that one he goes wider. I suppose he's got to keep some variation there as well. He wasn't going to bowl the same one again. So it goes wider this time, but again, it's still
I think,
no
I think that was more that he was still aiming full and straight, but just didn't quite execute it. Here you go again. It's not rocket surgery. Just one. And Kuldeep will take 6 singles off the over. He'll feel like he's done his job. We've had 5 singles off 5 balls so far. It's defensive bowling. It's not necessarily about taking wickets at this stage. It's just about keeping that scoring rate under control.
This one is going to be another one, unless there's any error from the fielder. There isn't. So what a good over that is from Kuldeep Lal. And you're absolutely right, Vinny. And that's one thing that a lot of bowlers can learn about this format. I mean, if you're going out there to take wickets, forget it. Go out there to try and stop the runs. Go out there to try to bowl a good line where batters can't get over you. That's what you're trying to do. And if you can put a performance like that in, like Kuldeep Lal just did, bowls his 12 deliveries, gives away just 14, he picks up a wicket, your captain is going to be well happy. And I think Simranjit Singh is going to be happy the way they fought back here. He'll be a little disappointed though about some of the errors that they made in the field, but still, keep this under 100, he'll be a happy man.
Yeah, so they are going back to Yadav now in over number 10. Yeah, 6 singles off the over. I think he does his job there, Kuldeep. He doesn't get too fancy again. Had the command of the location, which is so important. All right, here we go. 10th over. Strap yourselves in. And Yadav, he's just basically I won't say a store brand Kuldeep, but he's going to do exactly the same thing. He's going to do exactly the same thing.
Yep.
You know, and the thing is, it's one thing to have the plan to do it. You still have to have the control and the skill to be able to bowl it where you want it. So, yeah, it's a really good holding job. These two are good hitters as well, just getting nothing to put away at the moment.
This one, again, is fielded. In comes the throw. But, he's quite happy to let them have the single. He said, I mean, Yadav, he said he was always going to struggle to get behind the stumps there. But the throw comes in from the fielder. No mess up. No,
Yeah,
it's been
hold
a
him
good
in the
finish.
80s here. Kings 11 are super happy, considering how it started. It's been a wild swing and a miss this time. So, .1 to finish the last. It's kind of what I feared at the halfway point at 49 for no loss.
Well, the Karate Papa takes one there, gets down on the ground, gets dirty, and, well, he gets dusted off by one of the fielders, comes down and says, yeah, I'll brush you off. You did well. You stopped that one.
Give credit to the bowlers, though, because they're creating this deceleration they're starting with the ball. Going to try something here. Once again, full straight. Now they're going to go. And may have a chance for a run out. Well, this is so close, you know.
It's going to be really close.
I actually think I'm going to go with in.
You're going with it?
I'm going with, this is about as close as to a dead heat as you can get.
I'm going to go without them.
Yeah,
I think the bat was just in the air.
I'm not confident. I'm not confident. Let's have a look.
Oh, well, you make up the mind. That's out because I think the bat hasn't gone past the line. That's going to be out.
Well, I wasn't wrong when I said it's really close. In fact, because when I'm 50-50, I probably should have gone with
yeah, that would be out.
Because normally they are just out. Have a look. I guess bat's pretty much on the line. I think you can give that. I mean, you decide.
Look, well done also to Kung Fu Papa behind the stumps. It makes a really good stop. I mean, we saw him getting dirty the ball before.
That's a good shot of it there.
And he gets dirty for this one as well. Well, they're going to brush him down as well with a bit of love. And you know what? I'm going to say a bit of love because it is World International Kissing Day, a day to celebrate.
This one, that one in there, haven't you?
There we go. There was a stop. Kung Fu Papa. And, well, then the ball. Well, kisses and stumps, yeah, it's a day to celebrate this simple but powerful gesture that brings people together. So, yeah, I mean, look, kissing is I mean, it doesn't have to be like the erotic kissing. Don't get crazy there. But just little things. I mean, notice here in Italy, when the men greet each other, they give each other 2 kisses.
Ah, so it wasn't just me.
No, it wasn't just you.
Okay.
You thought you were
nice, though.
Getting lucky, didn't you? But it wasn't. That's the way they greet each other. I know, of course, we do it in Spain. So we always give everybody a nice
I'm
2
mildly
little
annoyed at
kisses on the
myself
cheek.
for getting that run out wrong. But
Are you still? Look, forget
close.
it. I'll just give you a kiss. Come here. I'll give you a kiss.
Okay, you can go.
Mwah, mwah, mwah. Don't worry about it.
One's
It's fine.
3's a bit over the top.
No, 3 to do 3 in Holland.
Okay, that is how you do it.
Yeah.
I forgot. That's cultural. Now, what's going on here? Is that the end? Well,
that's the end.
The scoreboard.
It finishes with a kiss.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say it will finish with, was it 2 singles at the end? You distracted me.
A couple of singles, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that would make it 81 for 5. Hold the phone, though, because everyone's wandering off. I certainly thought there might be a ball remaining here.
Yeah, get back out there.
Yeah.
Get back out there, guys.
And you wouldn't be wrong for the first time ever. But, you know, looking at the line decisions, you can see why it's great when we've got the technology that can help with those, because with naked eye.
I put them off with me kissing.
Yeah.
Put them off.
They were just trying to rush up here to get kisses from Rico.
They all wanted to come and give us some love, you see.
What a good comeback, though. First 4 overs going for 45. The last 6 at the moment have gone for 35. Less than a run of ball pace. And Yadav to bowl the last ball. Let's rock and roll. 80 plus this.
Looks like it'll be just a single. They're not trying to do anything more fancy than that, not taking on anybody. So that will be it. It will finish with the score on 81. And again, with 2 halves, right? Again, we've seen that plenty of times.
Really was. I mean, once the wicket fell, it completely changed the innings. We only saw 2 4s and 6 from that point. We saw a lot of singles, but I mean, you know, you can talk about the batting, but I think I'd prefer to talk about the bowling. The fact that the Kings just stopped giving them anything. They really choked the life out of this innings. And, well, I want to say thanks to everyone who were popped in with their lurker comments. I'm going to shout you out in the second innings. You can keep the lurkers call out coming over the innings break, but first let's have a look. Day 3 started PLG, fresh off their first win yesterday. And some pretty powerful strokes early. 34 in the power play, 45 in the first 4. They were in a really good position early. And Kings 11, well, you have to say, they were a little bit below par in the first 3 or 4 overs.
Yeah, they were. It was almost like they were having a bit of time to wake up. मेरे ख्याल सवेरे ना Kings 11 ने अपने परोठे चंगी तरह हजम नहीं किए. The field in the pitch काफी mistakes ही आए. किसी का जाय बॉल दे. कहते परोठे ज़्यादा खा ले यार कि हमें डकार नहीं हले आया. And that one goes for 4. He wasn't able to stop it. And there were 1 or 2 others as well. And a classic on the boundary from Manjeet Singh. And also Kuldeep Lal. I mean, Kuldeep really makes mistakes. But early on, there were plenty of errors there. But this, there was no error there. That was clinical. That was Simranjit Singh. He's a great fielder out there. Made a wonderful stop. We saw another great catch from Yadav as well. Well, this was the one. This was a clanger from, well, that time it was Manjeet Singh. He won't be happy about this. This one, well, Subjit was happy about it. It does take a catch. And then he came on to bowl the next over. And, well, there was 2 wickets in it. That was a great catch from Yadav. And, well, there was another wicket in there as well. But not before there was 2 boundaries that were hit from it, but for Jawad, he did hit one, but the second time he found Kuldeep Lal, who says, "Jagade Bhatte," and now, well, the Bronte were digested and they were getting into the sort of groove that we know they can play at. This was the run out. Yeah, I mean, they just did really well the second bar, but I think it was all to do with the bowling. Again, Kuldeep Lal and I think of Yadav bowled really well. That first over from Yadav, over number 5, I think as soon as he bowled that really slowed things down. Abdullah came on and bowled his second one, and they just couldn't get them away. So 81, it's been a tremendous fight back, and well, PLG, I think they got off to a good start. Once again, thanks to Asad Imran this time. Mundasa Riaz did make 16, but wasn't in the same sort of devastating form that we know that he can be in. And Jawad Mohammed, we know what he can do. But though he did hit one big 6, he blasted one out of here. Going for the second, he found the safe hands of Kuldeep Lal. And then there, towards the end, just it was too many dot balls and too many singles. Just couldn't get the acceleration in with the bowling. I think most of it was pretty untidy. The most expensive was Jagmeet. And just over the 20-21, I would say, if you can keep 20 under, you bowl really well. So it goes to show that all the other bowlers bowled brilliantly. Abdullah, 15, no wickets from him. But like I said, it's all about economy. It doesn't take too many wickets, but keeps it nice and tidy. Samjit Singh, he went for 19, but picked up two wickets and then a wicket apiece for Yadav and also Kuldeep Lal, who bowled really well. Didn't give any runs away. But how about that from Yadav? 1 wicket, just 7 runs conceded from him. So 81 it will be. You would fancy the Kings 11 to go and knock these off. But look, they had their blip yesterday with the bat, but I think they'll be relying a fair bit on Yadav again and maybe Simran and Kuldeep Lal to get those runs for them. But they want to be doing it pretty emphatically as well. They certainly will be keeping an eye on the net run rate. I mean, this is an opportunity for them to get a good win, a big win, and really boost the net run rate. Are they going to do it, or are the Lions going to roar and take those early wickets and make this another close encounter? And maybe they could notch up their second victory of the series and of their ECS career. Well, join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we return in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of the first match of day 3, match number 9. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Sorry for the slight delay returning to this match. Just had a few technical issues to clear up before we started. Some maintenance being done to the pitch out there, but we're ready to go. We're ready to rumble. And Kings 11, will they be ready to, I think, rumble as well, knock these runs off probably as quick as they can, but they don't want to mess it up. That's the other thing. I mean, Pack Lions, good eye. They put 81 on the board. They got off to a good start. 34 in the power play, 49 at the halfway point. So at that point, you thought the 100 was on, but then Yadav came on to bowl, and he bowled really tidily. A good spell of bowling from him, just conceding 7 runs in his 2 overs. Kuldeep Lal supported him well, only 14 of his 2, which meant they ended up with just 81 on the board, and Subjit Singh bowled that one over as well, where he picked up over number 8, where he picked up 2 wickets. But opportunity here for Kings to get back to winning ways. They would have been disappointed with the way they chased against Brescia yesterday, losing that match by 16. But this is an opportunity for them to put that right, get the points on the board. But also, I think, an opportunity for them to really up their net run rate as well, if they do knock these runs off quickly. But it all depends on the bowling here as well. And it's going to be Naveed. Naveed's been in good form, hasn't he? Been the pick of their bowlers. They missed him yesterday because he had to go to work for that second match. But he's here today and gets this right on the money. This is what he did so well yesterday. The ball that's moving away, swinging away, gets it to swing pretty late as well. And batters just find it difficult to get him away. So gets the first dot to Kumar. Kumar also is a player that is very strong playing off his legs. He likes to pull and hook really well. And to be interesting to see how he adjusts to this line with the ball moving away from him and not into him. Naveed once more. You see this time Kumar waits. It's another dot. It's a good start. And we always say, how do you make a relatively low, maybe average score look like a decent high score? Well, easy. Get a good first over in. Get a good power play in, and all of a sudden that rate goes from 8 required to something like 10 or 11, and then you're in the match. Well, they go up for this, and certainly heard a bit of bat on it. Let's see what the umpire signals. Well, nothing from it, so there was bat there, but he does go right across. You see, this is where he likes to play. His shot is on the onside, goes across, and gets a bit of bat on it. I think if he doesn't, he's in trouble. I think that's going on to hit his pitches. He's going to hit middle and leg. So he does get the bat again across. He gets just a run to the board. And now Yadav to face. Goes for the pull and gets it. This will be, I think, 1 bounce 4. And let's see what the umpire says. Yes. Izquierda, derecho, de mano. Izquierda y derecho. Eso es 4 carreras. Well, a nice shot. He's onto it so quick, isn't he? He just like the way he just stands there, balanced. He doesn't really give anything away. And then he's very quick onto that. It wasn't that short either. The 2 balls to come. You see the umpire signaling there. And Yadav, well, he's off and running. He just looks like a player that at some point, I think, is going to go big. Gets the edge. And, well, good throw. Could have him in trouble. Ooh, well, all happening. Oh, well, the ball, it does eventually get stopped thanks to the big boot off the fielder there. Otherwise, this one was just going to keep rolling, and who knows where that was going to end up. And, well, there's the throw. And, yeah, he would have been out. He would have been out, so he was running into trouble, was Vikas. And Kumar is the one who wanted it, but you can see there he was well short. So let off. Last ball of the over, 6 on the board. Kumar goes for it, and he gets it over the fielder. Now the fielders will give it chase. Either going to catch up with this one. And, oh, it's another foot fail. He should have stopped this one. Well, he's stopping grass. Well, if there is any grass there, but he's not stopping the ball. And, well, they got a few of these given to them. Well, that's one that they're giving back. And, well, he's not a footballer, and he's not a defender. If he's on the goal line there, he is not going to stop anything. And almost gets an own goal for his side. 10 without loss. It's an entertaining start, but no wickets, and they do get the 10 that they need. 331 matches without a golden ball. That's where we are here And, well, we're pretty sure it's coming soon. We're pretty sure it's going to happen here in Italy. And we're pretty sure when it happens once, it's going to keep happening. So just let's just wait and see. Is this going to be one? I mean, we've had a few in the grady 80s, it has to be said. And a fine time to mention a man who's desperate to see this golden ball. Vinny Sandu, welcome back.
It'll happen. Tell you what, don't often see the step over as a fielding technique, which is pretty much what you saw there. Anyway, it is what it is. And let's move on with over number 2. Ranja is going to get worked off his pads. This one will be fielded. Also, a big thank you to all the people that popped out of the woodwork, the lurkers in the first innings. And I know that viewers all around the world. I just want to say hello to Mike Buckland and Sabira Pond as well. And IWBW's in the chat as well. Great to have you with us. And yeah, keep the lurker shout-outs coming.
And Vikas gets lucky. Kuma, he's done something like this before. I'm sure yesterday that's how he was out in the same spot, just hitting the shot straight to the fielder there on the 45. He sort of guides it into his hands. This needs to be taken. And he gets dropped, and he doesn't get lucky with the rebound either. What an opportunity that was for Waka Ashraf. But it goes down, and Vikas Kuma gets dropped on 6.
What a let off.
You've got to take these catches when they come in. Nobody drops them, of course, on purpose.
No, and the thing is, he did actually knock it up and almost had a chance to take it on the second attempt, didn't he? But it just was a bit too far away from him. Went high enough to catch on the rebound.
Yeah, I mean, it's that shot that because Kuma plays, I mean, he tries to sort of just helps the ball along the way, really. I think he's got to start hitting that. He's got him out too many times.
I feel like he's on borrowed time now, Kuma.
It looks like a nice shot, and, well, this one has gone. I don't know what's happened here. Going to have to look at it again, but it looks like the field almost goes for this with his legs. I mean, let's see. Yeah, it does. I mean, this is baseball style, isn't it? Isn't that what you do at the bases?
I mean, it's a great baseball slide. If you're trying to steal second, not so sure about it on here, but I suppose what they're thinking is if you dive feet first, at least you get some protection from your trousers. I mean, if you go kind of arms first, then maybe you don't have a lot of skin left on your arms. That's all I can think. I mean, I can't say I've tried it. The old base. I mean, I have tried the baseball slide on a baseball field, but not on a cricket field.
Ahmad Ranja, the captain, very disappointed, and his body language shows it as well. This one will go for a single, get stopped.
Getting a lot of people mentioning the banners in the background. And what we'll say is this ground is very, very hard. So the idea is that we'll be trying to hammer in the banners once we find the sufficient tools
We need a
to do
Kango.
so.
We need a Kango to make a hole to get these poles in. I think that's what might be the problem.
The jackhammer, maybe.
Oh, this could have been curtains for Yadav. We've seen so many like this. He's swinging in. And how many times have we seen this not back onto the stumps, but he gets lucky. He knocks it onto his pad. The pad saves him here. No pad there. This is going onto the stumps for sure. Look, he drops back. Hits it onto his pad and has a look back to see if his stumps are still intact. And they are. 18. 2 overs complete.
Yeah, Kings 11 have been pretty successful chasing, although they weren't able to chase down what Brescia set them yesterday. They're 1-1 as a result, but they still do have 3 matches, including this one. Each team will play 5 matches in this initial stage. Top 3 will be in the box seat come Super Friday. The bottom 3 will be fighting for their lives. Here's Hassan Naveed for his second over.
And this is a beautiful shot. Oh, it's the umpire. It's an umpire killer, and this does hit the umpire. He's down.
Not a good one.
Oh, that's not a good one. That smacked him right on the shin. Oh, well, I hope he's okay. This has been hit like a bullet, and I think that's a Miller that goes down. Our man in black. Well, he's going to have to dust himself off. That is hit hard.
Well, that's the best fielding of the day, and it's the umpire, and I'm glad it doesn't get him higher. Well, get a look at this. Get a load of this one. Bang. And that went so fast. He's trying to get out of the way and hits him on the full. We still had a chance to catch it on the second attempt.
He thinks he's going to hit the other leg, so he jumps with the wrong one. He should have jumped both legs up like he was skipping. Look, he's all right. He can smile about it now. I think there's some magic spray that's come out there for him. Well, look, I tell you what, Vikas Kumar is saying, I don't care. You just stop 4 runs.
That's a +3 in the fielding column
Look,
there.
The foot is still moving. That is a good sign. Out comes the freeze spray. Come on, get it on there. Give it the freeze spray.
And that was absolutely blasted. Absolutely. And there's a little bit of curve at the end. He tries to lift that foot, but not in time. And everyone's saying, great fielding, few pats on the back. I tell you what, if they win this game by 2 runs.
What's he after? Hey, there's nothing wrong with you. Oh, look at that. That's taking advantage of the freeze spray. He's saying, I'll have some of that.
If PLG somehow win this game by 2 runs, then I think Amila will be the player of the match.
Amila.
Jeez.
Well.
Louise, that was absolutely pounded.
Well, that's got to hurt. Well, he's standing on one leg there. He's not the Nelson.
Yeah.
It's because he can't stand on the other leg. His foot is throbbing. That was muscled. That was hit hard.
You couldn't really criticise his effort to get out of the way. Anyway, just a single. Here's the next one. It will also be a single.
Well, you can see that the umpire at the bowler's end now, he's running pretty quickly away from the ball. He says, I'm not taking one of them. Well, okay, be careful, Amila, because Kumar is back on strike. I tell you what do you think will happen if Amila was umpiring and the ball hits Vikas Kumar's pad? I think he may just be tempted to put the finger up.
Who's more mad at who? The batter or the umpire? That's the question. Naveed caught a break last time. Yadav.
Oh, no. And, this is brilliant. Great stop. Really good stop from the fielder out there. This is another one that's been hit hard. Well, Amila, he was traumatised. He was already shaking. But this one was wide of him. What a great bit of fielding there on the boundary.
Naveed bowling to his field, which now includes the umpire on the leg side. I mean, that was the same ball. I'm glad he hit that slightly in front of square. Otherwise, could have been the old no good ankles to stand on.
Well, our man in black. Look, give him a shout out. Rahman and Amila are out there at the moment. Slower delivery, well bowled, a good bit of cricket. Oh, wow.
I was about to say good running because I thought they took off straight away and they would have made it.
But he got set back. I'm not sure why. I mean, that was almost a single there. Kumar probably was the one running to the danger and he fancied it.
He's apologising. I thought it was a good call.
Yeah, they go straight away. Then he just stops. That was bad.
Yeah, it was bad because he doesn't even look at Vikas Kumar. Just changes his mind silently. They get away with it, though.
Naveed, can he get the breakthrough? He's got a couple of balls to do it in. Hit hard, chance, taken. And that's the way you do it. We saw him do some brilliant fielding earlier, saving the boundary, and now he takes a catch. That has been absolutely hammered. Yadav has to go. Well, maybe he should have taken that single. You see, all these little things, they all matter. Take the single, you're not on strike. And the very next ball, he smashes it straight to the fielder.
Yeah, fantastic fielding and the value of fielding. I mean, we saw that one hand pick up earlier. And you're right, you're exactly right. The single was essentially turned down. And that meant that Yadav was on strike. And he hits that one hard. It's probably going for 6 if it's not caught. But it was very, very well taken out there. I think it's the captain, Hamid Ranja, that does the fielding. And so that's the first wicket to fall. The score now 21 for 1. A brilliant piece of cricket that is. I mean, yeah, straight to him. Madassa Riaz actually is the man who's out there. Give him credit. That's a good piece of fielding earlier in the over with the left hand. We saw all sorts of fielding in that over, didn't we? Well, still going, actually. Naveed's got one more ball left in the power play.
Yeah, Naveed, he does get the breakthrough that he wanted. I mean, he's always been a bowler. That's when he performs, the team perform well. Danora's there in the background, taking some more snaps for Facebook and Instagram. Slower delivery. It's a bit leg-side-ish. Gets worked away. They're just keen not to overcommit in that shot. Get off the mark, Kuldeep Lal. So coming higher up the order, I mean, he comes up instead of Simranjit Singh. Simranjit has been coming out at number 3. But Kuldeep, well, he would have been a bit nervous there. Remember, yesterday he was out for a first ball, golden up, but he gets a run to his name here. And that will help to just settle his nerves down a little. That is the end of the over, the end of the power play. 22 for 1. So they are running a little behind where the lines were at this point. they've still got those wickets in hand, and of course they've still got Vikas Kumar there, and he'll be keen to settle down now that he knows that Yadav's gone, and maybe just get a bit of a partnership going here with Lal. They won't want to be losing too many wickets in the next couple of overs. I think it's all about that partnership. That rate is still under 9, but only just. It's going to be Tabassum Riaz to come onto bowler here now.
Yeah, how long can they keep this pressure up? That's the question for PLG. Pretty good start though from Riaz.
Yeah, it is a good start. He's right up there, right in the block.
A nice opportunity for Kuldeep to bat for slightly longer. Generally, he's coming in the second half of the innings, but Kuldeep's a good player. I mean, he scored a very, very good century in the night series last year in Barcelona. Here he is facing Tabassum Riaz.
Plays this nicely. This will be 4 runs, and this is a delicate touch. Oh, will it be? Oh, it slows down. Wow, that is a surprise.
I mean, it was just a push, to be fair. It was a good chase, so that's why it doesn't quite get to the field. Also, I mean, we had a spot of rain.
Yeah, I think it's the bounce, a couple of bounces would slow this down. It's not often that the fielders have managed to chase these down.
And Kuldeep a couple of times. I mean, he got out kind of trying to deflect yesterday first ball. I know he's disappointed about that. He doesn't want to get too funky, I think. Stick to playing cricket shots. Get yourself in.
Played out. And, well, they go with the foot stop again, but the batter's quite happy just to not risk the second at this moment of time. I think it goes back to them just thinking, right, come on, let's get a bit of partnership going. But one thing I know is that Vikas Kumar is not that sort of player. He will play his shots regardless. And, well, he has the way he started. He certainly is getting the ball right up there to the stump. So Kumar, got to be careful that he doesn't go too far across. And becomes an LBW candidate.
Yeah,
here comes
true.
Riaz.
He's got a good eye, though.
That's what I'm talking about. And the umpire just
There's no bat in this.
There's no bat in this. I mean, he's deciding here that he's going to go on and miss, I think.
Oh,
well, look, he has to do that quite gingerly, the leg by
I'm going to call it. This one's a howler. This is hitting him in front of middle and off, and it's going on to hit middle stump. That's how I saw it. If there's no bat in this, that is about as plumb as it gets. It's not missing leg. You can see leg stump behind his pad. It's, well, catching a lucky break. So, I suppose it's not easy to umpire on one leg, to be fair, as well. But well,
maybe he's just been kind to the guy that just knocked it. But I like the way he had to really get his leg up to give the leg by.
It did cost him 3 runs earlier. So maybe he says, well, there you go. Sorry, I cost you 3. So I'll give you a free pass. But that really is a get out of jail free card for Kumar.
That's down the leg side. That one this time it's not. I mean, if it's straight, he's got it, but he's living very dangerously because Kumar. I think he's had a couple of 2 close calls here now. And I think there's one that I was sure that was very, very close. That one of yours, I think the umpire just deciding once the ball is pitching, it's moving. And I think he just decided that there was enough doubt not to give it.
Yeah,
which is fair enough.
That's what he decided. He doesn't get the benefit for the replay. I mean, that's all we'll say about
give
that.
everybody a kiss. It's international.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say it's World International Kissing Day. Yeah. So I'm going to give a big kiss to all of our viewers.
Yeah, best in the world.
Maybe you can send. You know what?
Yeah.
Maybe you can send a kiss emoji back in the chat. That's what you can do.
Yeah,
how about that?
Yeah,
we'll do that. No, I don't mind doing that. Share the love.
Share the love.
Well, we've seen an interesting couple of overs at the start of this chase, haven't we? We've seen an umpire almost break his ankle. We've seen an LBW shout there that got kind of polarised the viewers, I suppose. We saw some really good fielding, though. I mean, catches win matches. If you're going to defend this kind of score, especially against Kings 11, you better take your chances. And I really liked Manasseh Riaz's catch on the deep square leg boundary as well as some of the boundary stops. And so, yeah, just hanging in there at the moment. Yeah, 7 and over after 4. So, I mean, again, Kings 11, no strangers to a big chase.
That's that Imran. Now bowling. He's another good top all-rounder for him. They go after him, and this one is gone. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna zona Brescia Lagya. And well, this is a big hit from Kuldeep Lal. And just opens up these shoulders and cranks the first one out of here. And well, Kuldeep gets the boundary. That's him. That's his first, and he opens with a big 6, and the bowler straight away deciding he wants to go round the wicket. Not sure what the plan is here. And he does well, gets it in the right spot straight away, and Kuldeep is quite happy just to push at this and take the single.
Yeah, nicely done. But I mean that 1-6 is going to make all the difference. I mean, rate required is about 8 and over, so pretty much almost all but guarantees that you'll get enough off the over. Oh, it's close, you know. I know it's hard to get one from this angle unless you straighten it, but look, it does hit him really full. Look at this. Maybe pitching just outside leg.
Yeah, it's gonna. He's drifting. Don't forget, he's drifting it across. See what he's trying to do.
Yeah, benefit of the doubt there.
Bowling around the wicket as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of things counting against him. I think it's still a good shout.
This is not a good ball, and this time he gets down to one knee and plays his way, and this time he hits it, and that's what he's got to do. This one ends up the hill, but fortunately for the fielder, it starts to roll back down. But yeah, I mean, remember earlier he put one straight into the hands of the fielder on the 45, and it got dropped, and that was Waka Ashraf. That was when he was on 6, so just remember that. All the runs he's scoring here now, he can start to hurt you. We know what Vikas Kumar can do once he gets going.
That's true.
Goes again, chance a catch, and it's been taken. Does he stay inside the field of play? He does. Yeah. He said you can come and have a check if you want. It's another great catch from Mudassar Riaz, and that's 2 he's taken out there. He says, I'm not moving until you tell me it's okay. We know we had a talking point yesterday and a catch taken sort of similarly to this. That's a good catch.
Well,
it's another one that has to go. This is something
the players normally do when there's no kind of TV, but I actually think that I mean, you got to give this out. I mean, if he's confident enough to stand there and not move, I don't think the umpires walked all the way out there to check. But he's saying, look, there you go. I'm inside. I mean, there's nothing to contradict that from our pictures.
That is out. I mean, as simple as that. I mean, what I like to see, I mean, he's now, you see he's now gesturing and saying, look, I've stayed there.
Yeah.
I'm showing you it's out. I mean, I'd like to see an umpire just run up there and say, right, don't move.
That's what you'll normally see. I mean, we're not going to see a lot from the video. Oh, they're giving it 6.
No, what, really?
That's a joke, that is.
Really?
It's a joke. Honestly, PLG, they've taken 2. There's been 2 of these. I mean, he
said
said
he's been given 6. Where does he land here? I mean, what do they see we don't?
Yeah, I mean, if his foot plants there and he stands there and he says to the umpire, come and have a look, right? We've got a TV camera about 100 metres away, and he's saying, look, there you go, have a look. I'm inside the line. I mean,
no, they can't be right. They're still discussing. I mean, that cannot be given a 6.
Yeah, here we go. It's been given out. All right. So, well, 6 and out in the 1 ball, I guess. It takes a bit of the joy out of the catch, doesn't it? Anyway, look, credit, we'll say it. We'll credit where credit's due. It is given out in the end. I mean, the batter's probably not happy now because he just saw the signal of 6. He would have felt great, but it was a false dawn. And, well, it will be out in the end. Rico, a few things happening here in match number 9. The score's 40 for 2 at the halfway mark.
Yeah, definitely a few things happening with it. I like to see that. The match officials, the umpires out there in the field of play, umpire Rahman and Amila, just consulting with the third umpire. And, well, after some discussion, they come up with the right call. That was a great catch. Hasn't he taken 2 humdiggers of catches out there? He's been absolutely brilliant. And he's taken 2 dangerous batters. Now, Vikas Kumar was just starting to get going, wasn't he? Just starting to get his mojo right, and then he gets caught there. A good catch again. If you don't catch that, that's 6 runs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, almost was 6 anyway. Let me just be a bit clearer with how that will work. I mean, with boundary stops, and that is a boundary stop, right? Technically, then the benefit of the doubt when the technology goes to the fielder. That is one part of when there is technology involved. When there's benefit of the doubt, it goes to the fielder. And the other thing is the umpire's call is normally based on what the fielder would say or what they observe. I mean, unless the umpire has clearly seen him step on the rope, which I just don't think would have happened, because he was happy. I mean, when the fielder stands there and is happy to stand there and say, look, have a look at my foot. Sometimes when there's no rope or no line, they'll put their foot there so someone else can have a look to see if they're on the boundary or not. And that's quite common in cricket at a level where there's no line or boundary.
I must admit, when I've been umpiring, that's happened. I can tell when the fielder, and normally the fielder, if the fielder knows he's done it safely, he's going to stand there. He wants you to have a look. So you just take a little jog up there and say, yeah, that's out. And this one is going to roll away for 4, and not for the first time. We see the ball go through not just one, but 2 players. The wicketkeeper has a go. Riaz Mordaza, he can't stop. He's wrong-footed. And the fielder coming through here. Well, the only thing that stops that is a dive. Well, the dive came afterwards when he's off balance.
Well,
he had to go early.
It was a genuine late cut. It was a genuine late cut, wasn't it, from Kuldeep? I just don't want him to get too carried away with this shot. Because the shot's kind of easy to nick, easy to, maybe chop onto your stumps. But he has gotten away with it there, and he's off to a bit of a flyer here. 16 off 8, and half of those runs have come in little kind of dab cut shots. I'll give credit to the umpires in the end. They get it right. I'm just not sure how they came about the right decision, but they did get it right in the end.
Oh, good ball. That's a nice, juicy one.
And you know me, I am never critical of umpires' judgment. I mean, their judgment's their judgment. If they see it a certain way, maybe they see it slightly wrong. But the thing that will get me is process errors. I mean, if there is an error in the process, or there's something illogical, that's probably when I'll probably speak up a little bit.
Miscue. And of course, I think they were the team that got the raw deal yesterday as well,
that's exactly right. That's
Same thing. I mean, in that one, you could sort of understand it, but I still do believe that could have done the same thing here. Spent a bit of time.
Yesterday, they misinterpreted a fielder say by raising his arms, celebrating as a 6 signal, and then it got given 6 when he believed it was a catch, and there was no video evidence to contradict that. Oh, there you go. Just style points there from the keeper, Riaz Madassa.
Nicely done, eh? I like this. We've seen a fair bit of this from some of the keepers. And, well, this was sensational. Look at that, in one hand, and then...
I was always one for maybe an unnecessary dive, and that's probably what that was. Riaz Madassa.
It looked good, though.
It looked brilliant.
He's going to get 9 out of 10 for that. This one will just be played away for the single. Can afford sort of to do this a little, I suppose. I mean, that rate has gone up a little, but I think if you can take the single and then just match it with the boundary and over, you're there where you need to be. They won't want it going any higher than sort of the 10 mark, because then really you're looking at maybe two boundaries in the over. When he goes for the vicious cut here, called it, gets it wrong, and then they're going to get buys here. The bowler can't believe it. He's not looking, and the wicketkeeper has a shy here at the stumps, gets it wrong. What's that with wicketkeepers? You're just awful at tempting bowling.
I still don't see how you can miss from here and miss by so much. He's missed around the batter.
I think he's going to give this back to the. Do you think he's had a go? Look at the action here.
It was too aggressive.
It looks like he's trying
fast.
to throw it in the air, though. Look at the, look at what he's trying to do. Well, this one's played out, and it should be stopped. Oh, that foot is pretty close to that line. I think he might be just okay there.
I think he doesn't. I didn't see any rope movement there. Jeez. Are you sure this isn't a match 13? We'll have match 13 tomorrow.
That's
There's
tomorrow.
some weird things happening.
Oh, hang on a minute.
4.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, it's going to be 4
That's
now this
4.
time.
I told you it was dicey. Oh,
I think that one is.
They're caught. No, got to go back to this. I know over has been called, but look, you can still get the right call in there. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, they're going to They're going to have a look at this.
I think that's
sure. That to me is conclusive that foot's touching the rope.
And he doesn't move it to pick the ball up afterwards.
Yeah.
That's 4 runs.
Yeah. So there is the signal.
There
so it will be 4.
runs.
And that's news to the batters. Well, it might have to swap ends, I'm guessing, because they got 1. Now they're going to have to work out who's on strike. Everyone's going to need a pen and paper out there to work out what's happening. I'm going to go. Well, they actually.
Kuldeep should be on strike.
I think they got 2 off that anyway, so it doesn't change the strike.
Yeah.
So it won't change the strike at all. But it will be 4 to the total. And I'm going to go with
54. No,
52. I'm going to go 52. 52 for 2 off 6.
It's too hot for maths to work quickly.
We saw the umpire saving 3 runs. Well, there's 2 runs back. Sometimes we get games that are a bit hard to describe. This is one of those.
But if this is the start of the day, well, what more is to come? That's what I often say.
It's all about.
You're going for Asad Imran to continue. He bowled a very good first over. Right, it's gone, and this is ugly. This is ugly. Well, it was a wide. Yes, that's right. But he could be out of a wide when he goes. As soon as he starts to go here, I know he's in trouble. He's not going to get to this. He's not going to get to this ball.
It's a big wide. And
look at the gesture from the batter.
Check this to make sure. Yeah, no problem there at all. Yeah, I mean, you could just see You can just see Kuldeep, it's a premeditated run down the wicket. He makes a little movement which shows me that he's kind of running at this no matter what. And because he goes so early, it does give Imran. Just have a look at his. Just look at Kuldeep's feet here.
Yeah.
You see here, as the ball, he's itchy, and then you can see he's taking off really early, and that's smart bowling. It is a wide, but it is out. And that's, for example, people want to know why can you be stumped off a wide? I mean, a wide's not as bad as a no ball. It's just an ill-directed delivery, theoretically. So you can still be stumped. You can still be hit wicket off a wide. And yeah, Kuldeep, for me, I mean, he kind of goes from, first gear to fifth gear, and there was nothing in between. And I just think it was probably an unnecessary shot. He would agree with that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
He's a very good player, but he is going to have to go.
I think because you decide you're going to go anyway, there was no way he was going to be able to stop himself from playing that shot without getting in trouble. So he had to go for it. Clever bowling, though. I mean, I'm going to say Asad Imran, been very impressed with what he's done. 2 for 13 here now. He really is, as we like to say, he's using his loaf, and he's keeping them in this match.
It's been a strange one. I mean, normally Kings 11, they're all bash, bash, bash. That's how they normally go, where they're chasing 80 or 150. So I think, maybe a couple of wickets just...
There is something that surprised me about Kings, and I'll go on to it after this delivery from Imran to Simranjit, and this takes the edge, doesn't quite carry to the fielder and get a single. Yeah, look, in the way this match has gone, I think Kings are not utilising the likes of Jaipal Singh as much as they should. You got somebody there who's not going to chew up deliveries, can go out there, and if he clicks, he can hit the ball all over the place. I reckon he's got to be used in the power play. Just come out with him, give him a go. It's swing and miss and get out after a couple of balls, or it's swing and miss and get you 18 to anything like 30 runs off no time. I think you've got to go with that. Yeah,
maybe just the more of a pinch hitter kind of option is what you're saying.
Hits this well, chases on for the fielders, and they're not going to get there. This is perfectly timed. It's a shot that Simranjit Singh plays very well. He played it a couple of times yesterday, and here again, he plays this. He just gets a good bit of bat on this. And it dissects the field beautifully, 4 runs.
This is just a good shot. He's very strong through this area of the ground, Simranjit Singh. He plays the really correct shape. Occasionally hits in the air, and that fielder comes into the game. We saw him get caught there yesterday when he absolutely laced one against Brescia CC. But yeah, if you give him with that side the off stump, he's not afraid to go through cover or even over cover.
Oh, gets one hand to this. What a big moment that could have been. If that is taken, game very much alive. It goes down. A big moment. I mean, it's an excellent effort from Hamza Khan. But, well, we've seen him stick, haven't we? But this time, he's hit it really hard.
Yeah. Saves 3, but drops Imran. And that's the trade-off there. Last ball of the over. Just get the one here. Like Tortuga, but it will be the end of 7, and the score is 62 for 3. So, I mean, they're getting there. They certainly haven't blasted these runs in 7 or 8 overs as I thought maybe the Kings would try to do, but still, I mean, PLG, they've got a little bit of a chance, I suppose, if they can pick up a wicket or 2, maybe string some dot balls together. Looking at the second match of the day, and it's Janjua Brescia, the hosts, who are taking on Janjua Brescia. Janjua Brescia without a win. In fact, going down to PLG yesterday, they were so disappointed about that. But it's a chance for them to get their tournament back on track. But it won't be easy. Janjua Brescia, and all they've done is win in the last 12 months or so. Janjua Brescia with a 2-1 record. Well, they started with a bit of a disappointing performance against Brescia CC, but they are led by Hassan Ahmed. And Janjua Brescia, I think they will start favourites in that one. Starting in 20 minutes. This is slightly uppish, but it's past the backward point, and this is going to be 4. So, not a bad start to the over. This time is Jagmeet Singh, who just opens the face, and he gets another boundary for his team. Yeah,
nice looking shot. I think the ball was there for the shot. He backed himself. He plays the shot. He gets plenty of power into it. A 4 run to start. And they're just starting. We saw that rate at one point was getting close to the 9, but just a couple of shots being played there. Simranjit playing a few nice shots, and now Jagmeet getting that boundary. That rate has dropped down to sort of like run a ball now. So it's theirs to lose from here, really.
bit of an old story if I get a chance after this ball. Well handled. We'll get one though. Oh, if they're quick, they'll get two, and they will get two in the end. So, yeah, alert running from Jugmeat to come back for a second.
Come on, tell us a story.
No, it's a very quick story. I mean, we talked about the thing like it was given 6 and then it was given out. I mean, it could be as simple as a miscommunication that the third umpire said one thing and they've misheard it. I mean, we've seen in Test cricket, third umpires push the wrong button. Remember when they used to push the wrong... Well, they still push buttons, right, actually. But there used to be the old red light, green light.
Yeah.
And at the highest level of cricket, we've seen things that are, I suppose, just bonehead plays, like pressing the big red button instead of the green button. And I've had to say about it the next day, oh, sorry about that, I hit the wrong button. Or we've even seen early on in third umpire for line decisions in the early 90s, they waited a whole extra ball was bowled, and then they gave out the non-striker. I think it was Graham Thorpe for England. He said, oh, by the way, you're out 2 balls ago, so you're out. So, you know, it's not actually just this level of cricket, although we have so much cricket. That is why you see things that you kind of feel like you don't see anywhere else, and that is true. But, you know, this is what I'm saying. Everyone's human beings, and you know, when it comes down to it, I mean, pretty much all of the time, we have gotten to the right decision.
Yeah. That's the main thing,
not,
isn't it?
But, I mean, nothing's going to be 100%.
Getting the communication right, getting the right decision. Take the single. Bit of a shuffle. Well, look, they're going to run 2 here. This is very good running. And I'm liking the bit of the shuffle there early on from Jugmeat. Bit of the old Ali shuffle while he's doing the running. I think he just... You see it again. I don't know if we have time to see it. Here we go. Look. Oh, we just missed out. We missed the shuffle.
Mario Patel.
But very good running.
Mario Patel just saying about all the things you see in ECN. Says today and yesterday, seen a ball bouncing over the same field of 2 balls in a row. Man applauded for 47. 2 catches where almost both given 6. Umpire hit, stunning catches. The list goes on. ECN. Oh, there you go.
Gotta love it.
It's like a haiku.
Nah, that's there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Again, as a batter, you don't actually really know because they don't get a great look at the line the way we do, but that is fine. Simran's got long arms, walks over to where he thought it was, but it's a good call by the umpire, so give him credit where it's due. 8 overs down, 71 for 3. The Worms have met. And one thing about the Kings 11 bowling, and we talked about it at the end, they really kept things quiet. I mean, there were only 9 singles out of the last 12 balls, 9 runs. That's all they got. And that's why at this stage, you know, the Kings 11, I think they're actually behind. Yeah, they're behind by a run on the comparison, 72-71. But, I mean, you would back them to get the 11 runs they need to get over the line and take the 2 points here out of match 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over, though, is it, for Pat Lyons Getty either. They know, I mean, for example, start this over, get a wicket straight away. New batter comes in, new batter will be in the strike, put the pressure on, and take it into the last over. That's what they're looking to do here. Take it into the last.
Tamsin Riaz getting the 9th over. It all happens in the 9th, and here it is. Oh, good start, but he almost gets his head taken off. Jeez, how unlucky are you? I mean, you deliver pretty much a perfect block hole delivery. It gets blocked back to you, and then you have to deal with this. I don't know if you got this replay, hopefully.
Yeah, the ball takes a bit of a nasty bounce.
Look at this. Great, well bowled, and then it almost has a broken nose for his trouble. Just a single though, 10 off 11. Ooh, gets away with it. I mean, giving length. Probably not a tactic I think you get away with that often, but he does create a dot ball, 10 off 10 now.
Yeah, dot ball, gold dust, a few more of those. Like I say, take it into the last. That's what they'll be thinking. Take it into the last, even if it's 5 or 6 required. And, well, then you've got hope.
Tamsin Riaz only conceded 5 runs off 7 balls, or 8 balls now so far.
And this one will be really close. The umpire thinks and puts the finger up. Well, there you go. This match is alive once more. And that's exactly what I was saying. Bowl well, bowl tight, get a wicket. They get the wicket of Simran Singh. He wanted to finish this in a hurry. He was looking for the big shot. And he gets scored in front. And this time the umpire, no hesitation. The finger goes up, he gives it some thought and says, right, why not? Why can't I give it out? Well, when you look at this, he's right in front. Well, no reason really. He's just going to decide if that ball is going to carry on and clip the leg stick. He decides it is, and that's out. So Simranjit goes.
Yeah, I mean, hitting on the full takes a lot of things out of the equation. So you're just deciding, is this ball hitting the stump? Certainly hits him in line. And I think, yeah, that's definitely crashing into leg stump, maybe even a little bit of middle. Makes them want to see there. And so just missing a straight one. Again, full straight. That's the order of the day at the end of the innings. Doesn't matter who you're playing. And if you can do that, then you're gonna get results. And so will we see the carbon copy of the first innings? Well, we only saw 9 runs off the last 2 overs. Kings 11 will be hoping not. But that's the end of Simran, who misses that straight one for 13. 72 for 4. Is there a twist in this? And Sundari thinks maybe the golden ball alert is on the cards.
Well, Jaipal Singh, he does come out. Now, this is the man I was talking about, and I was saying that I'm surprised that they've got somebody who can, if he, I mean, he's one of those, it's hit or miss. He could be out first ball here, but he could also smack this first ball for 6. Yeah, and that, I just think it's a player that you've got to use more.
Eats up the pressure, doesn't he? Jaipal, 10 to win.
Gets bat onto ball, that's the key thing. It's bobbling away. The fielder's got to watch the bounce to do well. They're taking on the 2, and they're going to get there, are they? Yes, they do. That's really, really good running. That really is. And, well, they took the chance. They wanted the 2, and they got it. Jaipal gets himself back on strike.
Yeah, I would have said 2 on the fumble, but they decide pretty much any way to go for 2. And Jagmeet was out of the blocks quickly. You see that he gets home. He just had to worry about Jaipal at the other end. That's really good scrambling. Just gets that foot down.
Yeah, Jaipal, not sliding the bat in there, which is always dangerous.
I think wasn't that aware the ball was coming to his end. But, yeah, and everyone matters. I mean, Jaipal, he's the man we saw. And they needed a 4 to stay in the tournament last year, and he hit a 6 off the last ball of the innings. His only ball he faced in that game, but now he swings and misses. Now they're going to take one on the keeper, and that's really alert running again from Jagmeet, who saw the keeper, didn't know where it was, and he thought that he could get through for a run, and he does.
Well, they're taking the runs. It's sometimes not pretty, but they're getting them. But unless we see a ball blasted, it's going to be a very, very tense and nervy final over. Still,
I mean, Kings only won 6 in this innings, and that's a lot lower than what we expect from them. Before this, they were averaging 5.6 sixes in innings. Anyway, last ball of the over. It's been a good one from Tabassum Riaz.
It's up in the air, tries to catch it. It doesn't quite carry to the fielders. They take the 1, and it will stay at 1. So we do go into the last, and it's exactly the scenario I was talking about. Take it into the last with 5 or 6 runs needed, and anything can happen. Well, it will be 6 needed. A runner ball needed at the last, but the pressure, the heat is on.
It sure is. And, well, 6 off 6. Surely we're not going to get a golden ball twist here. 331 matches without a golden ball. But, well, right now, I guess that was an excellent over from Riaz, who only concedes 5. There was a 2 singles and a bye in the over. So actually only 4 will go to his analysis. It's going to be Ahmed Runja to bowl the last over, and he bowled a pretty good over in the second. He went for 8, which included a boundary. And the batters here, they just need to score off every ball and they can't lose. That's probably something to think about. But again, I think that someone like Jaipal is thinking he can win this game with 1 swing of the bat. Here we go, 6 off the last.
He hits it pretty well, and that'll be 4 runs. Nice shot through the covers. It was uppish, but it was in the gap. And plays this well, and that's what we know that both these batters are going to be looking to do. They don't want to make it too nervy. Well, they get the boundary, so now 2 required. And, well, that's Jagmeet gets the boundary straight away. So 2 now, 5 balls. And that one thing that the batters will be saying to themselves now, right, okay, look, we don't want a couple of dots here now. We don't want to get nervy again. Let's try and finish it with balls to go.
This could be it now. 1 and tie, 2 to win.
Nasty play. They'll take the single, and the fielder not able to take it cleanly in the hands. And well, Jagmeet, he's happy to try and go for the second.
Yeah, I'm going to say he's run really well. Jagmeet singing this, and look, he's actually spotting this, and he thinks there might be a chance to win it right here, but doesn't get anything out of Jaipal.
Well, he said to Jaipal, "Oi, tu kidhar ja raha? Idhar aa."
It's been, look, positives for PLG. I mean, they've really pushed Kings 11 here, and they just keep improving out of sight. But now, here's Jaipal on strike. He's got 4 chances to win the game. Surely Kings 11 are going to do this. It's been far from convincing, though.
And that'll be it as it finishes with the uppercut. The uppercut is the one that knocks out the Lions. It's been a brave effort from them, I have to say. I'm very, very impressed with the way they're turning on the style and all the good things they're doing. But, you know, again, in a close match like this, so many little things make a difference. And you've got to say there was one or two incidents in the field that they let themselves down. But then at the same time, you've got to say that Kings 11 probably did give away 12 runs more than what they should have as well. So maybe it's like for like in that category. Kings, well, I thought they would have wanted to try and knock this off sort of inside the 8 overs to really accelerate their net run rate. But they found it hard going. They couldn't get the bowlers away the way they expected and lost. Even though they were given chances, I mean, don't forget, Vikas Kumar, he was dropped a couple of times. Simranjit Singh was dropped as well by Hamza Khan. But both those batters weren't really able to capitalise on that. It was left to the lower orders batters, really, and or the middle order batters, I should say. Nice to see Jaipal getting out there. I think he's a man that has to play a bigger part with the bat for the team, and really was impressed with Jagmeet. Jagmeet's had a good day. He's bowled well, and with the batting, I think his energy out there was probably enough to get them over the line. Good match, a good win for Kings. They're up and running again. This one is going to be an interesting one because Janjua, well, they've got 2 tough matches today. Well, they start off with this one against Brescia, and they've got to try and win not just this, but also the match later on against Kings. It's going to be a hard day for them. Can they get back to winning ways, or will Brescia just keep on doing what they do? They're looking stronger and stronger every time we see them. And don't forget, when they put on the big runs on the board yesterday, 158 against PLG. So that's coming up next as we have a look at the highlights. So that one, well, that was one of the ones that went down, and that's when Vikas Kumar, he could have been dismissed for 6. He did go on to score 18 more runs. I mean, it's not that much more.
This had everything, though. The first few overs. I mean, imagine if they had won by 2 runs. It wasn't impossible towards the end. I got to say, Manasseh Riaz out there on the boundary was brilliant with his stops and taking a couple of crucial catches. And that was one of the big reasons PLG stayed alive in this game for so long. Again, they may look back at their first innings and think they wasted a good start. They were 45 off 4. You know, that shows you need to kind of take these 100-plus run scores. And eventually we had a 6-and-out situation on 1 ball. But I think the right decision was made. Kuldeep, well, he got cued a couple of times with the late cuts. And I think that, you know, he was there and obviously trying to move them forward in the game. Some accurate keeping from Riaz Madassa. This is another one that's it's just a bit of a wasteful one. But then Kuldeep was a bit wasteful. He was off the screen when he got stumped off a wide. And just pretty clever thinking by the bowler, Asad Imran. Simranjit looked good while he was there. Once again, got to say, big credit for me goes to Jagmeet as well, who held it together, especially after Simranjit was LBW off a full toss. And along with Jaipal, Jagmeet did get them scrambling across the line. And yeah, took it all the way down to 6 off the last over, but then we saw that one bring it up. In fact, it was 1 run in the end because they did complete the run before the ball crossed the rope, so it will just be a long single, but it does bring up the win for Kings 11, 82 of 9.3, defeating PLG 81. A bit of a team effort, no one getting out of the teens, but 4 players getting double figures, and even Yadav's 8, pretty useful, just getting them across the line again. Probably wouldn't have chased down 100 plus based on that batting performance, but they just did what they had to do. And ultimately, for me, I think Jagmeet's running and the way that he approached the innings was really important to just make sure they did come up with a win and they didn't fall short.
Yeah, I mean, they needed somebody to see them home. I think Jagmeet did that. I like the way he was running out there. He ran really well with these captains, Simranjit Singh, before Simranjit went LBW to Riaz. But it was a good performance. You're going to see that when we have a look at the bowling scorecard. But look, at the moment, what you're seeing there is batters getting in, 18, 17, and 17 again there. But Jagmeet, he played his part, he was not out. But the likes of Vikas Kumar, Kuldeep Lal, once you get going like that, you've got to really, one of those batters has to go and score big runs. But as I was saying, look, it was a very respectable bowling figures. Asad Imran was the only one to go over 20, but he did pick up 2 wickets, 2 for 22. Very respectful figures. And wickets also for Hassan Naveed, who I think bowled really well. And also Tabisum Riaz, just 8 runs off his 2 overs and picked up 1 wicket as well, and Ranjit, the captain there, trying to get what would have been an unlikely victory for his team. But they did take it deep. They took it into the last. Anything could happen. It's really encouraging, I think, for him, Ranjit, the captain, for the way that the Patlines Jetty have performed in this series and some of the performances some of those players are putting together. And you know what? I do believe there's another victory in there for them as well. I think they could be the surprise package. Yeah, I mean, look, they're no easy beats. That's what we're saying about PLG this year. I think they've been probably the most improved team that I've seen here in Brescia so far. Won't see them till tomorrow morning.
We will see Kings 11 a little bit later in the day. The next match delayed by 5 minutes just due to the technical delays we had earlier. So we'll be starting about 12 minutes from now. We'll be back in about 10 to take you into match 10. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico 4. Hope you're having a great day so far. Day 3 in Brescia, and we're bringing the pressure. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Brescia. One game down today, still 3 to go, and now it's time to roll into match 10, and it's Jandrel Brescia, the hosts, against Gina Brescia. Well, these two have had contrasting starts to this tournament, no doubt about that, but we will get ready now for the second game of the day. The coin toss is about to take place. Stefan Gooch with two captains. Let's see what happens.
Call. Hey. It's call. Tails. Okay.
So Jandrel Brescia, their captain Zahid Ali has won the toss and he has elected to bat first. But I do like that. It's a good confident move, I think, to maybe create some pressure on Gina Brescia in the second half of this innings. Gina Brescia have been good batting first, but I mean, Jandrel Brescia, they just cannot get it together so far. And look, it's a really good opportunity for them to test themselves with the bat. Now, even if they do end up in the bottom three, they'll be hoping for at least fourth place and maybe get a free pass into eliminator number 2. But for Gina Brescia, I mean, they've turned their tournament around. They started with a loss to Brescia CC, but then they got a couple of players back, particularly the two left-handers, Hassan Ahmed and Fahim Nazir. They've been really good so far. And the left-handed options just kind of throwing some of the opposition bowlers out, because we haven't seen a lot of left-handers this week in Brescia. So, look, I think that Jandrel Brescia, this is a real line in the sand moment for them. They'll have to feel like, okay, our tournament starts today and we need to move forward and try and get some sort of momentum going. But it won't be easy against a Gina Brescia team, which are very, very star-studded, and well, we know that they won pretty much everything last year here in Italy. So it'll be a very, very interesting game, match number 10, as we get ready for the throw to the commentary box. Rico Full, we're ready to go here, second match of the day, and it's Jandrel Brescia. They've won the toss, they're going to have a bat. Over to you. Let's get this game started.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu there, giving us the info about these two teams here. What a big match is it going to be. Gina Brescia, well, they have been in very good form, haven't they? I mean, they got that victory over Cividate yesterday, and then, I mean, they were just too strong for the Patlines Getty, and they're looking to continue in that sort of form, especially when they got the likes of Nisar Ahmed, and one man to look out for Fahim Nazir. I mean, 68 not out of 27, and he also scored 40 in the earlier match as well. But Jandrel Brescia, I think it's a bit of a brave move from them. They've won the toss, elected that they're going to have a bat first. They haven't really been able to get things going, have they? I mean, they've been pretty disappointing, really. I mean, the early batter for them that's sort of been in any sort of form, it's probably could have been, well, the two I suppose you can name. I mean, Naseem Ahmed has scored a few runs, and another, it's Fahad Ali, but other than that, they've struggled. The big guns haven't produced, and with the ball, they haven't been at their best as well. They've been letting themselves down in the field, so they've really got to come big here today. And talking about coming big, they're up against two big sides. I mean, they've got this match against Gina Brescia, and then, of course, in match 7 later on, in the last match, I think they're back again. It's very, very important that they get a good start here. Got plenty to do. Yeah, and they take on the Kings in match 12. So it's going to be a tough day for them. It's all about survival. They've got to pick up some points from somewhere. And it's going to be difficult to do it here against Gina Brescia, a team that, as we know, they've been sort of right up there. The giants, if you like, of cricket in Italy for a long time. Nice to see some of the views around this ground here, surrounded by these beautiful mountains in front of us. It's sort of, we're right at the foot of these mountains, and you can't see the clusters of small villages around here as well. Not sure what's happened to the stumps here. Well, the batter's saying, hang on a minute, that's not fair. You haven't even bowled the first ball. My stumps are all over the place. And he says, I think they're getting put right here now. But yeah, I mean, it's a lovely setting. Love it. And these little small pueblos, as we like, villages around the ground. And, well, there's a few, we saw Maximo was getting a bit dicey getting in some of this overgrowth into the woods. There's a few snakes around there as well. Fortunately, got this nice sort of ridge that goes around the ground as well. Gives us a very nice high viewpoint. It's a lovely, lovely place to be watching the match as we get ready for the start of this one. Here's the first ball. And, well, interesting technique from the batter. That's Zahid Ali. A very open stance. And he's up against a classy bowler. Somebody who just keeps going and going. I know when I was speaking to him in Rome when they were playing the finals there last year, and he was saying to me, I think he was joking about his age, he said, I can't keep going, you know, he said. But such a good bowler. Gets the ball really to swing viciously. Mohamed Imran, of course, the man that I'm talking about, opens the bowling once again, bowling to Zahid Ali. And Umair Wag is the non-striker. Oh, that's an absolute beaut, and he's gone. It's such a good ball, and gets the edge on the way through. No mistakes at all from the keeper, Nisar Ahmed, and the first wicket goes just like that. And look at the movement on this delivery. I mean, he's bowling. It's like it's going middle of the leg, and then it moves viciously. Have a look at this. Such a good ball, and there's the edge there. And Nisar Ahmed gets himself in just the right position. Here we go again. This is a better angle. Look, well bowled, and it's easy as that for the very talented and knowledgeable and experienced Mohamed Imran. He gets the first wicket, so it's a duck, and it's one that will go into the Lake Garda. There we go. Off you go. Well, he was fishing. Well, if you're fishing and you get a duck, you go in the lake, and that's where he's going to have to go. And it just makes it look so routine, doesn't he? Let's see now, we'll eye up the new batter that comes in. Tanjua, Brescia on their home pitch, struggling. Oh, and this one. Well, keep an eye on the umpire. I don't think this is biased. It's 4 runs. It is off the bat. I mean, the only thing this one is, it gets the inside edge, so it knocks the ball downwards. Have a look here. So it's not carrying to the keeper, just dropping there before Nisar Ahmed can react and get his gloves anywhere near. That goes underneath his glove. So a lucky break for the new batter, Naeem Ahmed. He gets the edge. Well, he'll see it as 4 runs to his name. But he knows that he didn't know too much about this. Mohamed Imran, back at him again. It's nicely played shot. That's nicely timed. I don't think it will go to the boundary. Fielders should be able to negotiate and stop this. They do. So, nice shot played after edging 1 for 4. Plays that one through the covers, gets 2. Started the day much cooler than it's been the previous days. We've had high temperatures right from the word go. Clipped away, too much on the leg side. There's going to be 4 runs. Just losing his line a little, and I think what he's trying to do here is get that swing to come back in here. Try and get that in-swing in Yorker going. Or away swing in Yorker, I should be saying. That's what he's going for, but this one doesn't do anything. It just holds its line and gets clipped away. So we'll get a boundary off the last ball of the over. Take the score to 10. They have lost that wicket early, and that was off Zahid. And a good time to mention that man on the left of your screen, Vinny Sandhu, into our
nice.
sort of microwave now.
To be back. Yeah, it's getting a bit microwavy, isn't it? Now, I've been trying to do this from time to time because a lot of people don't often get to interact in the live chat, particularly if they're watching from India. So I am going to go on my Instagram live during this innings, Mr. Maximo, and you can have a little bit of a behind the scenes of what we're doing here in the commentary box, just something we're doing from time to time at the moment. Right now, let's have a look at Fahim Nazir, who's going to bowl over number 2.
Asking the question, and gone, says the umpire, so another one goes. I mean, there was sound here. I'm not sure what it is. I have to see it again. It was I think it's probably more the bat hitting the ground, but the umpire has a big, long look at this. Umpire Rahman has a think, and then puts the finger up. So it's a disappointment for Umair. He goes for his first ball. Have a look at this. Yeah, that's hitting him right on the toe. That is plumb. And I'm not sure the batters, if he's trying to suggest he gets a bit of bat onto this as he's going towards the umpire.
Yeah.
But, well, he then turns around, and when he turns and looks at the umpire, he sees the finger is up, and he knows that's it.
Bug's living in an alternate reality there if he thinks he's getting bat on this, and that's hit him on the toe in front of middle and off, and that's certainly going on to hit. So Nazir strikes straight away, and it's more pain for Chandra Brescia, who just cannot get the bats going in this tournament. They tried a few things. I mean, they tried Zahid Ali, the captain, at the top, but he got undone by a nice piece of swing bowling. He just edged through to the keeper. Now 10 for 2 after 7 deliveries.
Yeah, good delivery, good start. That's what I like to see. I mean, it's the first delivery that Bug faces. It's right up there in the block hole and hitting him on the toe. And yeah, I think that was going straight on to hit the stumps. Good decision from the umpire. And I like what I'm seeing from the umpires here. I mean, the umpires for this match is umpire Roman, who's at the bowler's end, and umpire Sukhdev. But they take the time, don't they, with those decisions. That's always a good sign. They're not triggering the umpires. Oh, beauty. Absolute peach. And, well, that's Wasim Ahmed, who now comes out and has to face the music. So you've got two Ahmeds out there, Naeem Ahmed and Wasim Ahmed. Can they get some sort of partnership going here?
Yeah, well, they need to at the moment. I mean, I did like the decision of Jandra Brescia to bat, but then you have to bat well. But not really being given too much room to breathe by this Jinnah attack at the moment. Another one that's driven away aerially, but it will be 4 this time. This one running away over the outfield that still is pretty quick, despite the few drops of rain we had this morning. So maybe that's the one that can get them going. Wasim Ahmed gets a boundary and gets off the mark.
That's what they need to do. Yes, absolutely spot on. Got to find the gaps. Got to forget about the wickets that have gone down and just concentrate on what they're doing here and concentrate getting runs. Both batters, if they can get themselves to 25 plus, get that partnership going, it certainly puts them in a much better position.
Certainly does. Vivek Davda, one of my favourite comments of the day so far in the chat. Come back to that in a second. This is a bit of a nothing shot. He tries to uppercut in the end. But, yeah, Vivek saying, how is the day in the Brescia cooker today? Why didn't we think of that for the iCube? It's the Brescia cooker. That's where we are at the moment. I mean, it is cooking in here. We're up to 27 degrees. You can always add 10.
That is good. The Brescia cooker. It certainly is the Brescia cooker.
So again, want to welcome everyone who's watching on Instagram Live behind the scenes at the moment in the Brescia cooker, the commentary box. There's a full toss, hit down the field, and it needs to be stopped. Well, he's run straight past that, and the second fielder will pull it back with his foot. Well, firstly, Mohamed Imran, it's not the first step over we've seen today, but he ran straight past that ball. Have a look at this on the replay. It goes through his legs. And, well, fortunately, and I think it's fortunately, because he doesn't break his ankle there, stepping on the ball, the second fielder, which is Sharuk Nawaz, pulls it back and they'll get 2.
Well, Mohamed Imran, he gets so lucky there. Lucky because of the other fielder who manages to stop it. And Imran, he picks it up and throws it in like he did all the hard work. He's the one who missed it.
Wow. So here's the next one, and this is going to be an attempted pull. Takes a bit of a top edge and beats the fielder at third man. And that's going to clonk into our camera down there. So a bit of a lucky one, you'd have to say. But, well, Wasim Ahmed making his own luck, and that will be the end of the over as well. 20 for 2 after 2 overs. And I know that got a few people asking questions on my Instagram Live as well. Karthik saying, hope the umpire is okay. Well, we know that he walked it off. He got clonked in the ankle by a sweep shot earlier. But right now, I would say there's a couple of wickets putting Jinnah Brescia on top. But Jandra fighting back towards the end of the second over. Let's have a look at the table. You can see Brescia CC, the only team that haven't been defeated in this tournament so far. But we're starting to see a bit of a gap, aren't we, between top 3, bottom 3. You can see for the first time, there's 3 clear points leaders. This one needs to be stopped, and it won't be stopped. Another one down the ground is going to be 4. Well, Safi is going to attack it and misfield it. A lot going on here on day 3 so far. But that is a pretty nice shot. Naeem Ahmed gets in on the action with a drive for 4.
Yeah, this is exactly what's required. Don't worry about what's happened. Don't worry about the wickets that have been lost. Just go out there, be positive, play the shot. And that's what these two are doing. And both batters now moved into double figures and starting to just get things moving along. Starting to ask questions now of Jinnah Brescia. That's what they have to do. Jinnah Brescia have to be pressured. They can't make it feel like a walk in the park for them.
Imran had a bit of fielding that was similar to his fielding in the last over. He ran past it mid-off. Again, Rico's giving a few big thumbs up. Roshu Prabhu on the Instagram Live saying big fan of the Rico Paul. Close enough.
Close enough,
yeah. Halfway between Rico Paul and Ravi Paul.
Who was that?
That was...
Did you say Roshu?
So fast. It was Roshu.
Roshu. Hello, Roshu.
Here's Imran. This is another edge, and this one should be stopped. It's always risky letting it bounce again. I could see that happening. Well, check out this on the replay. I think you need to try and get it before it bounces again, because if it gets one more bounce, it's going to do you. And look at this. It just takes a little bit of a turn, and that is 4 runs. And we talked about trying to limit the amount of bounces if you can by attacking the ball, and that's one that does go to the boundary.
Oh no, I think I made a poo-poo. Oh no, please don't do it again.
I hate that voice. You know,
that was a clanger. That was a bad one. Wow.
World International Kiss Day. I'm just showing everybody.
Nobody's giving him any kisses. Nobody's giving him any kisses there for that mistake.
Imran, not impressed. Pretty good comeback though. Swung down the ground. Again, I'm just going to spend another over or two here. Just chatting to some people on social media as well. Something we're trying to do. I get a lot of questions. So put the questions in there. Put the questions on the chat. Jack Perman, hello Jack. Hope you're well. The Perminator in the chat. Any Italy national players around? Well, there sure are. Quite a few. This is one of them, Mohamed Imran, that's bowling. This one, slightly slower delivery. Swung and missed. I mean, also got someone like Hassan Ahmed, who's playing Nisa Ahmed as well for Brescia. So they're kind of jam-packed full of them. But Jack, hope you're well. So nice to hear from you. Hope your season's going well.
Hello, Jack. Lovely to hear from you. What's it like in Spain at the moment? Is it as hot as here? I take it you are in Spain, or are you in the UK? Let us know.
Does get around, the Perminator. One of our favourites on ECN. Here is the last ball of the power play. Goes for it, and it'll be a one-hopper. Well fielded that time. That's Fahim Nazir. That will clean up. Into the power play, 30 for 2. Well, it was all doom and gloom for Brescia early, wasn't it, Rico? But, yeah, a bit of luck and some nice shots as well. Sees them get to 30, which is quite an acceptable power play.
That's good. Look, the game at 10, and we've seen that 10 for 1, 20 for 2, 30 for 2. The key thing in that one, though, they've got those 10 runs, they haven't lost a wicket, and that's the important thing, as I always say, is about partnerships, and they're getting that partnership going now. And there's the signal there from the umpire saying that is the end of the power play. It's not doing a dandy dance there. They're talking about dandy, some nice shoes out there. Well, I think Mr. Maximo, people are starting to find out where he's getting his shoes from, because you see that there's some orange, some yellow out there as well. And Maximo's got a nice pair of orange shoes. They're just making some changes in the field here now. So the power play is complete. I think they're probably going to, looks like that Nazir is going to bowl out. So for him, Nazir. Up in the air. Well, this could be an opportunity. He's backpedaling and takes the catch. So that's why he stays on. And that is out. And there's another one well held. And Nazir gets the wicket, and it's Wasim Ahmed that has to go. Just what I was saying, the main thing they did and did well in that third over is that they didn't lose a wicket. Well, they lose one on the very first ball of the fourth, and that's disappointing. And once again, the smiles start to return on the faces of Brescia. Get another wicket, and that's key. There you go, good catch. Just always difficult when you're backpedaling. You've got to keep your balance, but also you've got to try and keep your head perfectly still. So no mistakes at all from the fielder. And that was Shabir who took the catch. So well done to him. Probably see him with the ball maybe a little bit later. But it's another wicket there for Nazir. So Ahmed goes for 11, or just 8 deliveries. And new batter will come out into the firing line. And it's going to be Hasib Abdul.
Yeah, Hasib. Opportunity for him in the middle order. So, yeah, just when they were getting away, they do lose that wicket. And Wasim Ahmed going for 11 off 8 with a couple of boundaries. And Fahim Nazir has just had that knack, hasn't he, with the bat or the ball of delivering since he's come into the tournament on day 2. Oh, this is a terrible shot, to be honest. Abdul tries to whip it away from outside the off stump. Completely comes up with fresh air.
Yeah, it's a good start, though, from Fahim Nazir. I mean, sometimes we see that the first ball gets wasted to a new batter. It can be a wide or it can be a full toss, which the batter just helps himself to. But this one, it's a good one. So Abdullah's got things to be thinking about. He knows that he's in the firing line at the moment.
Oh, this could be trouble. Maybe just going down the leg side.
Yeah, I think this one is missing the stumps. And the
it's probably gone
fielder,
for 4 as well.
I don't think, I mean, he's getting this in and not giving any signal to the umpire. I think he may have touched the line at the rope, I should say, at the same time as touched. They're going to have a look at this again, I think. But first of all, the LBW
It does seem to straighten here from Nazir. Look at that. I mean, is that missing? No.
Well,
I
mean, that is really close.
Yeah.
This is close as well.
I think this is 4. Yeah,
that's 4 runs.
4-leg buys. But I tell you what. Ooh. Maybe it won't. Yeah, I mean, that's 4. His foot's on the other side of the line. So, catches a break there. I mean, for me, that is stone cold LBW.
We have seen some very close ones like that. I'm just wondering, Vinny, I mean, look at this again. I mean, to me, that ball is not doing...
Look, there's the stump. You can see it.
Yeah, that for me, that's going on to just clip. Maybe not just more than just clip, but that's going on to hit the leg stick. Yeah. But the umpire, look, maybe the foot of the bowler's in the way
who knows?
Of his head, because the umpire has had a long look at it and decides no. But look, that's fair. For me, that's fair because the umpire's there. He's standing in the right position. He's got to be convinced that it's going to go on a hit. He's got to be 100%. If there's any doubt, he can't give it, and there must have been some doubt there. Yeah,
that's true. Obviously, he's just seen it that way, and often when the ball kind of skews towards the fine leg area, then you feel it's just clipping the pad. You don't feel it's really clunking off the pad and bounces back at you. So I mean, these are all little elements that umpires kind of use as indicators. But for me, I mean, the giveaway for me is you could just see a little bit of that leg stump, and that to me told me the ball was going on to hit. But well, to make it worse, it goes for 4. So I mean, Jandra Brescia, they need a bit of luck, I think. Now, apologies to anyone that was watching my Instagram Live. My phone is just overheated for temperature, so that would have ended abruptly. Anyway, here's the next one. It's just pushed out. That tells you what things are like in the Brescia cooker.
Yeah.
This is a little fumble that'll allow it to.
You should. Why don't you hold it up to the older camera? Just get Martin to go onto the old camera for a minute and just show you what your phone is saying.
If you want to see what's happening here, I don't know if you can see that on there. Can you see that?
Yeah, just there. Go back a bit. Go back a bit. Go back a bit.
Temperature hot. It's overheated at the moment. There we go.
We're in the Brescia cooker, as somebody said, and I think that's spot on.
Oh well.
Thing is, we're protected
from
the sun
as well. Hold my calls. I'm not getting any here. So, I mean, I've got to say, it's certainly providing us with a bit of a workout here in the Brescia cooker so far. 4 overs down. The score is 38 for 3, I think, after 4. Anyway, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Thanks for your interaction so far. We've loved it. Let's get on with the game. As Zia is going to throw this one. And this is actually the last ball, the 4th over, because I thought that was pretty quick. So I'm going to go with 40 for 3. And, you know, this will happen when you're heat affected. When you're heat affected, you can sometimes lose perception of what's going on. I mean,
where you are.
Credit to all the players and the umpires out there. I mean, it's certainly difficult conditions. We're in the height of summer now in Italy, and we're loving our Italian summer. But out there, it's very hot. It's very dry. And so, you know, obviously, mental fatigue comes into it, not just physical fatigue as well.
Yeah, you've got to be switched on all the time. That's the thing. I mean, you talk about the players have to be switched on. But the umpires, this is one thing that a lot of people, I think, don't realise. And as an umpire myself, it's when you're out there, you're on the ball all the time. There's no switching off. I mean, whether you're at square leg, whether you're at the bowler's end, you're always thinking, you're always looking. Are the fielders inside the 30-yard circle? Are there too many out of the 30-yard circle? You know, the wicket keeper, when they're standing up to a spinner, what the gloves, are they in front of the...
Yeah.
There are so many things you wouldn't realise. You've got to be switched on. And sometimes these guys are under a lot of pressure. Oh, yeah. And when the heat is on like this, well, it makes it even harder.
Of course they are. As we see, Shabir coming in, getting one past the bat. Yeah, so I mean, this is one thing. You may not agree with every decision that you see, but I think I want to take a moment to say we appreciate the umpires' efforts because they just want to get it right. That's the thing as well. So I mean, the umpires are actually their own biggest critics, and you know they don't like sitting with a decision which they might have made the other way once they see the replay. So you know, let's be quite understanding about that. And I know it's something that it's an issue in world cricket, really. I mean, I know, for example, people back in Australia telling me they don't really have enough umpires for all the games anymore, and it's an issue, I think, worldwide. So we want to improve the standard of umpiring across the board for sure, but we want to remove the barriers for people to get into umpiring, and part of that is how you received. And look, everybody is going to make decisions which, if they had their time back, they might look back and say it was an incorrect decision. But they need to be quite understanding about that, I think, when it comes down to it. Anyway, here's Shabir. Hasn't conceded a run just yet. This is pretty nice looking drive, and it skewers through the offside field. Cuatro carreras. That's a nice looking shot. Much better approach, I think, from Hasib Abdul. Takes this one through the offside and gets 4.
That's a beautiful shot. And it's close to being one of the shots of the day. Plays it so beautifully, gets himself in good position. The timing is perfect. I think you can see that Brescia here, they're reluctant to move all their fielders out straight away, even though we're outside the power play, because they're saying, well, look, we're not being hurt at the moment. But I think a shot like that will make them think twice, and it has, because once straight away, the fielder goes out now. So now you have got the 5 men outside.
Hitting the leg side, and should just be 1. Out to Shruknawaz. Beautiful throw, back over the bails. So, I mean, this innings of fits and starts really at the moment from Brescia, I think. Whipped away, and this is into the gap. This will be 4. So, yeah, through it all, Naeem Ahmed has done pretty well with what he's been able to do. I mean, that's a really nice shot. I mean, he's faced 9 balls. He's hit 5 of them for 4, Rico. So, yeah, no complaints about his batting so far. He moves to 25 off 9. And takes the score up to 49.
Yeah, he came out at a difficult time, didn't he? With those wickets falling early. You just remember, it was first wicket down without a run on the board, then the second wicket fell with a score on 10. So he's had to come out there and weather the storm, and now he's looking to play a few shots as well. He doesn't want to hang around. This one will be, well, unless, yeah, I was going to say, should have taken time to give the decision, but it is a wide. Doesn't take anything on the way through. And, just wanted to get a little touch on this, and there's nobody at all that part of the ground, and that's why he gets away with that. That's the bowler. I know he's got a bowler against a bit, but look at the field set. Square leg on the boundary, mid-wicket and long on. But other than that, there's nobody else on the leg side. Everybody's in that ring outside the off, and they've got a sweeper out. And, that's why they've got those bodies there. They want to make it very difficult for the batters to get easy runs on the offside. That will be another single.
Yeah, 50 comes up during that over. They end up 51 for 3 after 5. So, I mean, they are on target theoretically for 100 plus, which I think they'll need against this Brescia lineup, who've been pretty impressive so far, probably with the exception of the first day, but they were missing Hassan Ahmed, they were missing Nazir on day 1. Both openers going for ducks. Not the ideal start, but Naeem Ahmed has batted really well so far. Like I mentioned, 5 boundaries that he has struck. Yet to get a Maximo in this innings, and I'm wanting to get 1 or 2 or more in the second half of this Brescia if they're to put that competitive score on the board.
Start to feel the heat now, and you can always tell when it gets hotter because the cricket start as well. And I'm not talking about the cricket that the gentlemen are playing out there middle. I'm talking about the insects. So you can really hear. I don't know if you can pick them up on the cameras when we go silent for a minute, but you can really, I mean, I can certainly hear them chirping away. Be like in Milan. In Milan, if you went to the sort of beyond the boundary line, every time you took a step, they would jumping all over the place. And talking about jumping all over the place, well, it's time for the stumps to be jumping all over the place, because this is out. It's a beautiful delivery, and it was well done by the bowler. And of course, it's our man, we know him really well, and Rukhsar Ahmed, not the captain, but I think all the players will still see him as the captain. Rukhsar comes on, and with his first ball, he takes the wicket. I think he did this yesterday as well. I think he came on to bowl. He didn't play the first match yesterday. In the second match, the very first ball, he knocks the stumps out of the ground, and he does the same here. The off stump, clean out the ground. It's a good wicket to get because they've got the danger man. They've got the man that was holding them up. And Naseem Ahmed has to go after a very good 26 of 11. And he sees his off stump uprooted by the bowling of Rukhsar Ahmed.
That was a proper stump jump, wasn't it? Really crashed into the base of the stumps. And so Janja lose another one. And that's a handy one for Ruksa for sure to remove Naeem Ahmed for 26 and 51 for 4. Just played all around that one. Yorker length. I think goes under the bat. Naeem doesn't want to survey the damage. He just keeps on walking.
Yeah, I think you can hear the rattle of the woodwork. And looking back, doesn't really achieve much. I know a lot of batters like to have a look at the mess the stumps are in. He doesn't. He just goes. And it means that, well, he's been able to keep them going at 10 and over. I mean, they've done that all the way through. First 4 overs, exactly on 10. Up in the air, could be 2 and 2. It is going to be 2 and 2. He gets the toe end of this. Adnan Ali goes very first ball, and Ruksa Ahmed has taken 2 and 2, his very first 2 balls of his spell, and he is on a hat-trick. Now, the last time we saw a hat-trick, and myself and Vinny were there, it was in Austria, in Vienna, at the Seebahn Cricket Ground. And we saw, well, Big Daddy, Daniel Eckenstein, and also another talented bowler, Jawad Zadran. Both of them taking 3 for 80, both played for Vienna CC. Well, are we going to see another hat-trick? Are we going to see number 14 here to go into our Hall of Fame? Ruksa Ahmed, well, he would love to be on that, I can tell you that.
It'd be nice to get an Italian name on there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but wouldn't it just?
Guess we'll find out. It's Ruksa Ahmed. Well, we'll be hoping that he could do it, and he'll have to face up to Fahad Ali. It's actually a pretty decent bat, coming in quite low at number 7. Let's see if he can keep this one out, perhaps even score off it. Rookie. Could this be the 14th hat-trick of the season? Wow, he absolutely smokes it through cover, and this will take some stopping. It won't be stopped. Well, take that. That's how you deal with a hat-trick ball. Fahad Ali coming out, all guns blazing. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, well, that is the way to deal with it. All right, look, you would expect nothing else. This is the European Cricket Network. This is the European Cricket Series, and well, it's all about a frenzy of action, entertainment, and drama as well. We always get that on a regular basis. You don't get any better entertainment than this, no matter what form of sport you watch it. It's been a frenzy of cricket, a frenzy that has taken the world by storm. And hello to all of you, our global cricket audience, wherever you're watching from. Namaste, Assalamu alaikum, Sasri Akal, if you're watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. And also a very good hello to all of you that have been very active this morning on the chat.
Yeah, sure have been.
Great to have you there with us. I mean, we absolutely thoroughly enjoy our day here. I mean, what could be better? We're like on the top of the hill. It's like this is our castle in the Brescia Cooker. This is the castle for us. We're looking down at cricket being played, marvellous cricket. The sun is shining, and we've also got some great communication happening with our friends around the world. Thank you to everybody for making us so happy. It is the International Day of the Kiss, as this is up in the air with a bowler. Might get another kiss. He does, but that's 3 wickets for rookie. Ruksa Ahmed takes the 3rd wicket in the over of the very last ball of it. And, well, they're going to be kissing him for sure. And I'm sending out kisses as well. Kisses of love and kisses of thanks to all of our well-wishers and everybody that's watching and around the world. International Day of the Kiss to celebrate this simple but powerful gesture that brings people together. Well, I'll tell you what, Gina Brescia seem to be together here. And, well, the batter there, he wanted to be a little bit together. Well, maybe he wanted to give a kiss there to Abdul. Well, Abdul didn't want to respond. He said, stay away from me. You've already given me the kiss of death. I'm out of here.
These players do know each other pretty well. So how about that for an over from Rookie Ahmed? 3 for 5. 6 overs down now. Score is 56 for 6. And the bottom really falling out of this innings, as it will do when you take 3 wickets in an over in the middle overs. Rookie Ahmed, we're just going to update that in a second because it does take 3 in the end. And yeah, shame there because it did really seem like they might be able to counter-attack. Speaking of counter-attacking, here it is. And this one is going to be another one of those skateboard ramp bounces that completely does Shabir. Well, describe this.
Well, this is just, look, have a look at this. The fielder's coming across. He's thinking, yeah, I think I'll take it on the bounce. Well, no, you won't.
You do expect it to bounce back towards you, but not that much. That was Yeah, so he's kind of accounting for a little bit of a bounce coming back towards him, but it just bounces way over his shoulder, and he's not even in the frame by the end of that. And Hassan Ali, the left armour, won't be thrilled about his first ball of this match. This one is going to be gone, and so it's going to be a 4-and-out situation. Fahad Ali, he came out to attack. He was dicing with danger, wasn't he, as he drives that one on the up. The catch was taken, and that is Shabir that takes the catch, I think. And so things just continuing to fall apart for Jandra Brescia in this innings now. It's 60 for 7.
Yeah, things just not happening. I mean, I was saying it's that a lot of it depended on that good knock from Naeem Ahmed. While he was there, they were getting the 10 and over and just keeping things going pretty well. They were looking to try and get the 100 on the board, but he departs. And that one over from Rukhsar Ahmed taking 3 wickets in that. And now, well, now they'll struggle probably to try and get into the 90s. But they've still got plenty of batting. Now, this man has come out now, and he was hitting it big yesterday, Mohammad Afzal. The thing is, all right, it's going to be a bit of swing and miss. He will miss a few, but if he's long enough, I mean, if he connects with 10 balls, they will get the 100.
He's a good guy to come out now, Mohammad Afzal. Does give it a fair thump, or tries to. So again, you can't be too perturbed with the wickets. Easy to say when they're 7 down. You see, there's Afzal. Well, does he get a bit of bat on this? That's the question. I mean, there's...
I'm not sure what the keeper here was appealing. I thought he's appealing because Nasir Ahmed's caught this, but he hadn't. Look, have a look at this. This is really strange.
I think it might even flick the stump. I don't know. I mean, I heard a noise that went past. Imagine if that's flicked off the stump, and that's why...
Surely not. If this has hit the stump and the bell's not come off, I'll be very surprised.
It's very close. Anyway, back to live action. Let's have a look. Next ball. Swung and missed. But it was a strange one. I mean, I heard a big noise, but there could have been a lot of things. It was a big swing. Sometimes that creates a big noise. But yeah, left armers pretty useful in this form of the game. We're ready for the form of the game, actually. Slower ball this time. Blocked away now. Starts to come into their thinking with the running between the wickets, thinking, they don't want to be too aggressive with the running between the wickets because obviously you don't want to run out and find yourself 8 down or 9 down. Yeah, so Jandra Brescia just finding it pretty hard to keep their head above water in this match and just the series in general so far. Knocked over, really good bowling by Hassan Ali, and this one bites back off the surface, knocks back the top of middle stump, so Qureshi has to go without scoring, and that's the end of the over as well. Jandra Brescia 61 for 8.
Well, has no idea, Qureshi, what's happened here. He's been done like a kipper. It goes through, hits the top of the stump, and you can see there's a slight look of disbelief from him. He stands there for a moment wondering what's happened. You see here, he's just I don't think he probably doesn't realise straight. Well, he probably does. He looks at it, and then he says, how does that happen? He's just standing there thinking, what's happened there? A good bowler, Hassan Ali. He's made for fast bowler, isn't he? He's tall. It gets a good stride in. It gets a good tall arm action in. And he certainly gets a response when he hits the seam. Yeah. A good wicket. Another one goes. And, well, they're in a bit of tatters at the moment. And this is our schedule, Vinny.
Yeah, so after we finish our Italian summer, which finishes on the 30th of July, we'll have 1 day off. And then we'll be heading to Germany. We've got 2 weeks in Dresden, then 2 weeks in Krefeld at the National Performance Centre. Then we'll have 2 weeks in Belgium for an ECS there. The first time we've been there since 2020. Pretty excited about that. I think things still coming together in the planning for that one. And, well, then after that, we'll have some T10 international cricket for you because the 5-week European Cricket Championship is coming up in September, starting on the 12th. And that is a tournament that could feature quite a few names that you see in this tournament you're watching at the moment. This one is almost a one-hander, and it's going to get over the fielder, Maximo. Well, finally, we have something to yell about. That is the first Maximo of the innings, and it is a one-hander from Afzal. And, he's a big man, and when you're that big, obviously you don't need to use 2 hands. Look at this shot.
This is Captain Caveman style. Have a look. Bang. One hand. He says, I'll only need 1 hand for these. Goes flying over for 6 runs. What a hit. What a shot. Well, we know that's what he can do. But can he do it consistently? No, he can't, because now he gets his middle stump knocked right out of the ground. And Rookie has done it again. Rukhsar Ahmed takes his 4th wicket. Well, that's what he thought about being knocked out of the ground. He says, well, you're going to knock me out of the ground? Well, look what I'm going to do to your middle stump. And he says, well, he said he got lucky with that one. I knew he was going to get him. And he takes him. Chuck there for test.
He's saying, well, you can just use one hand. And I'm just going to use one hand because I'm going to bowl you out with my right hand. And yeah, Rookie. You see the same kind of a shot from Afzal. And you see Rookie here saying, yeah, one hand, hey? Well, where's your middle stump at now? So he takes a 4th wicket. Tell you what, he's odds on for a 5 for now. I think he's still got 4 balls remaining. And he's got the number 11 coming to the crease. It is Yusuf Maqsood. So, yeah, let's see. I mean, how far can they go in this innings? I mean, there's still over a quarter of the innings available to them, but they are down to their last batter, and it's just been a pretty calculating deconstruction of the innings from Brescia so far.
Yeah, I mean, Afzal disappointingly goes with a 1 scoring shot, the 6, and that was it. And nobody really, other than Naeem Ahmed, has really been able to get any inroads in the innings. There's not been any partnerships really to count for. Nobody else has made any main contributions, and you'll see that from the scorecard. So, Rookie, he's got number 5 on his back. Is it going to be 5 for him? He's got 4 at the moment. 4 for 11. Will it be a 5-er? Oh, bat onto this, the slower delivery.
Nice shot by Maqsood, though. He gets off the mark. I mean, we had what I think was our highest score from number 11 last week in Milan, when we had 10 not out in quite a remarkable game that involved Fresh Tropical. They put on 26 for last wicket. So could we have something similar here at the other end? You've got a batter that hasn't faced a ball yet. This is just rising off the surface for a dot. So you've got Jaspinder Singh, who I suppose now you're kind of forced to try and bat time and maybe edge up towards 80 if you're lucky. And we go straight under the bat, straight up, almost over. Thanks to Rahman behind the stumps.
Yeah, just been that from what we've seen. I mean, unfortunately, we've had to see him bat a fair bit, unfortunately, because Gentry Brescia would have hoped that the batters above him would have got runs on the board. But he's, oh, well, he's tripped over here. And I'm not sure, is this all done by himself, or was it a little
like
bit of a collision here?
He was kind of in the space of the bowler a little bit here, look. You see, and bowler snuck in front of him, and that just slowed Maqsood down. But I think, luckily, there's no real drama there. Just be a single. Last chance for Rookie if he wants his 5 up. Last ball, the 8th. Well played in the end by Maqsood, so they do survive to the 9th. 8 overs down, 69 for 9. A lot of people loving the bowling by Rookie. Yeah, it was pretty on the mark. I mean, didn't start the way he wanted that over with the one-handed Maximo from Mohammad Afzal, but he got his revenge, didn't he? And so, in the end, very, very good figures for the right armour. He takes 4 for 13 of his 2 overs. Yeah. Look at those wickets falling, 6 wickets in the last 3 overs. That's not good.
Yeah, classy bowler. I think, I mean, he didn't try to do too much with it. It just getting the ball on the stumps, not quite pitching right up, not allowing the batters to get underneath and play the big shot. Just the one big one, as you mentioned, that went for the huge 6 from Afzal, but he went and uprooted his middle stump the very next ball. Intelligent bowling from a player we've seen a lot of, and he's played a lot of cricket, hasn't he, Rookie?
Yeah, well, don't forget he led them to the Super Series title last year. Brescia had a very, very good season. I think I mentioned they won everything. The only game they didn't win was the playoff, the T20 playoff, for a spot in the ECL, which they had to play against Brescia CC, who were the previous year's champions. Blocked away. I still think, you can probably still take those singles that are a greater than 50-50 chance of you getting there. Otherwise, you're really going nowhere at the moment. The field's still fairly back. So I still think, just trying to push and run. Won a ball from here. Gets into that 80. Just looks a lot better than where they are at the moment. Swings, and this time they will run. So that gets them to 70. So this should be who's come back into the attack for the 9th over.
Yeah, it's a real awkward situation to be in for these 2 batters, isn't it? I mean, you got your lower end batters in, they're 9 wickets down, they've got plenty of balls to face. They probably would like to have a swing and play a few shots, but they know there's nobody else to come, and it would be criminal if they end up not batting out there.
You can't really blame
The
these
quota.
guys, though.
No, you can't, not at all.
It's the batters which just couldn't get anything going. Credit to Brescia, though. I mean, they've held their chances. I think they've bowled in good areas. And Brescia, they've not even really been critical of the approach. They came out, they tried to attack. Just things haven't been happening for them in this game and really the whole series so far. 10 balls left, potentially. This should be out. Full toss. Well, we'll get a run here thanks to the Tortuga. This is a proper Tortuga, Rico.
This is a proper Jeffrey. Look, this one actually bounces over the fielder who's ducking down to do the fielding. Have a look at this. He's going, he said, I got it. Oh, did he? What happened there, he says.
People talk about the long barrier. I think you need the high barrier there. Just bounced straight over his head. I think I'd actually love to try and field on this, just to test myself. Another full toss. This time it is fielded in there. Hassan Ahmed, who is cleaning up. He's just using a bit of the forehead sweat on the ball, which is perfectly legal. Of course, we don't allow saliva, haven't since the whole pandemic thing. And from the 1st of October, it will be in the laws of cricket, right?
That's correct, yeah. No saliva.
Oh, that's pretty clever batting in the end. Manufacturing a run with some bit of heel and toe work, bit of square dancing there from Jaspinder Singh.
A good take also from Nisar Ahmed. I mean, one-handed in the glove. I mean, this could have been 5. Really good work. Have a look at this. You'll be proud of this one.
Yeah, for sure. He's got good hands though, Nisa. Player we have seen at international level. They're just eking out a few extra runs at the end here. Chandra. Pretty well directed. Play back to him, so surviving at the moment. And like I said, you got to think about batting out your overs, but then I think in the 10th over, you can probably afford to be a little bit more aggressive with your stroke play. Again, there's no point just playing out dots from here. That doesn't improve your score at all. But I'll take a handful more, then hope to do a number on the gin and chop order. Last ball of the 9th. He does go for this. Now, is there an edge? I think he's walked.
He's walking.
Yeah, well, that's really good sportsmanship as well, I've got to say, because Jaspinder won't get too many opportunities to bat, you'd imagine. But he does get a little edge on that. He's quick to tuck the bat under the arm, just signalling, yep, I've nicked that. And so I think that saves the umpire from making a decision. He has a look, and then you say, I think it must have just been a little inside edge on that. Nothing the camera would pick up, but he's quick to walk. Yeah, credit to him. That's what the game's all about. So they will be all out in 9 overs, essentially, in the end. It'll be 72 all out. Jandra Brescia just struggling for a team that, 3-4 years ago, they were the ones winning everything in Italy, but it's just the cyclical nature of sport, I suppose. They're finding it hard going at the moment, and they'll only have 72 to defend here in match number 10.
Yeah, finding it hard. I haven't got the full availability that they would like as well. You've got to remember that. But that goes for probably most of these sides. I mean, playing this series in the height of the summer and midweek when a lot of players have to be at work. But they just didn't get a good start today. We saw that wicket early on. Zahid Ali caught behind by Nisar, and this one, well, it had to be absolutely plumb, and it was. And it was Nazir that got the LBW of Vega, and he went off the first ball as well. Well, there was a little bit of fake fielding as well, and a few foot fielding fakes, but it didn't hurt them too much. And a couple of times, though, they got lucky. And this one was certainly a big clanger. So when you think of the score they got to 72, they've got to be pretty thankful, maybe a little bit to Jandra Brescia for giving them a bit of charity along the way as well. But one man who was not in the mood to give charity was rookie Ruxar Ahmed. He came in and he said, "Charity, what's that all about? I want wickets." And he started with one with his very first delivery. And he had a good day out there, picked up 4. He had a good opportunity to try and get 5, but wasn't able to get 5 in the end. But still, 4 for 13. That's really good bowling figures. And what you see also from Jandra Brescia there in the field, well, when the ball is up there, they take their catches as well. That one was a crazy bounce that beats the fielder. But when it's in the air and when it's in the hands, they take the catches. They really were and do look like a team that has led the way for cricket in Italy for some time. And that's, again, I mean, they're also a team that haven't got the best team out there. There's still a couple of players that are missing. Afzal, well, yeah, Ruxar said, did you see that? He hit me for a one-handed six. Well, I then took his middle stump, and then good sportsmanship there right towards the end from Jaspinder Singh. I mean, he was in a no-win situation. The number 10 batter and out there with the number 11, tried to make things happen. They got a few more runs on the board. I suppose they took the score into the 70s, but he gets a slight snick there. It doesn't wait for the umpire to give the decision, walk straight away. So well done to Jaspinder Singh. He's going to have to be pretty key out there. Let's see if he can pick up some wickets here. But what we're seeing there is Naeem Ahmed. He held things together after the first two openers went without troubling the scorers. 26 of 11. He got a bit of support there from Wasim, but once those two were gone, well, nobody else was able to get in the runs at all. 4 ducks that make their way into the Lake Garda there, 72 for 10. And the other thing, I said it would be criminal if they couldn't bat out their 10 overs, and that's exactly what happened. So they left 6 balls just hanging there, which they weren't able to use up. Bowling figures, Mohammed Imran, well, he did go for 20, which was a bit of a surprise really, but some of those were courtesy of some poor misfields and maybe one or two couple of inside edges. Good bowling from Nazir, 2 for 16. He was the one who ripped out the opening attack. Shabir bowled well, 1 for 14. And Hassan Ali, he picked up 2 for 4 as well. But it's all about that man there, Rukhsar Ahmed, who's we've seen captaining Brescia on many occasions. He was in top form, picking up 4 wickets for 13. So well bowled to him. Brescia, what can we say? They are the home side, but at the moment they are sitting at the bottom of the standings. And they just can't seem to get into any sort of form. Well, maybe they're going to save their best for last, and they have to be at their best if they're to get anything out of this match. 72 they put on the board, so 73 is what Brescia are going to need to knock these off. And many of you are probably thinking, well, how quickly are they going to do it? But look, don't write Brescia off just yet. If they can get those early wickets, maybe get the likes of Nisar out early. But one man they need to really get out as well is Fahim Nazir. Remember, he scored over 100 runs yesterday in the 2 knocks. He was a class act, 68 not out of 27 balls against PLG. He's the man they need to get. They need to get Nasir Ahmed and him out early, and then they've got a chance. Well, join me, Rico Fall, and Mr. Maximo when we come back for the conclusion of match number 10. Is it going to be a huge upset, or are Brescia going to sort of roller coaster their way through this one and make it another win for them? We'll find out in about 10 minutes time. Join us then. Volvemos en más o menos 10 minutos. Bentornato! Hello and welcome back to you, our global cricket family, wherever you're watching from around the world. And you're joining us in the middle of match number 10, second one in the day, day 3. And it's one where Brescia, the home side, and once again failed to take advantage of playing on their home ground. And they're up against a very strong Brescia side, a side which has sort of dominated proceedings in Italy in all formats of the game over the last few years. And Brescia, a team that well, had plenty of historical moments themselves, have struggled. And well, they were 72 all out. And inside their 10 overs, 9 overs exactly is all it took Brescia to get them all out. And now with the likes of Nisar Ahmed and Fahad out there, or Fahim I should say, Fahim Nazir, they're looking to knock these off pretty well. These two were in devastating form yesterday. Gets right on top of this one as this gets played out. It's a chase for the fielders. 3 of them congregate together. It does get stopped. In comes the throw, and well, it's ends up being an uncomfortable stop from the fielder. It's not the fielder backing up, not the best of throws. Does well to stop it as it goes over the wicketkeeper. So Nisar Ahmed off the mark straight away. Had a bit of luck to finally get going yesterday, you have to say. And this is just dallies it out to the man at backward point. Duswell gets the throw in, and Nazir gets home early. Yeah, I mean, he didn't have too much joy. I mean, I think he got to 0 and 5 in his first 2 innings, but yesterday he did get to 38, but he did give 2 chances before he finally fell. But Fahim Nazir, well, yesterday he made 40 and 68 not out. And he really was in magical form. He was a pleasure to watch. Oh, it was a chanceless innings, really, in that 68. And the left-hander really did show his class. And let's see if he can continue to be in that form here. Afzal is bowling to him now. That's a good delivery. And this is a lovely shot. And a shot of a man in good form. The fielders do make the stop. Just a good dive there from the fielder who eventually gets the hand on the ball. Does really well. I think that's Qureshi. Just slows it down and allows Wasim Ahmed to get the throw in. Oh, this is a good delivery. Cut backs a lot. I think it does too much. It's a good ball. It does beat him. I don't think Ahmed picks this at all. But it just moves a little bit too much for me. Just have a look. There's doubt here from the umpire. Look, yeah, I think that's just doing too much. That's going to miss leg stick. And then he goes after this one and he gets it. Bolle, hinna zona. Lagia, que grande, que guay. Esta es enorme. 6 carreras. A big shot. And now he thinks, okay, I'm not going to hang around. He plays that one just a little bit shorter, and he's onto it so quickly. He's Nisar. Now, he tried this a couple of times yesterday. He did get it right once. But when you get it right, it looks good. When you don't, it doesn't look so good. End of the first over, and it will be 10 on the board. 10 seems to be the number, doesn't it? 10. And most of those runs at the moment coming to Nisar Ahmed. He's got 9 of those. 1 to Nazir. And just going to leave that out at the moment. It seems unlikely that this match is going to bring us a golden ball, but just to remind you how many matches it's been. Well into the 300s now, 332. At one point we were sure it was going to get into the 300s, but it does. And that's how long we've been without a match being tied and then going to that the golden ball. The exciting finish that would be. Let's have a look at this field now being set for the left-hander Nazir. They've got these 3 men on the leg side. Got mid-on inside the circle, and then the 2 men that are out are at mid-wicket and behind square. It's a good start, good delivery, a bit of pace there. course, they need things to happen. Brescia, the only way that they're going to change sort of the body language out there at the moment is to get wickets quickly and start to believe and get some belief that they can win this match. Was him, Ahmed. He's trying to give them that belief as he comes in. It's been hit well, and this is going to be 4 runs. Well, they've got 2 men out there, but this is short. Gets onto it quickly. I like the way. Just look at that. Just rolls the wrist around it as well. Keeps the ball along the deck. And that, well, it's laser beamed, if you like, to the boundary. 4 runs. So Nazir, he's off and running as well. Fahim Nazir. And Wasim just needs to get that ball back up there, similar to the first ball he bowled. So again across the left-hander. He has got that slip in place, though he's pretty wide for me. Like he's standing at second, maybe even third. It's up in the air, but through the gap. It's 4 more runs. And showing his class, he's prepared to play shots all round the ground. And already, look, already what we've seen from him is the straight drive earlier. We've seen the shot played through mid-wicket, and now that one through the covers. And when you see a batter do that early on, and already he's demonstrating what a classy player he is. Short, hit hard, and this will go all the way. Balle, 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 kidna sora, shaka, lagya, just like that. He's going and he's off and running, and he is on fire. Maybe he's aiming for the helipad there, where Vinny's chopper comes and goes, takes him to the lake. Now, just making it look so easy at the moment. Moves on to 15-14 off this over from Ahmed. He's got to get the ball fuller. Down the leg side is not a good delivery. The batter, Nazir, misses out on it, but it will have to be bowled again. It's wide down the leg side. Feeling the heat. Not only is Wasim Ahmed feeling the heat, so will Brescia. They know that it's looking like it's going to be 3-0 for them. They need to get things starting. It's not going to get any easier for them because, look, they're going to have a long wait before they come back again and play the last match today, and that's going to be against Kings 11, who we saw get a victory here today. This one is going to be a chase on for the fielder. Will he get there? He does, and does really well. Well, he's not giving it up just yet. Got a long way to come. And makes the stop, makes no mistakes. Yeah, so remember we saw Kings 11 winning the first match this morning against a team that had really improved, a team that had never, until yesterday, won a European Cricket Series match. Packlines Getty, with the Jedis. They did win a match yesterday, and it was a good win for them. This is up in the air, and once more it's through the gap. So you've got plenty of bodies there. And this is when, you know, the batter is just once again demonstrating his position, I should say, and timing, getting it in the right areas. And maybe the bowler's thinking that he's a bit unlucky that this has gone through one of the gaps there on the offside, especially plenty of bodies there. But another good, fine, classy shot. Brescia, they're the leaders of the pack. They've got 6 points. They are unbeaten. Kings 11 with that victory earlier against PLG take themselves into second spot, and they'll get the opportunity to keep that gap, or maybe even close on that gap with Brescia, depending on what Brescia does in match 11, the one after this one when they play Cividate. But yeah, the first match today, Kings winning that by 6 wickets, 81-82, and did it the hard way, I have to say. They didn't lose too many wickets knocking the runs off, but it went into the final over. And this is match 10, the second one of the day, day 3. And Brescia, as you know, trying to defend 72. It's 31 without loss after 2. And they go for spin straight away to make something happen. And it's the experienced captain, Zahid Ali, that brings himself on. The first shot was an attempted sweep from Ahmed. And, well, this time he does the reverse, and this is absolutely pelted out of there. Well, it's showtime here at the Brescia cricket ground in Italy. Well, it's all about the Italian stallions and the gladiators. Well, this is a shot that any gladiator will be pleased for. He missed out the first one and it looked ugly. It doesn't look good when you get it wrong, but when you get it right and when you nail it like that, it does look good. That's a very, very good shot, and straight away, pressure on the captain, Zahid Ali. And he's just thinking, okay, what do I do? Well, he's gesturing to the fielder, come on, get the ball back to me. So, Nisar Ahmed, now it's his turn to show some of his abilities. A batter we know really well. We've seen him in Khartoum as well, haven't we? Comes down to take him on and does well here. The difference between that shot there, perhaps, to the one that we saw Kuldeep Lal of the Kings 11 getting out to early in the day, is he doesn't try to whack this. He uses his feet, and even though he knows he's not at the pitch of it, instead of going through for the attacking shot, he's quite happy just to make contact, get back on the ball and takes a single. Captain having a think, reshuffles his field slightly. Interestingly, not going for anybody on the leg side to the left-hander, Nazir. Let's see how this works out for him. Well, not well, because it goes for 4. And Nazir, I think it's too good a player to miss out on this opportunity. Doesn't get the timing on this, but gets the placement, gets it through the 2 fielders. And once there's no touch on this, it goes all the way through to the boundary. And knocking these runs off at a pretty electrifying pace. Comes down to meet him. It's a miscue opportunity. Can he get there? No. They can't get it. And, well, he does beat him with the flight this time. Nazir goes up in the air. Disappointment for the captain, Ali. He thought that maybe one of those 2 fielders could get to this. They're not able to. It dropped safe. It's 1 more on the board for Nazir. 12 off the over so far. Ball to go. And what will Nisar do here? Interestingly, a slip is in place. Well, he goes for the reverse again, and he gets it. It's 4 more. Well, he plays this so well. He's executed it so well. He's hit 1 for 6, and this one, well, he sweeps for 4 runs. So, well, just taking the game to Janjua Brescia here and just showing them just why they are the dominant team at the moment. The score rockets to 47 in the power play. So 47 without loss. And, wasn't quite as big over as the second, but does finish with a boundary. 16 is what Zahid Ali goes for. And Wasim Ahmed, the over before, went for 21. That was a magical one. Who are they going to go for here? 26 required now, just 42 deliveries. And I get the feeling that these batters are not going to let up on this onslaught. The field has been spread pretty quickly. 1, 2, 3 on the leg side to Nazir. There's a player on the 45. And you got long off and cover on the boundary as well, doing the sweeping. Oh, that's a good delivery. Oh, well, what's the signal here from the umpire? Is there anything on this? Well, yeah, there is. And, well, when it's not your day, it's not your day. This is so close to being chopped onto the stumps anyway. I think it's one of those which I think the keeper, it's not a catching chance because he plays it down. It's, oh, well, I say that. It's not that far away, and it looks like it wasn't too far away from the lid as well. And it doesn't miss the helmet by too much. We can't see it in the shot there. But that's going to be 4 runs, 4 more to Nazir. Well, he's had a couple of chances here, hasn't he? Got one that he skewered up in the air from Zahid. And now that one gets the inside edge on. But it beats the keeper. It goes for 4. Short. And bangs this one in. What's the call on here? Well, it's not quite over the head. But I think this is definitely over the shoulder. So that will be the one from the over, and that's what Qureshi is being told there. I think a bit of frustration from Qureshi. Bangs this one in. I like that from the young bowler. Why not? Look, the batter's come a long way out. And it's an interesting one because you have to judge that from the batter standing inside their normal batting stance. And I think that was always on the way up. I think maybe he's got away with the wide here, though. Places out onto the off. They'll take a single. And Nasir will go and strike. He doesn't want to be bowling short to Nasir Ahmed. Let me just say that. He's very, very good and quick on the short delivery. And the other thing, of course, is that Rahim Qureshi, having bowled the one genuine bouncer, can't really bowl another delivery that is going to be going over the shoulder height of the batter, because that will be instantly called a no ball. So I think Mr. Ahmed probably already knows that he's probably going to be on the move pretty early here. Let's wait and see. In the air, again, no fielder inside the circle there in the covers, and it's not a good throw back. The batters, as a result of that, what should have been just maybe a single, take two. It's good observation and alertness from both the batters. They realise that the throw is never going to go to the bowler. It's going to go over him, so they decide that the two is on and they take it. Ahmed stays on strike. This partnership now has already been fruitful. 50. Short, and well, that's put away, and this is going to roll away for four. The fielder just gets there, so he doesn't go for four. Well done to Jaspinder. He doesn't give it up. The ball just laying down there slightly. He's going to take a couple. Had a lot of ground to cover. Jaspinder does really well. The ball just starts to slow down. Getting there pretty quickly. You can see the captain just having a little chat with his young bowler. Qureshi, can he get a breakthrough? Can he get a highlight for himself? Well, that's straight into that's it. He moves quite early, and that's good from Qureshi. He just follows Ahmed. He says, well, I'm not going to give you what you want. I'm going to follow you. And you see Ahmed, he's sees that ball awkwardly, hit him. So that will be the end of the over. Good finish there from Qureshi. This is what's coming up next. So Brescia CC, the team that have won 3 out of 3. They're looking to continue their impressive start. And they're up against Cividate, who are 1 and 2. And Cividate will know that they need to be at their best for this one. But again, some big names in the fold there. But the biggest one of all for me, I'm a bowler, so of course I'm going to say Bashir Khan. He's going to be one worth watching again for Brescia. This is a lovely shot. Oh, that is epic. Absolutely beautiful. And the fielder, well, he does try and stop it with his foot, but this is just such a glorious shot. This is everything. This is footwork, balance, timing, placement. Lovely shot. That, for me, has to be the shot of the day. Really plays that so well. This time gives himself room to play on the onside. Doesn't quite get it right. Just takes a single, and we'll give the strike back to Nisar. So these two batted so well yesterday, didn't they, against PLG. 38 Nisar made and 68 Nazir. They're doing the same thing here today. So already this, the teams will know, is a partnership that they've got to try and break pretty early. If they don't, then they're going to pile on the runs against you. And he goes right across here. Well, I think that Ali there, Zahid, he wanted to start celebrating. He thinks he's got his man here. Look, he bowls this, and he sees that he's gone across. He said, surely that's going to hit, and he can't believe it. Well, he goes down, but he was hoping that it was the stumps that are going to go down. And now, well, this one's another one that will get through. It's just going to be another dot. He's, well, that's successfully done twice. Unsuccessfully done twice. This is the switch. From the switch shot from Ahmed. I'm sure he'll go for it again, but he doesn't. This time he waits for it. He rocks back and he hits this. He goes all the way. Gear, gear, gear. Shakalagia. Qué grande, qué guay. Dos jugadores son como dos máquinas, está muy genial. Y 6 carreras más. Cuesta grande, Cuesta grande. So Ahmed just showing that he's got an array of shots. 67 now on the board. They're almost there. Can do it with one big hit. And he wants to try and do it with one big hit, and he will do it. That it is. Bolle, kinna sona, shaka lag gaya, match pura ho gaya, and it's a victory to Gina Brescia, and they do it in style. They do it in so well. They do it exactly 5 overs down, finishing with a big 6 and a partnership. An unbroken partnership of 73. Well, congratulations to Gina Brescia, but the team that are feeling the heat, the team that are hot under the collar, Janjur Brescia, well, what are they going to have to do to get themselves back in this? I mean, they just need something positive to happen before they get into, well, it looks like that maybe they're going to be playing in that the elimination stages here, and because if they've got to do something remarkable if they're to avoid finishing in the bottom 3 in the standings now. That's 3 defeats out of 3 for them. But Gina Brescia, look, they just once again showed their class out there, and certainly those 2 batters did it again, didn't they? Fahim Nazir, 36 of 14, and Nisar Ahmed hitting the 6 right at the end. He finished on 36 exactly as well. Well, next up, Brescia, they're looking to see if they can keep their 100% record intact against Cividate. A number of key players to watch out for there. Shahid Khan Afridi and also Bashir Khan. And on the other side, Kuljinder Singh and Mohammed Arslan and Zain Ali. Well, those 3 could be the key to maybe the upset in match number 3. Well, let's have a look at these highlights. Well, if you like the ball being hit well to the boundary, and if you like some classy shots, well, you're going to enjoy these highlights. In fact, you can go back and maybe watch the whole thing again because it only lasted 5 overs. It was an array of beautiful shots, some excellent stroke play, some well, funky stuff as well. There's a couple of these reverses went to the boundary as well, but just again showing just why they are so strong. I mean, it was all the damage was done, I suppose, with the ball. Rukhsar Ahmed taking 4 for 13, restricting them to 72, and then, well, these 2 batters, the right and left hand combination of Nazir and Ahmed, finishing the job in emphatic style, and that was the big 6 that ends it all. Well, job done, and well, they've done it with ease, and once again sending a message to the other teams, just well, you know what, we're here and we're getting better all the time. And one team that will need to be taking note is the Brescia, who are up next against Cividate. That's the scorecard. Both batters finishing on even Stevens 36, and well, just the 1 extra. I suppose that's a plus, really, isn't it? When you're not chasing too many, or not defending too many, I should say. You don't want to be giving too many extras away. Well, they didn't, just that 1 wide, but they were always up against it. Gina Brescia, the team that have been right at the top of Italian cricket for a few years now, just demonstrating their strength. The bowling figures, Zahid Ali, I mean, took a gamble bowling himself early, couldn't get the breakthrough, and 21, Wasim Ahmed went for his 1 over. Mohammad Afzal, he only went for 10. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't come and get his chance to bowl his 2nd, and Rahim Qureshi there. A good over, you have to say, just 9 runs that he went for. But the batters, you have to say, once again, let them down. I mean, the only man worth shouting about was Naheem Ahmed, 26 he made, but nobody else was able to get in the run. So a very easy and emphatic victory there for Gina Brescia. What that means is that, well, we've got over half an hour before we go back to our next match. So it gives you a little bit of time, maybe just to, well, I don't know, is it lunchtime where you are? Maybe it's dinner time or whatever it is. Get something going, get the stove out, make yourself something nice, and get yourself a nice refreshing drink. Sit back and get ready to join us in about half an hour's time, because we've got a very good match coming up. Brescia CC, a team that's been unbeaten at the moment, a team that are looking to challenge the likes of Gina Brescia and Kings 11 to see if, well, to see which one of those 3 can finish at the top of the top on finals day and continue to make progress to the Super Series in Rome. That's what this is all about. It's about not just winning this series here in Brescia, but then winning it and going into that draw for the Super Series, getting that golden ticket to then play in the Super Series starting in Rome in a couple of weeks' time. And the winner of that Super Series will go on to represent Italy when the club champions of Europe come together for the European Cricket League in 2023. So a lot at stake, but for the moment, it's time for me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo. We're going to take a break about just over half an hour. So get yourself something to eat, get comfortable, get fresh, and join us in half an hour time when Brescia take on Cividate. Hasta pronto!
Hello and welcome back to Brescia. Well, Brescia has been bringing the pressure and we're ready for the second half of day 3 now. A bit of a breeze picking up out here, so that's nice for the players. Haven't had too much of that. Has been a very hot week, and our Italian summer, it's been pretty hot so far. So let's roll into match 11. We're going to see Brescia CC, the only undefeated team left in this week's competition. They're taking on Cividate in the next match. Let's go to Stefan Gooch, who's with 2 captains for the coin toss.
Heads the call. Tails. You're very close. Okay. Good luck, guys. Have a good game. Thank you. All the best.
Brescia CC winning the toss. Their captain, Kalab Sajjad, has decided he wants to bat first. Well, I think that's a good decision. I think they've got the batting power, so why not put the runs on the board? And even when they haven't batted as well as they would have liked, they do have a knack of defending targets. We saw that against Jinnah on day 1. We saw it against Kings 11 yesterday as well. So they do have a lot of hitters. I mean, even without someone like Ali Raza Islam, who's missing this week, they've still had other batters stepping up, like Imad Khan, like Naveed Chowdhury for them. I've got to say, Kalab Sajjad, I think the captain, often at ECL wouldn't see him doing too much, but he is really good at stepping into the void when some of those other players are unavailable or they fail. And his bowling has been very, very good, and also whacked a quick 30 yesterday as well. Got to say, I really like the left arm spin of Bashar Khan as well. He's been very, very effective. Let's see how he goes here in match 11, but we'll have to wait till the second half of the innings to see him bowl. Let's talk about Cividate though, and I think that they once again have shown quite a lot this week. They're 1-2, and so if they can win this one, it does keep their kind of hopes of a top 3 finish alive at the end of Thursday's matches. So I think their captain Kuljin Singh, at least he'll know exactly how many they have to chase in the second half. I've got to say, Arslan Muhammad's been very good for them. Zain Ali as well is one that has shown a lot. And Cividate, considering they lost a couple of their key players from last year, I think they really have dug deep, and they have already shown they're very competitive this week in Brescia. Rico Full, he's in the Brescia cooker, and I think that he's ready to go for match 11. News from the toss, Brescia CC, they have won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Over to you, and let's play some more cricket.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Yes, in the pressure cooker, and I'm boiling over. It is hot. Well, it's hot in here, and it's going to be hot in the middle out there as well. Where we're taking you here with this drone shot, taking you out to, well, that's the surroundings. I mean, that's what you don't quite see from the ground, because the mountains sort of cover that up, and the sort of many wooded area, foresty area in front of us. And we've got some fields of sweet corn growing behind us here as well. But that's a nice shot that just leads into where this ground is. This is the Brescia cricket ground, and we're right there at the bottom of those mountains, those Alps, if you like. And the teams are getting ready for this match. Brescia, the team that is unbeaten, 3-0 against the Cividate that are 2-1. Cividate, the last time that we saw them, and that was a loss by 8 wickets to Jinnah Brescia, a team that we just saw sweep aside Janjua Brescia 73-72, winning by 10 wickets in that last match. But I mean, they've shown good signs really. I mean, the other 2 matches that they've had, they put 100 on the board batting first. And speaking of 100, the expected scores here are 100 to 93. Looking at that straight away, I think that's a bit low. I think Brescia, the reason I think that is Brescia on the last 2 occasions we've seen them, they've gone past the 100 mark quite easily. So they're looking really to get the runs on the board. But I was talking about Cividate. I mean, they scored 100 against Kings 11, but Kings 11 winning that one by 8 wickets, 100 to 103. And then we saw them score 114 against PLG, and they actually won that match. That's the one that they won. But they weren't able to get it right, were they, against Jinnah Brescia. Jinnah Brescia, as you've seen already, they're a top team. But they'll fancy themselves here. They've had a bit of a rest. They've had a bit of a break. And can they upset Brescia, who are flying high at the moment? Last time we saw them, of course, was yesterday when they had a very comprehensive win over Kings 11, 103 to 87. And of course, they have the likes of Bashir Khan in their team, as well as Sajid Afridi. This one starts with, it looks like it's going to be a boundary with the first ball, and Yesir Dulu is saying, don't forget me, Rico. Yeah, I was going to mention you, don't worry. Yesir Dulu's out there. And Sajid Afridi are the 2 openers. Dulu off the mark with the boundary straight away, 4 runs. Good afternoon to our umpires, umpire Amila and umpire Sukhdev, our men in black. They're led by the tournament referee and 3rd umpire Stefan Gooch. So first ball from Arslan Mohammed going to the boundary. Well, this one really does swing in. There's one thing that Arslan does. He gets the ball to swing and swing big. And this one was probably well watched by Dulu. Cividate, two men that can really make things happen for them with bat and with ball. Well, one of them you've seen there, Arslan Mohammed. The other would be Zain Ali. Now, look, if the two of them get going and get good support with the bats and with the ball from Kujinder Singh, they can be a force to reckon with. But those two or those three, they all have to get going. This is hit dead straight. Chase is on, and the fielder does get a foot on this. I like to see this, whether he gets his foot on the line or not. He's quite sheepish. He's not saying anything. Just going to have a look at this again. I suspect he may have just caught a bit of the rope here with his foot. Well, we maybe get a good view of this here now. He comes across, so just watch where this foot is here. And yeah, that is 4 runs. And I think the foot goes on the line, and there you go. That's the signal from the umpire. So once again, we see our officials working very well together. And Amila signalling the 4 runs. So 2 boundaries in the over. And this one, big swing, they'll take the 1. Another one goes on the board, so getting that swing in, but also varying the pace a little bit here is Arslan. Now he's a clever bowler because he, as I say, what you're seeing there is him getting ball really to swing in, but occasionally he will get it to go the other way. Gets a chance to bowl at Afridi. Afridi's first ball. It's nicely played, well fielded as well. That was hit pretty well. Nicely timed shot. But that's the benefit of having a lot of bodies there on the offside. Just the 3 on the leg side. One of them being a very fine leg, sort of almost. Well, if you have a look at it, you've got a sort of a fly slip and a fine leg there, and between them two and the wicket keeper, they make like a little triangle there. Up in the air, this will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. And Dulu goes big. And this is a Bisaway supersonic 6. Bang! That's out of here. Big shot. And a big way to finish the over. And 16 come off it, courtesy of that boundary there right at the end. So it was pretty tidy up until then, but that's what you're going to get from Brescia. And good start from them, mainly from Dulu. Afridi, just the 1 run to his name, but he's going to be facing up. Their first ball. The second over. And they are going with Zain Ali. So they're going with one of the big guns straight away. Early wickets, that's what they need. Get the 2 openers out. Just flicks this away. Fielder watches the bounce well, and you've always got to be careful with the bounce. I mean, a number of times we've seen this ball that's hit the deck and flown over the fielder, but he's timed that to perfection. Nice shot as well, just a little casual flick, wasn't it? Drops back inside his crease, gets his wrist into play. Seems to have that in good control as well. He knows that the fielder's out there, making sure he's not going to put the ball straight into his hands. Dulu, he has a different approach. He goes for power. And this one hits the pads. This is Dulu stays stuck in his crease. I think he's gone back on his back foot. He's not able to move. I mean, it's probably worse a single here, a leg by, but that's always missing the stumps. Another set of stumps next to those. There was probably an opportunity. No run. Ali once more. And this one is pretty close, and it's not just close, it is plumb. And yes, Dulu has to go, and one of the big men, Zain Ali, for Cividate, gets the breakthrough. I don't think Dulu likes this too much, but I don't think if I'm the bowler here, I'm going up for this. I think this is pretty plump. Let's have a look. Keep an eye on where he is. Well, he is. That foot is moving, and it's a question of whether the umpire, Sukhdev there, believes that the ball is going to go on and hit the stumps, or whether it's go on and miss. Well, looking at it first up, and I'm going to stick with my initial decision. I'm going to say that's pretty much conclusive enough. I think that's going to go and hit. So the wicket of Dulu comes from Zain Ali. And Dulu does get going. He does hit a few shots, two fours and a 6. But he goes for 15. So once again, he hasn't been able to get big runs on the board. Gets him off to a good start. But LBW, Zain Ali, and I think that's a pretty straightforward decision. I think I'm not going to be too disappointed with that. Of course, if you're the batter, you may be, but you can't have too many complaints. Well, one big hitter is replaced by another. Imad Khan comes to the crease. This man, he likes to get off the mark with 6s. I think if you look back at all the innings that he's had, I think you'll find that his first scoring shot has been 6, and quite often he's off the first ball. Well, not this time. Defence is out. It takes a single. And we'll get fielded there by Aslan. Afridi now goes back on strike. This one is right in the box area of the batter, and he seems to be, well, there you go. I knew he was going to go down sooner or later. This hits him, thud, right in the box. Look, cross your legs, because this is going to hurt. And no wonder he's down. Well, I tell you what, don't worry about taking the freeze spray out. That is going to do no good at all. And he's just working the mechanics there, making sure he gets the furniture in the right place. That is going to hurt. Just trying to walk it off a little. This one crashes into a sensitive part of the batter's area. But he seems to be okay. I often say, well, forget the freeze spray. If there's anything you need lubrication. Maybe it's a bit of the old WD-40. So that seems to work pretty well when your nuts are not working too well. Certainly loosens them up a bit. I've used them a few times to get rid of a few rusty nuts and bolts. He seems okay. Yeah, it's never nice. Can you imagine, as we've seen a few times, sometimes the cricketers forget to take the box out with them. Yeah, can you imagine if you forget and you get hit? That certainly would be nasty. End of the over. So he has a bit more time to recover and get himself sorted. This is what the standings look like. And Brescia, after that very comprehensive win, have boosted their net run rate and sit pretty above Brescia. Brescia, though, want to bounce back. A victory here takes them back to the top of the table. Genjua Brescia, well, they're under a bit of pressure, sitting at the foot of the table. Up in the air, but there's nobody back there, and this would bounce over for 4 runs. 1 bounce and a 4. Nice shot, good shot to play in the power play. He knows if he gets there, that he's never going to be in any danger at all. Of course, after the power play, there's every possibility there will be a fielder out there. So 4 runs, and Imad Khan gets a single and a boundary. That's what he's got to his boundary and 4. You can see there that Afridi is still struggling a little, isn't he? Well, Imad. This is well bowled right into the pads of Imad. Doesn't give him any swinging opportunity. So Afridi gets down to the other end, and he's making sure that his box is in place. Running it a little bit gingerly, you have to say. No surprising, really. Slices it up in the air, but doesn't carry. Now the chance for the run out. Oh, well, a good bit of fielding there from Zane. And I get the feeling that if this hits the stumps, he's going to be gone here. Picks it up well, gets a throw in. And yeah, this would have been out, look. Despite the efforts of the batter to get there, you can see he would have been out. Good pick up and throw. Yes. Zain Ali. Arslan once more. This is hit really hard, and that's such a good stop. He almost stops this with the ball sort of getting past him. And this was really hit well. What a lovely shot this was. Makes space, hits it hard. It's on the way down. You see that the ball is literally on level pegs with him, and he just puts the hand out, stops it, drags it back in. Just a single. So just not letting them get away, not letting them get the start that Brescia won. Slow delivery, well bowled. Cleverly disguised, but well played as well. Well dug out by Afridi. Gets the single. .16 came off his first over. And at the moment, just 8 off this one. He'll be looking to finish it well. His first over finished with a bang. It was a 6. Maybe hoping not to repeat that. It's hit well, and it's good pick up again. Really good fielding. Well, that's 2 great bits of cricket we've seen there from Zain Ali. Again, this is a difficult one. It's hit at him. He has no idea to really judge which way the bounce is going to go. Is he going to be jumping up or staying low? But he keeps his eye on the ball, makes a stop. No run there. And a good end to the over, and a pretty good end to the power play. I think this is, I would say this is pretty even Stevens up until now. I mean, Brescia got 26 on the board. They would like to be going at around 10 and over. And Chividate, they've got that 1 wicket. And it's an important wicket. Oh, yes, Idulu, who we know can hurt you if he gets going. Power play complete. So now the opportunity. Spread the field. Oh, this is a beautifully timed shot. This one has been absolutely hammered, and he hits his low into the ground, which makes it really difficult for the fielder. And that one, it doesn't come up at all. And Sajid Ahmed, he puts his foot down, and it could have been really dangerous. Well, let's have a look at this again. It was really hit well. It gets right on top of this. And wow. It was like there's a little bit of the well, go into a cocoon before this ball hurts you. So that field being spread now. Get the 2 men out on the off. And this one is going to be a chase for the fielder as well. He's got to get down, and he can't stop it. He's bobbling away. And Arslan Mohammed is not able to stop this. A really good shot. Even they put the 2 fielders back, he decides, well, this time he'll go into the extra cover area. And it's another boundary despite the efforts of the fielder. Arslan Mohammed काफी कोशिश की थी stop करने पर चौका लग गया. 4 more. And after a bit of a fight back from Chividate, 2 batters getting going again now. It's Afridi who's starting to open up. And he's looking for another, and he gets another nicely played shot. And again, he's just well, toying with the fielders, isn't he? He plays this one perfectly, and once more, fielder comes into shot of the ball, but too far away to make the stop. Well, they have heard him. Sajid Afridi took one for his team earlier, but he seems to have run off the pain. And now starting to play some nice shots. This one will be stopped. It was Ali. I think that got him. Got him where it hurts. And now he's trying to hurt Ali by playing some big shots. Well, he went for a couple off his first over, so already 12 have come off this one. This is not a good delivery, and the fielder should make the stop. He doesn't get enough bat onto this. If he does, it's going to race away. And, in fact, he gets no bat onto it at all. Umpire Sukhdev signalling the leg by, so missed opportunity for Afridi. Well, what he does do, he gets down to the other end, so that means there's a ball to face here for Imad Khan. Khan hasn't quite hit his explosive norm. Well, he gets an opportunity here. This is called a wide. I'm not sure if it's called a wide because of the ball going past the leg side or the height. Let's have a look at this. I think it's because of the ball being directed down the leg side. Have a look at the height here as well. I don't think, well, okay, yeah. I think either way, the right decision is made. So wide ball. 40 comes up on the board. And make that 41, because this one will also be a wide. It's a slower delivery. There was a bit of a discussion there with Arslan Mohammed before the ball was bowled, and I think that's probably what Arslan said to him. Said, look, this guy, if you put it in his swing zone, he'll smash it, and smash it big, so try and keep it outside the off, but it just goes a little bit too far wide. And this time, Imad just strokes it away to the man at third. He'll get the single, so he will go back and strike. That is the end of 4 overs, so the score moves on to 42. And 1 wicket down. And a good time to introduce back into the Brescia cooker, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, the Brescia cooker at the moment. Well, the heat will be on in September as well, when we are going to be back in Khartoum, just outside of Malaga in Spain, for the second ever ECC. That's 21 international teams going head-to-head in this format that you love so much on ECN. It will be fast-paced. There'll be plenty of Maximos, and there's 6 new countries getting involved as well. Just pretty excited about that. Italy have been drawn in Group D. We'll see them on the 3rd of October. Action will start from the 12th of September. Join us for the European Cricket Championship. We'll see which of the group teams will make it through to Week 5. Well, they'll meet England in the Championship week. Start a new over. Kuljinder is the man who is coming back. And coming back for the first time in this game. Mr. Bai asking, what is my shoe colour today? Well, I have to give you a bit of a confession. I've been using darker shoes this week because of just some of the, what should I say, some sharp shrubbery around our area. It's just short, climbing over the stumps, not able to time this one up. I think Sajid's really annoyed at himself there. So yeah, haven't been going the exciting shoes since Monday, just because I need to look after them a little bit. But come the weekend, I think I'll probably have something interesting for you. This one's a bit too wide and called. So yeah, Kuljinder, the captain. You see what he's trying to do there. Trying to start outside and spin it back in. That one wasn't going to come back. This one might not come back either off the bat. That's going to be 1 bounce for Sajid Afridi. Looking good off the front foot at least. Cuatro Carreras takes up the challenge, and it's just a good batting shape, isn't it? Vivek Davda saying, don't be afraid to bowl full and straight. Let the batter make a mistake. Don't try anything fancy. Keep it simple. Well, we saw Kings 11 certainly in the last couple of overs of their bowling innings really do that and keep PLG quiet after PLG got a pretty good start. Pushed through this time. It's good variation from Kuljinder. We talked about spinners varying their pace, but doing it without sacrificing their accuracy, and how important that is. There's the tossed up one. Sucks him into the shot, but he can't deal with the ball coming back at him. Still, should just be a single. At Chivadate, they're a real success story, I think. Yeah, they've come a long way since last year, where they did finish 3rd in the group stages. That was without Kings 11 in the competition, I suppose. They did end up 4th after finals day, but they did lose 2 of their top 3 run scorers, Usman Javed and Darashiko. This is the one that just gets a little bit too wide. Doesn't even bother turning around. He knows that one's going to be called. I've really liked the way some of their other players have stepped up to the plate. 50's up now for Brescia CC. And this is launched, but it doesn't have the contact. Should be out, and it is. Nice catch taken down there. Zain Ali, who's having a very good week. He's one of the players I was talking about that has been stepping up and stepping forward for Cividate. So Afridi, a bit hit and miss. That one was a miss hit. He goes for 21, and that's the end of the 5th over. The score is 51 for 2. Well, Sajid, you know, that was one that he mishit, but he was hit in the middle earlier. And maybe he'll get a chance to maybe find a nice pack to put in the downstairs region, but it's a nice bit of catching from Zain Ali to finish that off. And so the score now 51 for 2. So 51, they're on 100 plus pace, which you'd imagine Brescia CC would back themselves to do, especially when you consider the battle they've got to come. Naveed Chaudhry's coming to the crease now. A very good striker of the ball. Kalab Sajad next. He's coming into some good form as well. Ram Sunil will be the bowler with the number 2004 in his back. I'd be interested to know he's born in 2002. Here we go, and starts with a ball on the off stump, and it's going to be out of the park. Maximo Paminda Kumar did everything he could do. I like this shot. He goes with the line, doesn't fight against it. And the fielder took off from the rope. Would have been 6 if he touched it anyway. What a good shot that is. Imad Khan, he's having a very good series so far. Better ball this time from Sunil. Well, they have a crack at this, and that'll take some backing up. Then thrown in by Munshi. That's his patch out in the deep square leg boundary. This might have been interesting, you know. It's worth a go if you think you're any chance of getting Imad at this stage. And yeah, probably just in. But certainly a close call, worth a throw. Well backed up out there by Munshi. This one's on length, but miss hit down to long on. Hello to everyone in the chat. Rico's just popped out to have a bit of his lunch. He's having some calamari. Might try one of those. Oh, that sounds pretty good, actually. Right. Hopefully it's a lunch that he likes. He can be a bit picky, Rico, with his calamari. In the air, fielder backs back and he just can't get there. Tries to bend himself backwards. In the end, it'll be a long single. That was Isami Muzaffar who went back and couldn't have done much more, to be honest. And well backed up, of course, by Aslan Mohammed. Pistabai saying, have we ever tried idli and dosa in Italy? Well, we still got a bit of time. Time's precious at the moment. We haven't been able to get out to a restaurant lately. That one just knocked out for 1. How about some questions? How about some questions about Rico while I'm just here by myself? I'd really like to answer them on Rico's behalf. That calamari was good. I'm thinking already about stealing more of it. Rico's not the biggest eater either. This one is hit, and it's going to be a tough stop, but that's great fielding. Really good fielding out there. That's got to be Paminda. He's brilliant. Rico kindly's offered me another piece of calamari. This is live food watch. If you're interested, 62 for 2 after 6. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. And Zain Ali having a really good week, I think. 1 for 17 off his 2 overs. Look, no one really getting the treatment. That's what you'd say. I mean, there's always the risk against Brescia CC that you might get blown away. But hanging in the game, Cividate, who are a team who, like I say, they've really gotten with the program in this T10 format. I've liked the way they've shown such improvement since last year, I think. Along with PLG. Pitched up, Kuljinder. Wily spinner, the captain. This gets stroked out to deep point for a single. thought of an overthrow, but they'll turn it down. Now, Janusz has a question, which I think is a good question. He said, hey, Maximo, see you guys always standing in the cube. Do you guys sit for a while? He's worried. That's a very interesting question, actually. Well, if this hits him on the pad, it's going to be close-ish. Says there's a bit of bat in that. Yeah, that makes sense. Because for me, I was in the replay from straight on. It's pretty straight. So he was going to be out if there was no bat involved, but a run was given. So fair enough. In the air, this is going to be a catching opportunity for Sunil, and he'll hold it. Nice catching. So Chaudhary's another very good hitter who has to go cheaply, just the single the ball before. In fact, it's Imad Khan who's going to have to go. And yeah, Imad, he's a good striker of a cricket ball. He'll go for 20. And nice catch taken by Ram Sunil down there at long on. He tries to take it on down the ground, just doesn't quite get the contact point right. You can see he's just slightly ungainly the way that he contacts that ball. So Imad is a man that will depart. 1 4 and a 6 in his innings of 20, and the score is 64 for 3. Once again, batter makes a start, doesn't go on with it. Dulu went for 15. Sajid Afridi went for 21. Now, Imad Khan going for 20. He'll bring the captain, Kalab Sajjad, to the crease. To answer your question about the standing sitting, well, Rico likes to stand, and he's gotten me he's got me standing more. I kind of got to go up and down because I've got a bit of stuff on my computer that I'm multitasking with. Not always easy to do standing up. It's actually quite healthy to stand up during the day. I know a lot of my work when I've been hosting, you're on your feet a lot of the time, and you see people with these kind of desks as well, like standing desks these days in offices. So, yeah, I mean, I think it is healthy for you to stand, and we still have chairs available, so sometimes between games or Enrico's wolfing down his lunch, e.g. right now. He'll take a seat. And we just try and stand up if we can, because I think it's just a bit more healthy, a bit more dynamic. I know my watch congratulates me when I stand. Every hour it'll say, well done, you've stood this hour, and I think that's a pretty low bar for fitness, actually getting off your backside. But thanks for the question. Yeah, typically I was always sitting down, but yes, since I've been working with Rico, he's gotten me on my feet. How could you not be excited, though? So it's called a wide. Once again, Kuljinder, he's been very, very careful not to get too straight to any of the right-handers today. He's prepared to give away a wide and over or two, just to make sure he doesn't bowl one into the wheelhouse. There you go again. This one does probably sneak in, you see. So that's what he's trying to do. He gets away with it. So Kuljinder, pretty good spell from him. 2 for 14. Yeah, does this turn back enough? I think it probably does. It bites off the surface. I think by the time it goes past the crease, it's probably wholly inside the line. 67 for 3 after 7. We are enjoying our Italian summer, and it will continue next week in Bologna, and then we'll be in Rome after that. The winners of this week, as well as the next 2 weeks, they go through to the Italian Super Series starting on the 25th of July. 5 teams will be involved. We already know Albano and Fresh Tropical qualified from Milan. Milan got 2 spots because so many teams were competing. 12 teams in total. It was a crazy week last week. Fresh Tropical came out on top, beating Albano in the final, but both of those teams have gotten through to the Super Series. And they'll be well, they're 2 of 5 teams that could possibly represent Italy in the ECL in 2023. Keep the Rico questions coming. And what sort of activities does Rico like to do? Well, we know he's a good cook. I think that was mentioned as well in the chat. What's the best dish he has made for me? Well, I've got to say that when we were in Khartoum last year, he treated the whole crew to dinner. And I'm not quite sure what it was called, but it had a bit of had an Indian vibe to it, and it was very, very good. In fact, I think I went back for seconds and maybe thirds on that occasion. This one's hit square of the wicket. Won't be an easy one, but that's good fielding. Got to say, his fielding has been very, very good in this innings. I mean, something you probably can't do anything about. It's taken a super Tortuga. But yeah, credit to Chivadate, tying Brescia CC down. Brescia CC, the only side not yet to experience defeat this week. So what sort of activities does Rico like? I know he likes to hit the gym. He likes to be quite active at the end of the day. It's the pad. I think this one's sliding down. I know that Rico loves his cricket as well. No doubt about that. This one probably missing another set. And this is like, it's like the old couples game when Rico can come back and we can compare the answers and we can see how many points they get here. Quarter of the innings to go. Munshi. It's been good so far this over. Again, full. Has delusions of a crazy run out there, but he's smart. Just holds the ball. One's fine at this stage. One a ball right now, you're completely fine with that. I mean, there's only 14 balls left in this innings now. It takes him up to 84. Even against the strong Brescia CC lineup, you've got to be happy with that if you're Chivadante. Brescia CC, though, have defended scores in the 80s. This is hit hard. Well, this is going to be a tough stop. Geez, he's done well there, Zain Ali. And whether by good fortune or good management, he gets in the way of this, but yeah, really, you got to say, he probably wanted to be anywhere else. Have a look at this bounce. This is the kind of distance in front of the fielder that I'm talking about, that you just really cannot predict what this ball's going to do. So he kind of smart, he kind of gets a bit side on, protects his head, and just kind of blocks it as well as he can. Has all the important bits shielded. Nice ball, the over, swing and a miss. So, at the moment, it's been good stuff from Munshi, who only goes for 4 in the 8th of the score now, 71 for 3. Hello to Mr. Maximo Jr. It's quickly become, yes, quite the popular chatter in there with his opinions. Obviously follows the ECN quite a long time, he said, for a couple of years. Well, Shrug's got one that I don't know. What town in England is Rico from? I thought it said born. But he'll be able to get a bit more specific with that when he gets back. There's another swing and a miss start the over. Sunil comes back. This is a really good performance from Chivadante, and there's a real sense of belief about their cricket this week. Not taking a backward step. Yeah, give Rico a few more balls and we can ask him all these questions, the ones I couldn't answer. Gone, and that's good reward from the bowler, or for the bowler, as Sajjad swings all around this one. Couldn't get going, but he wasn't given much, was he? They were running on fumes, Brescia CC, as Chivadante have gotten this bowling right. It's full, it's straight, it knocks out 2 stumps, and Sajjad has to go. It's 71 for 4, and really a sense of opportunity here. Shrug saying that he stumped me with that one. I could just say London. Okay, he's telling me now he's born in Hillingdon. I know Hillingdon, actually. Yeah. Southall for about 6 years, and then South Harrow. Well, there you go. The man's travelled. That's what you can say about that. But good question, Shrug. You did stump me. England, I mean, you cross the street and you're in a new town there. I mean, in Australia, you do it properly. We have 6 cities and we just end it. Hello to all of our country viewers from Australia, by the way. Hope you're well. It's you know, there's a high proportion of Australia is urbanised these days. Anyway, new batter out there is Rizwan Muhammad. Again, full straight. Makes the adjustment for the left-hander. That's good stuff by Sunil. He's been a player I've enjoyed watching this week. Helix saying this is good bowling, and it is. I mean, even the best teams and the best batting teams, if you bowl well to them, you restrict them, you can get things going your way. Often you need a bit of luck as well. Throwing a 5th person onto the offside. He's got 5 on the off, 4 on the leg. Goes after this. Might have found the fielder though, and caught. Well, once again, we see a chance offered and a chance taken. And this is a proper 2-handed ice cream cone from the fielder as well. It almost bounces out, but he is going to catch it. And Munshi, well, he's owned that part of the field, a bit like Parminder has on the other side. So that's, again, good reward. And Chowdhury, although he does get a fair bit of this, he can't get it over or around the fielder. He's the 5th wicket to fall, 72 for 5. And now, we'll welcome back Healington's favourite son, Rico Fall. And Rico, what a good performance this is by Chivadate, all starting with the ball.
Well, what a catch that is, first of all. That is what you like. That is the ice cream cone. It takes a catch. It's all smiles. This has been a tremendous fight back, and I've been, munching on me calamaris. It was like being back in home in Spain. Lovely calamaris. Thank you very much to the Federation for our lunch today. But, yeah, and while I've been watching, I've been very impressed with this fight back. They're keeping themselves in this match, aren't they? I mean, look, they've still got to finish it off. It's still, 9 balls to go in the innings. And we know that this Brescia side, they can very quickly change that 70 to a score of the high 90s. They're capable of doing that. But at the moment, they're just keeping them under wraps. I mean, I think he's caught that in his thumbs. And, well, it is, as I've said before, the World International Kissing Day. Well, those teams out there, especially Chivadate, well, they've been doing a lot of hugging. And, well, maybe a few sneaky kisses in there as well. You know, they like to kiss in Italy. And it's a good welcome gesture, even from the gentleman. 2 little kisses on the cheeks. Yeah. Isn't it nice to be able to go back to that, though, isn't it? I mean, during COVID, I know in Spain, as you know, it's a traditional welcome. You give somebody, 2 little kisses on the side. But obviously, during COVID, all that came to a halt. But we're going back. We're going back to basics.
You change it a bit. I mean, you often get the players come in and kiss your feet and all that, and gets a bit carried away. Something to carry on with Rico.
Where are you going here? Now, where are you going?
His godlike status.
How many of those questions did you get right, and how did you get wrong?
I got a few right. And the other question, which I haven't answered yet, is how many years he lived in Spain. I'm going to say 22 or 23. We're close.
Yeah, you are close. Not bad. Moved out to Spain officially in 2021. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go with that. Let's call it 22 then. Into the over. 9 overs down, 74 for 5. Good holding job this by Chivadate. And, well, are we seeing Brescia CC at risk of their first loss? One thing you would say, though, I mean, they defended very well the other day against, I think it was Chandra Brescia on day 1. Kept it to 85, but they were still able to defend it. We'll get you that exact scorecard if you like, because that was a real interesting game. And Brescia CC didn't quite click with the bat on that occasion.
I can tell you it. My notes, you don't need computers for that. See, pen and paper, mate. Do it the old style. 88 for 8 for Brescia. And Chandra Brescia, 73 for 6.
There you go. It was 88, not 85. Close. But, it shows they can do it. But right now, how many will they get? Will they even get to 80, the way things are going? Here's Hamid Afzal. This is in the slot. It's a miss hit. It's a chance. And taken. So, well, he hurls it up into the air, Aslam Mohammed. And so, once again, a pretty good ball. And, well, takes on the on the re-entry to the atmosphere. But, yeah, again, they've kept it really simple. They've gone full, they've gone straight, and they've held their catches. And that's why, right now, they're on top of this game, 74 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, look, he goes for the big shot. But, again, a catch has been taken. And Arsenal's not going to make any mistakes. When he thinks about hurling it up in the air, well, it's a dummy throw. He keeps it in his hand. Maximo, you were in your sunnies. You're not seeing very well with your sunnies. But look, they're absolutely overjoyed with themselves. And so they should be. This has been a tremendous performance from Chivadate. I have been very impressed with what I've seen. And you know what? Look, remember with the bat, they've still got Arslan. They've got Zain Ali there. Yeah. They've got their captain. And also, don't forget Munchi.
Yeah, of course.
You cannot forget Munchi.
Munchi's been great.
He munches on 6s. So they, Brescia, they're going to be up against it here. 5 balls to go in the
Assuming they keep him to 80 or 80-something, that's half the job done for Chivadate. They are going to have to bat really well. This is in the air. Well, this could be another wicket. Fielder goes round and pouches it. That's Ramsin Hill with the catch. So how about this? What are we seeing at the moment? Hamid Afzal comes in, 2 balls, 2 wickets. He's on a hat-trick, and Brescia CC on the rope, 74 for 7.
This is delightful. Delightful to watch. And Chivadate, they're just the energy about them at the moment. Well, they're wearing blue, and they are electric. And a bit of the electric blue happening out there at the moment. They're taking the chances that come their way. Look, none of these are easy catches. But the thing is, because they're all on a high, because they're all motivated, they've got that adrenaline flying through them, they're taking these catches. And, well, could we see a hat-trick here now?
I'm going to call. I think we're going to see it.
You think we're going to see it?
I think 10th over. There's a lot of things in the bowler's favour here. I think if you can get it right, full straight, you can have Bashar Khan, who's the new batter, facing up. So, yeah, maybe that will obviously force a bit of a change of line. But, yeah, well done to Hamad Asal. And, yeah, the point being made that the fielders have held their catches. They backed up their bowlers really well. So, left-hander at the crease now. Bashar, his left-arm spin, something we'll see in the second innings for sure. That's something that Chividate are going to have to deal with. But right now, here's Afzal on a hat-trick. Oh, and he goes so close to doing it as well. And quickly, I want to say, finishing up some more questions, so to Prakash Gowda, who was asking where Corey's at these days. Well, no, Corey's been busy coaching the Spanish national team, but he is back on Monday, giving you a break, Rico. So, hello to Corey. I know he's been watching when he's had the opportunity.
Yeah, hi, Corey.
And he's saying that he's friends with Prakash, saying he's friends with Corey. And I didn't know that Corey had friends. News to me. This one's in the air. Well, that's going to travel. That's a good hit. And left-hander getting under this. So get it wrong slightly and you're going to go. Bashar bashes this one for 6. Maximo time.
Yeah, big runs because that takes him to 80 just like that. So the 80 is up. Couple of balls still to go. Well, you can see he didn't want to be the hat-trick victim. But once he sees that danger out the way, he clubs the next one for a big 6.
Important you knuckle down here. Okay, they hit you for 1, but it's not a disaster. 2 good balls here to finish off. Keep it low 80s is important, I think, for Chividate. Just joking, by the way. Me and Corey are very good friends, and looking forward to being reunited with him on Monday. Reaches for this. This is going to be fair chase. I'd probably go for 2. Plenty of time to get there. So makes that 82. Good throw coming in. But, yeah, Rico, I hope you enjoy your time off, even though you still got another 3 days after today. But I know you're going to come back and rejoin us for the Super Series. I know you'll keep your eye on what's happening in Bologna and Rome, and then we'll see you in Rome for the Super Series. We'll be joined by Nikki, who's a special guest,
Yeah,
who's joining us in week 5. Nikki Chaudhry, looking forward to getting her perspective on European cricket. Anyway, last ball, skied. Well, form an orderly cue. It's caught, and yeah, well, that's a really good piece of fielding. Really sums it up. Zain Ali, tops it off, but they pretty much held almost every chance, as I can remember, in that innings. And so Bashar Khan, not a bad finish from him. He goes 6-2, but then out. Afzal gets 3 in the over. Brescia CC, well, they're going to have to defend a score lower than they defended the other day when they defended 88 against Chandra Brescia. Right here in match 11, it is 82 the score for Brescia. Chividate will need 83 for victory.
Yeah, well, what a good finish that is. Another good catch taken. And the 2 men there in each other's arms, well, I think they are the ones that are going to be key with the run chase, Arslan Mohammed and Zain Ali. If they can give them a good chance, and obviously Kuljinder Singh, be interested to see if he opens or comes in at 3, will be there or thereabout. And I think, well, there's no point keeping Isram Munshi too far down as well. He's somebody who can come out there and just tear into any bowling attack, but they've given themselves a huge opportunity to cause what would be a big upset here against Brescia, a team that have yet to be beaten in this series. Well, this was the LBW. There was no doubt about that one, as well bowled, and that was a Dulu that had to go. But you know what Brescia is all about. They're going to keep going at you. This was a dangerous one. The ball just bouncing over the fielder, and that one, Arslan Mohammed couldn't quite just keep into the field of play, but the shots were always going to come. That was what Brescia do. But you know you're going to get your opportunities, and when they do come, you've got to take them. And they did take them. The catching was tremendous. And well, Zain Ali, he takes one there, but he takes a few more as well in this one. And that time just over the fielders. But they kept on going, didn't they? Here's another one way up in the air. A good catch taken by Ram Sunil, and he also was in the action plenty of times. So he was in the action with the ball as well. This one is, well, the stumps doing the splits there. Good bit of bowling, all smiles. And you can see they were just starting to get together here and believing as they get on taking those wickets. And big shot here again in the air. But look at this. Says, no worries, this is mine. He goes to throw this in the air. He just holds on to it. And here's another. And I said, keep an eye on the catches. And once more, Ram Sunil in there, but there were some good ones in the deep as well. This one was hit, and it was hit out of there from Bashar. But the next one up in the air, long way up, and there's the catch taken. And it ended the way sort of it started, with Chividate doing all the good things. And Chividate taking the catches, Chividate keeping the pressure on and restricting Brescia to 82. And that's an absolute fantastic result. I mean, 51 came off the first 5 overs. So you would have thought that the 100 was on. 51 for 1 it was at the end of 5, and it finishes being 82 for 8. So tremendous display. Just have a look at the batting there. So all the openers. So yes, he made a good start as well, 15. But look, not able to go big so far in this series. Sajid Afridi, well, he had a few issues, didn't he? He took one where it hurts, and his furniture was rattled. He was rattled. He did get to 21 though, but he went for 15. 20 runs from Imad Khan. He's another player that on his day can really smack the ball all over the place, but 14 balls for him for 20. And then nobody else, look, all of the others, including Khalid Sajid, who scored a fantastic, well, match winning 30 maybe the other day against Kings, 11 of 16. He couldn't get going here at all. And maybe Bashir Khan, well, how important was that big 6 that he did hit right towards the end there when he got 8 of 4 deliveries, and that could have made all the difference. Have a look at the bowling. Well, look, the bowlers in these matches, bowlers have to be backed up by the fielders. It's as simple as that. You see, you're only going to get 12 deliveries if you're going to bowl your 2-over spell, and you need the fielders to be on board. Well, they use 6 bowlers there, and the most expensive, you see, Arslan Mohammed, he wasn't able to pick up a wicket, goes for 24. Normally he's very reliable, but Zain Ali was in the action again, picking up 1 wicket. And then 2 wickets there for Kujinder Singh, the captain, and also Ram Sunil, 2 for 14, both of them. And then Munshi bowled a very good over, just 4 coming from it. And then Hamad Afzal, what about that? 1 over, 8 runs, 3 wickets. I think it was very clever the way Kujinder used his bowlers. He made the decision that rather than go back to maybe different bowlers, he had a plan. He wanted to use up the top 4 straight away because he thought that they were doing things right. They were getting the wickets, and it worked. He was one of those bowlers, and I think he used Ram Sunil very cleverly. Then, of course, he had to use 2 different bowlers to finish up with, but it worked for him. I think Munshi did really well, and so did Afzal. So it was a really good performance, and of course they've got Brescia right where they want them. They've restricted them to a score of under 90. 82 it finishes, 83 they require. It is not going to be easy though. We know all about Brescia CC. We know about their skills, we know about their talents. They've got the seamers, they're going to be causing you trouble, and then they've got the spin options there as well. Going to be a quite an exciting finish this match, and who knows, maybe this one will go all the way down to the wire. Well, to find out, stay tuned and get yourself another cold drink, get back quickly, sit down and get ready for the start of the second innings in this match number 11. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, and we'll be right back in about 10 minutes time. Hasta pronto. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Brescia Cricket Ground. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series in Italia. Well, last week we were in Milan and it was fresh tropical. That were the champions there. They booked their place into the Super Series happening in Rome in about 3 weeks' time, and also so did Albano, the team that they beat in the final, because there was 12 teams that took part in that series. And now in Brescia, and only one team, 1 out of the 6, will join them, as well as the winners of the teams in Bologna and in Rome. So there will be 5 teams going into that Super Series. There's some top teams in Brescia here, and they're battling it out. And, well, 2 of them out there. And one, well, Brescia, we all know about them. We saw them in the European Cricket League. They're a big team. They've got a lot of history out here in Italy, and they want to keep their run of success going. They're up against it in this one. Being restricted to 82 by some fine bowling and fielding from Cividate. And what's the response going to be? Brescia goes with the slower Yorker from Javid Mohammed. They're bowling to Sajid Ahmed. And he's joined at the non-strikers then by Kuljinder Singh. So slight change in the batting lineup. I think this is probably not a bad call. I think this is about maybe having two batters just to see out some of the dangerous bowlers early on and save the likes of Arslan and Zain. This one is called a wide. Not that far off, but just catching that line. And the umpires have been very, very consistent on this. Shout out to the umpires, umpire Amila and Sukhdev, our man in black out there in the middle, doing a wonderful job. And umpire Rahiman has been out there as well. Long, hard day for them as well. Javid, this nicely played out on the off. Think about well, they will get the single now. Well, that's a terrible mix-up, a terrible bit of fielding, which allows the batters to get the single. It's all about putting the pressure on, isn't it? And that's what happens here. Look, he should easily be fielded. And because he thinks the batters, you see just there, he just looks up. Rizwan Mohammed looks up because he wants to see where the batters are. And by just doing that, takes his eye off the ball. Ball goes through, and the batters, they do take the single. Kuljinder now goes and strike. We've seen a sort of mixed sort of innings from Kuljinder. We've seen a cautious side from him, where he's quite happy to play like the defensive role and just keeps feeding the strike to the big hitters. And then yesterday, when need be, we saw the aggressive side of him as well, when he played some really good shots. The start is very important. Well, just decides to leave this. It's interesting. I thought at least he would have just tried to get a bit of bat on this and try and see if he could guide the ball in that space between the slip and sort of third man inside the circle. Just got the 2 men on the leg side, so all the pressure is out on the off. He does go for this and he gets lucky. He just gets it over the fielder and it will go all the way away. Can't stop it. It's 4 runs. Hay poquito de suerte aquí, Sí, poco de suerte, pero tienes 4 carreras. And a bit of frustration there from 1 or 2 of the Brescia players that that feel that maybe this one somehow could have been stopped. I don't see how. Take the runs. And I think I know what's happened here. I think the batter has maybe forgotten something. And let's see what we're going to see coming out. Yes, he has. Well, you don't want to be doing this. We know what happened to Afridi. Well, Afridi wasn't wearing this very important piece of equipment, and he took one in the 3rd leg. He has forgotten his box, and he quite sheepishly asked the umpire, you know when you go to the pharmacy and you want to get some of the other protection? Well, let's just see this one first. Well, that's another reason why he needs a box. His some batter is aiming for him. And, oh, there's a terrible mix-up. Oh, they're going to get there. Oh, they are going to get there. What I was going to say, well, yeah, they do. This is horrendous. This really is. Well, what a mix-up here. Well, let's forget about the box at the moment. Well, first of all, he nearly gets hit, not wearing a box. And then look what happens here. He's saying, I don't want to be over there. I haven't got a box on. You go over there. He said, okay, I'll go. They get there. And well, here comes the box. Well, look, there he goes. The box comes out. And he says, okay, better have this. Oh, let's show that again. Let's see that again. I love that when he says, I'm coming back to your way. I haven't got a box. I ain't got me protection. I'm not facing another ball until I get my box. Hell, he does get to safety. Well, you know, a bit like when you go to the pharmacy and you're asking for some of the other stuff, and you whisper because you don't want the pharmacy to say it loudly. But that's what the batter there said to the umpire.
So it is Simranjit.
He said, hey, umps, I think I've forgotten my box. And the umpire turns around and says, he's forgotten his box. Somebody bring him a box out. Oh, I love it. And we saw the action there at the end. 333 games without a golden ball. And could it be that we have one in this one?
That's clever. I'm back. And one of the clever things about that is he calls for a new bat at the same time to try and disguise the fact that he's just literally forgotten his box. So he starts also saying, waving his bat, saying, make it look like it's just I'm looking maybe to replace my bat or get a different bat. And really, we all knew what that was about. 9 for no loss after one. New over.
Sort of tucks this around the corner, doesn't he? Well, he'll feel a little bit happier now, the captain.
I love that. I mean, the one where he almost did get taken out non-strikers, then it should have been a run out. But just to see how stubborn Sajjad Ahmed was going to be about not running, even when the ball went away, he's like, well, I really don't want to risk my wicket at all. And he was even debating, saying, do you want to turn around and run back? But then he was able to scramble through for a second run.
Yeah, that was a big mix-up, but I love the way that Kuljinder wanted to get away from the strike. He said, man, I'm box, I'm coming back. And he did come back, and they made it. This is up in the air with this batter. He may have to go in one direction. Well, look, that drops right in the middle of 3 fielders. And, well, the slice of luck that they're having here just seems to continue. Looks like, well, at the moment, it could be that sort of match for Brescia.
Slice of luck is probably the right word because it was sliced away. It was a very tightly formed Bermuda Triangle, but the ball fell safely. But, yeah, getting away with it. But I think that's what Sajjad in particular has been sent up the order to do, is Naveed.
Places out on the onside. And look at the bowl again after this. And he still gets there before. I mean, you think the distance, the bowler's got more of a distance to go, but he still gets there before the fielder. He said, it's my bowling figures I want to protect. Gets there pretty quickly. And they just get the single.
Say a quick hello to Charlie Hunt, who's in the chat. Hey, Charlie, hope you're well. Great to have you with us.
Hello, Charlie.
Hey, Charlie is going to be covering a potential night series. We haven't had total confirmation yet, but potentially in a couple of weeks we could have some more night cricket coming from Portugal. So very excited about that. I know that you covered that one last year when it was in about April, but yeah, more cricket for all of our family on ECN.
Swing and a miss. Yeah, I mean, we were there in April and we had mixed weather.
Yeah.
A few showers as well.
When it rained, it really rained, right?
When it rained. But, I mean, this time of year, I mean, Portugal will be just as, I mean, Charlie will know all about it. Living in Spain himself and spending many years in Spain. But it'll be just as warm as what it is here in Spain. So that's going to be a hot one as well. And we know that it can get quite muggy and hot in the evenings. But look, now you're going to thoroughly enjoy that series. Let's hope that everything goes to plan and that takes off, because some great cricket will be played there, and a superb venue as well. I believe they're looking at Miranda de Corvo. So, well, let's wait to hear more on that. But yeah, Charlie, you'll have a fantastic time.
Yeah, it should be great, and a lot of our viewers will be really excited about that, no doubt. But right here, right now, Chividate, I mean, this is what can sometimes happen when you send out somebody just to go out and hit. I mean, if they swing and miss, and at the moment he's not doing a bad job, Sajjad, but he's only run a ball. They probably wanted a bit more out of him. A bit of hit out or get out, I think, is what they want out of him in this innings. Here's the last ball of the second over from Naveed.
Uppercut, and this will be 4. Well, that'll do. That'll help. And that will take him to 12. It plays this nicely. It's a quicker ball. It was short again. And the one before was at the body. which was difficult to play. This time, he's got the width and he plays his away. He gets the boundary. That is the end of the second over. 16. No, they won't mind that at all. I think this is a clever tactic. I think this is all about these two batters playing out the opening bowlers, the likes of Naveed and Javed. And I also think, I just suspect that Arslan Mohammed and Zain Ali would prefer to be having to go at the spinners.
Here's why this game's interesting, because it seems the top three and bottom three are kind of sliding to come apart a little bit, but with Chivadate in the bottom three. But if Chivadate can win this game, then they kind of draw level again into that top three. And of course, there's still 3 more matches tomorrow after this one and the next one today. That will sort out the top 3, bottom 3 going to Super Friday. So, I mean, this could be a big scalp for Chivadate. And yeah, I like the tactic. I've got to say, it can backfire if they just get out early or waste a lot of balls. But, I mean, they're on pace at least. It means that when your quote-unquote inform batters come out, which I would say Arslan Mohammed and Zain Ali, that they just have less to do. So there's less pressure on them to do all of the heavy lifting. Maybe they can come out only needing 50 or 60 to win.
You still, though, have to take the singles when they're there. For me, that shot just played there, that's a single. Once again, he's sending the non-striker back. He's not backing himself to go.
Yeah, if you both go there straight away, it's a very good piece of fielding to run you out. It's not impossible, but I think if you start turning those down, you can back yourself into a bit of a hole.
Yeah, and that one as well, he's playing it forward. He's playing game forward, so as soon as you play it, you go.
It was a push and run.
Yeah.
And just, okay, sure, it was fielded quickly by the fielder, but, I mean, the keeper has to run to the stumps if he's going to get you at that end. If it's very rare you get a direct hit.
Yeah.
It happens. Charlie Hunt saying he's heard about the Wolves already in Portugal.
Charlie.
I know Rico
I mean, I
don't
know where. I mean, obviously it's still in the pipeline. But if you stay where we stayed, you will have a tremendous time. But yeah, if you don't like Wolves, then
explain. So Marzi, who's part of our ECN crew, and that was one of his first tours, right up there.
Yeah.
And now you call him Wolfie, but is it because of a practical joke that you played on back in that Portugal series last year?
There were plenty of practical jokes played on it afterwards. But what happened very quickly, well, we got this slight delay. We turn up at the hotel the first night, and I see him going to reception with a look of fright on his face. And I said, Marzi, what's the matter? He said, Rico, I can't do it. I said, Marzi, what's up? He said, I can't stay here. I said, why not? He said, I can hear the wolves. There's wolves all around me. So we go to reception. I go with him, sort of holding his hand, you know.
Yeah.
And the reception says, "Sir, very sorry. What's the issue? We'll do whatever we can to help." And Marzi says, "Well, in my room, all I can hear is wolves." And the lady says, "Well, with that, I can't help you because whichever room I put you in, you're going to hear the wolves because we're surrounded by them." So Marzi was a little bit frightened, and of course, you know, like a good caring team we were, we did played a few jokes on him as well. At the same time, you know, we put a few sound effects under his bed, which triggered off in the middle of the night with the wolves going,
reminds me of some of the best practical jokes I've heard. I mean, that's I guess it's not a cricket team one, but we're kind of a cricket team, right? The way we're travelling around.
Yeah, we are.
How about tell us your funniest practical jokes you've heard on a cricket field or in the dressing room kind of thing?
Okay, well. It's this nicely played away, big chair. Every time they're getting a run, big chair.
I'm putting it to the chat. That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah.
Best practical jokes that you've heard around a cricket team or a cricket match, whatever. I mean, I'll give you one.
Yeah, you started off.
It's South Africa batter Neil McKenzie, who's known for being a little bit, what's the word, kind of OCD, I suppose. You know, he had to have a bit superstitious, I suppose. When he was playing in England, I think it was, as a practical joke, his teammates all duct taped his kit bag to the ceiling. I'll come back to that in a second. This is going to be an awkward one.
No.
Well, good luck fielding this one. Well, if you want unpredictable, and all you have to do is step out onto the BCG, because poor Naveed, this one could have gone left. In the end, it went right, and before he knew it, it was out of sight. That one probably doesn't do it justice. That went a long way. 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, you just don't know which way it's going to go. He attacks it because he doesn't want to give 2 away, and then the ball ends up wrong footing him and going for 4. So that's a big bonus.
So anyway, so he was out batting, and they think, oh, this will be funny. We'll tape his kit bag to the roof, basically. We'll tape it to the ceiling, as you do. There's a lower order player. I had plenty of time to think about this. And then he scores 100. He scores 100.
Scores 100, yeah.
So then, for the next period, like quite a long time, he would insist on his kit bag being taped to the roof. when he was
So
batting.
you saw that
for
as a good luck.
Yeah,
luck
you know,
sign
people
for
are
him.
superstitious. Like I was superstitious, put my right pad on before my left, that kind of thing. But I mean, it gets gets out of hand. So yeah, maybe we'll go superstitions or practical jokes. How about that? I mean, I know that during the what was it? Certainly in the Australian dressing room, I think it might have been the 81-82 chase against England. They lost by 3 runs. When there's a partnership, people aren't allowed to move.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So you can't move seats. You can't do anything when there's a long partnership, especially if it's come after a bit of a collapse.
Yep.
And I heard of someone being on the toilet that wasn't allowed to leave for several hours because this partnership was going. And I think they were like 9 down at the time. So, yeah, stuck on the loo for a different reason, I suppose. But yeah, let us know yours or any that you've heard of as we get to the end of the power play. Chivadate, doing okay at the moment. No wickets down. It's 23 for no loss after 3.
Yeah, they're doing okay. 23 on the board. I mean, they're not going at electrifying pace, but I think these two, the main thing they're keeping an eye on is to keep wickets intact without that rate going too high. They're turning down 1 or 2. See, I mean, I reckon there's probably 4 runs that they'll probably turn down in singles that I think you still got to try and take because there's no real risk involved there. I mean, certainly, as this match continues and goes on, if they end up by losing by a handful of runs, they will look at those opportunities that they missed out with the running. And, well, look, we're talking about the batter forgetting a very important part of his equipment, the box. I mean, that was a common one. I think all cricketers have done this at some point when they've managed to get hold of a batter's box and they've got the old heat spray and sprayed it in.
The cold spray we used to do it, yeah.
It's really spray, not the cold. Well, the cold spray don't do much. The heat spray, because when you put it on, you don't notice, but when you put it on and you get warm, funny things start to happen, like it starts burning. So you see batters go out there, and for the first sort of 10 balls or so, they're fine, and then they start running around, and all of a sudden they're jumping Jack Black because, you know, it gets a bit hot down there, and then they're in the shower for ages.
Brescia can't. Big moment in the game, left arm spinner. Again, they turn down this run, and yeah, I mean, I can understand, I suppose. Maybe you want Sajjad to face more, but you don't want to back yourself into a hole against Brescia, who's a very clever left arm spinner. Coming on here in the 4th.
Yeah, you got to take those singles, Vinny. You got to take them. This is hit out of here. Ball, ball, ball. Well, this has gone the other side of the hill. Well, not too many have ended up there. Well, watch out for the snakes, because this is big. There's a few vipers over there. Well, that ball just keeps going. What a big hit that is.
Ah, well, how about that? I mean, that one's almost been hit to Metro Pizza near to the sign anyway. So, I mean, that's what you can do now. I mean, Sajjad doesn't have to be careful against Bashar. I mean, if he gets out, there's plenty of reinforcements. And that was just a good cricket shot, played it on length. Here's the comeback, though. It'll be flatter. There you go.
Got him, and that's the reply. Gets it flatter, pitched up. You called it, Mr. Maxwell. Well, it's a day. It's all about the International Day of Kissing. Well, that was the commentator's kiss. You called it. Very next ball, right on the stumps, and Bashar Khan, well, he is one to watch. He can make things happen, and he gets the breakthrough for his team.
Well, that's why you kind of have to be expecting this as a batter, I think. When the tossed up one went out of the ground, this one was quicker, fuller at the stump, spearing and not really turning at all. Just kind of goes on, whacks into the outside of the off stump. Good comeback by Bashar. You wouldn't expect anything less. So that is the first wicket to fall. But still, I think Sajjad in the end does his job. 23 off 15. The score is 29 for 1. I'm going to come back to this. And Myra mentioned more of a sledge than a practical joke, that after a batter missed a drive, someone said, everyone put on your seatbelts because this batter can't drive. Well, that's quite clever. I never thought of that one. But it's nice to see the robot piping in with the couple.
Oh, yeah.
This is a good one. In the Australian cricket summer, the Christmas break goes for 3 weeks. So after the last match before the break, a tomato, ham and cheese sandwich was hidden in the pad cushioning of a player. Those pads then spent the next 3 weeks in the back of a very hot car. When it was reopened, the pads almost walked themselves out of the car full of stinky, mouldy sandwich. Well, that's nasty.
Oh, that is nasty, isn't it?
You're not going to get that
I thought I did some nasty things. Well, this was a beauty from Bashar. That was the wicket. It was a good wicket to get because that was a wicket of Ahmed.
I've got to say, with new players, especially at school, we'd have this old kit at my high school. And, you know, just full of just random bits of cricket equipment. Some of it looked like it had been there since the 60s. And I would often tell players, or well, not just me, people that were new to it, that the box in the kit was an oxygen mask and it would help you breathe better. So that they would try it on. Yeah, especially when it was, you know, these ones, the old plastic ones with the holes in them. So that's probably quite a few box-related ones at the moment. Some pretty good ones though as well. You know, if you get someone that's fairly new to the game and you ask them to find your left-handed bat, for example.
Yeah. We did
something like that.
Yeah, there was one. Remember the coffins? I mean, I still got my coffin back home. Remember the coffins for the cricket gear? Well, at the end of one match, it's up in the air. It just gets like, oh, well, watch the spin. Well, that's done it. But will they go for two? Yeah, they will. So one becomes two. Doesn't allow for the spin. But yeah, with the coffins, the match was over. And what we did, the ground we were at, we just filled this coffin up with a load of bricks.
Oh, really?
And the guy who was coughing it was
planning.
Carried it around.
Or like that, like just a few extra
Yeah,
bricks.
he carried it around, and then of course we were playing like the next day we were on tour. He carries it back to the ground, carries it, it's heavy. And when he opens it, of course, it's full of bricks, and he realises he's been carrying a load of bricks around for
That's very good. I was one, my bag, things would go in, and they'd rarely come out. So I think I'd be a sucker. I'd probably walk around for 5 years before I realised. Anyway, pretty sad to hear Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico 4. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world. Well, I'm just looking back at the chat. Watch Monstro saying he's heard of players insisting the toilet seats are up when batting. Well, these are funny superstitions. Everyone will probably has heard of some at least. But keep them coming. We want your practical jokes or your superstitions. And yeah, there's quite a few that I've enjoyed so far, but I'm sure we can think of a few more. But yeah, I mean, cricketers are funny like that, especially because when you're batting and the nature of it, you kind of get one chance in a longer form game. And so, you know, even if, oh, this is close and gone. Well, if you want to trigger, that's about as quick as you can get. I mean, that finger was up before the ball touched the ground, but it did look like a pretty good shout to me. Sajjad comes on and he pushes this through. And so we've got a wicket to start the over. So no good. Zayn Ali comes and goes pretty quickly. He goes for just one, 32 for 2.
That's a big wicket. And Kulab Sajjad, the captain, gets this one right on the money. Again, he decides to go back, goes forward, then goes back, and that is plumb. They don't come any easier than that. It's no wonder that the umpire didn't spend too much time putting his finger up there. You're gone. And that's a good start for the captain, Sajjad. And it's a big wicket. It's one of the big ones that you want. And Zayn Ali, the softest missile for a powerful man like him. But you see, just in two minds, and that's what taking the pace off and bringing the spinner on, especially one that floats the ball up there does. You see he starts to go forward and he thinks, nah, I'll go back, and by the time he's made up his mind, the ball strikes him on the pads and he's a goner.
Catches him on the crease, basically. I mean, you can't play for a lot of turn to Kulab. You see, this one just goes straight on. It's going to hit middle stump, and he is ecstatic about it. Why not? Chivadate is hitting a bit of a speed hump in this chase, 32 for 2. Charlie Hunt talking about the Mind the Windows Tino from Freddie Flintoff. And that's very famous as well. And see, I was the sort of batter that would fall for that kind of thing, because I know that they're trying to psych me out, but then you still think, imagine if you can break a window, how good you look. Even though it's probably low percentage when you're batting 11. I think that the robots just put the YouTube link to the Mind the Windows, saying watch that and come back. The robot is on fire this morning. Let's see if Chivadate's batting can catch fire again. New batter out there, Aslam Mohammed. Well, Zayn Ali and Aslam Mohammed, they've done the heavy lifting, I think, with the bat for Chivadate. And with Zayn Ali going so cheaply, I think this becomes a real key partnership.
Yeah, definitely is. The Kujinder. He goes for a beautiful shot. That is lovely. And that is as straight as you get, straight down the ground. And this is, well, worthy of the 4 that it gives. Beautiful shot. And just gets his seat. This is about being assertive. It's the same sort of delivery that Ali went back to against LBW, but he goes forward and hits it.
He's not really playing for turn here. You see, he just hits straight through the line of the ball. You almost treat him like a slow medium pacer, because he's not going to rip a lot past your outside edge. And that's where batters get kind of in trouble. Not just at this level, but at even higher levels. They start playing for things that just aren't there.
Good shot from Kujinder. This one's a little bit shorter, a bit flatter. And he's just trying to work this, just trying to noodle it round. Sort of that behind find area, just not able to get it. And ends up being the dot.
Enjoying these. Ian Johns talking about the box trick again, with the warm spray, I think, in the box. Another one of those.
doesn't quite get hold of this way would like to. They'll get one, think about two, but let's stay to one. The ball to go in this over from the captain. Yeah, the other one was Sawdust. You could use Sawdust, but Sawdust was a bit obvious. People used to put Sawdust in funny places.
The old itching powder.
Yeah, the itching powder, yeah, remember the itching. Can you still get those sort of things? I mean, itching powder, you mentioned. The other one was, remember stink bombs?
Oh,
Did you used to have fun with those stink
bombs? I don't know if you
bombs?
can still buy those. Oh, hope not. Anyway, don't want to give us any ideas. End of the over, so we're halfway through the chase now. 39 for 2. See, Aslam Muhammad just new to the crease. Still hasn't batting to come, though. I mean, Ramunshi's been really good, I think, when he's had the opportunity, but I think this partnership and the next really key. Pretty much at the pace. I mean, they're 7.8 and over. They need 8.8, I suppose, in the last 5, so it's not out of control there, but this becomes a big over for Bashar Khan. He's going to bowl out here in the 6th. Again, he loves bowling at right hand. He's got 2 of them to bowl that here. Swing straight past that one. Bashar can actually turn it past you outside edge, so I think he's even more of a difficult proposition. And Danush saying that he used to bowl turning the head away at the exact moment of release and not look at the batsman. That was just a superstition he had. Well, there's been a few bowlers that do that. I think you've got to look up in case you get a return catch, of course. Naveed does the fielding here. And so Mike Buckland saying it was a bad fishing day, but great cricket. Mike, tell us where you're watching from. I must keep missing it. But what country are you watching from? He said he's bad fishing day. I wonder where he is. Mike, I know you're just celebrating the start of your retirement.
Oh, well, this one comes
What's this?
wrong. He's lucky this goes backwards. If this goes forward,
I think he actually released it forwards and then bashes it backwards the second time. Look, oh, just nothing. Just never came out before it was swung over. Good variation. Well bowled. I mean, that's in that area where if you're going to go after it, you're taking a huge risk, and you're probably not getting the pitch. You're probably skying it. I think it was probably a good decision from Kuljinder just to be a bit careful with that one.
Just lobs this over the bowler. Will take a single. Wasn't a very authentic or confident looking shot, it has to be said.
Maya Patel recommending a video on YouTube when Andrew Flintoff tries to explain what cricket is to Jennifer Lopez. I think that was on the Graham Norton show, am I right? Well, this is what we talked about, is skied and is going to be caught. Well, that's another big one. Aslam Muhammad, he goes after Bashar and he can't get anywhere near the right line of it, so he goes cheaply. So the 2 big guns misfiring for Chivadate in the middle order. They held him back and now they're just back. The score is 41 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's the danger, isn't it? You hold them back and then you hope that when you need them to perform, they do. Well, neither one of them have. So he goes. Interesting for me to see now who goes out there to join Kuljinder Singh. For me, I would... I would say it's got to be Munshi.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see who it is. It is 999, UK emergency line.
Yep.
It is Ramunshi. Yeah, and so Bashar, okay, I think you can afford to be a little bit careful in these 2 balls. You don't want to lose a wicket to him. And even if you eat 2 dots here, you need 10.5 and over or so. But I think you have to be quite aware of the situation. And even Aslam Muhammad probably didn't have to go after Bashar that much because they're in a good position. And I think he is the most difficult bowler to get after if he bowls well, which he generally does. Khawaja Shan just mentioning Bashar Khan. But, thinks he deserves some awards. Well, no doubt. I think we haven't seen him too much to left-handers, though. I'd like to see him bowl a bit more against left-handers and see if he can adjust his tactics. Anyway, last ball of the over, in fact. And he's happy just to block it, and he will get a run, Munshi. So that takes us to the end of 6. The score's 42 for 3. And once again, pretty good spell from Bashar Khan. He finishes 2 for 12 of his spell.
Yeah, good performance from Bashar once more. I think he was always going to cause issues, and he did. Picks up 2 wickets as well. So now you know that Bashar is out the attack. I suspect that maybe the captain will keep the spin attack on here, Kulub Sajjad. But once that's over, then he will go back to his seamers. So this is all a question of what you prefer to do here as a batter. Do you play cautiously and maybe just try and get the 6 to 8 runs off the over without going for the big shot, and then say, right, the pace is back on, we can go after him. I'm certainly sure that's something that Munshi prefers, the big hitters coming on.
I don't think you can let the game drift too much. I mean, I feel like you do still have to go after Sajjad to a degree. This over, that's what he does, but he skies it, doesn't carry, takes a very unpredictable bounce. Well, how about this for some backing up fielding? Not really backing up, he's siding up here.
Well, this is going almost at a 45-degree angle. Look at that.
He looks nervously, doesn't he, Chowdhury? And then says, oh, okay, lucky you're there. All right.
Take another single. No mistakes from the fielder this time. But, well, I think Kuljinder, he wants to go after the captain, and so does Munshi.
12 balls without a boundary, make that 13, Rico. As Brescia CC, well, a bit like Chivadate, they're just finding a way to put the brakes on. Once again, Brescia CC, very classy team. A team that won the Super Cup last year and therefore booked their place in the ECL earlier this year. They came third in the whole of Europe. They know how to win.
This is out of here. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Inna sona shaka. Lagya. It was right up there. It was a tempter. And he said, well, there you go. If you want it, you got to go after it. And, well, he does go after it and absolutely smashes this. And a big hit. Battle of the two captains here. And Kuljinder, well, he hits the bowling team captain, Sajjad, for a big 6.
Kuljinder's played Sajjad really well. He's just playing what he sees. He's not playing for turn. He's just pretty much playing down the line of the ball. Really good straight hit. Now you force Sajjad into doing something else. So, I mean, that's a big momentum shift in that Maximo down the ground.
Yeah, it certainly is. And that's a good leave as well. We've seen some errors in leaves, but he knew this one was wide and doesn't offer a shot. Take the single. A little bit sitting in his crease there, Munshi, but he has time to get there and does.
Again, Munshi probably doesn't have to be crazy here against Sajjad. It's the last ball of his spell. The spinners have bowled well, including Sajjad. Don't do anything crazy. You've already got a run, so anything here is a bonus. Even if you eat a dot here, you do have Kuljinder, who seems to have things under control at the other end. Pace to come back. And it won't be easy. This game right in the balance at the moment.
Yeah, wonder if he will flight one up just to see if he goes after it. Well, he does flight it up. They ask the question, and it looks like it won't be out. End of the over. Just have another look at this. He's well inside here. Don't think he does lift that foot up. It stays down. So, yep, comfortably in. End of the over.
The shot, but he got away with it. 54 for 3 after 7. Coming up, last game of the day. And we're starting this in just over half an hour's time. Kings 11 versus Chandra Brescia. Well, haven't they had different experiences today on day 3 so far? Chandra Brescia cannot take a trick at the moment. 0-3, the team that represented Italy back in ECL 19. Kings 11, well, they're up and away, just dropping the 1 game to Brescia CC. And have a look at that batting order they've got. They've got Vikas Kumar, Vira Yadav, Simran Singh, and Kuldeep Lal. And I even like the work of Jagmeet Singh. I thought he was really intelligent in their chase before. And a few wild cards in there. Still haven't seen too much of the Muliwala, although he is in there at number 9, Jagmeet Singh. Stay tuned for the last game of the day. Match 12, news from the toss. Kings 11 winning the toss and having a hit. Hopefully see you for that one. Right now, here's Sajid Afridi. Going back to pace in over 8.
Good start. And this one doesn't miss by too much, goes straight through the batter.
I think Munshi will prefer the pace as well, even though he's not facing right now. I think he'll be a bit more comfortable. It can go large. But yeah, this is where the rubber hits the road. You want to be getting 10, 10, 10. That's how you're looking at it. 64, 74, 84. That's how you get home. The target's 83, but you get the idea. So it kind of helps if you get at least that 1 boundary and over. Good game.
It's up in the air. I think it will drop safe. And they keep it to 1. So they do. Kuljinder gets down to the other end.
All right.
This is what I'm looking forward to seeing now.
This is Munshi o'clock. This is where he's survived the spin. You know, he's got to produce. I don't think he can leave it all to the captain at the other end who strike it just over run a ball. Let's see if he comes off to Imran Naveed.
And he goes big. Vole, vole, vole. Manos arriba, árbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Qué grande. Qué guay. Qué genial. Bombastic 6 runs.
That's exactly what we talked about, isn't it? And this is just a block hole delivery that he misses a bit short, and it becomes a kind of drivable length, drivable on the up. Munshi at home against the pace. Is that another swinging moment towards Chividate?
Oh, gets the edge, but he plays this with soft hands. He sort of just pushes at this. He's probably just as well. If he swings at this, the edge would have carried.
I think it's a slow ball. I'm going to check this out. Yeah, it was. And it was a really well located slow ball. So he just checks his shot once he picks it. So, I mean, does well to get something on it. Also, really clever variation that from Sajid Afridi.
Yeah, battle on between Afridi and Munshi. Well, they're even Stevens at the moment with this one going. Well, it's going big. That is absolutely humongous. What a hit that is. It lands on the top of the hill. That is huge. Well, this is a Bizaway Supersonic 6. What a hit from Munshi. Well, we said it before. Munshi, he likes munching on these balls and he likes hitting them into cow corner.
That was absolutely massive. And that absolutely, I don't know how to say it, it rocketed off the bat of Munshi. He said, you know, it looked a bit all at sea against the spin, but he smoked 2 big Maximos. And he got Chividate in a commanding position now. Last ball of the over. Afridi, he's got to either bowl the slower ball, which I think is what he is going to do, or he's just got to hit the block hole. If you're going to miss full. You've seen twice that length has disappeared out of the ground.
Yeah, he's got to be aiming at, for me, he's got to be aiming at like, what, an inch or two outside, full inch or two outside the off.
If I'm Munshi here, I know I'm getting a slower ball. I'm going to knock it for 1. I'm going to take the strike in the next over. He's just readjusting himself because he swung so hard. It's a bad momentum breaker. Cool Jinder. Well, let's just see what he's getting here. I don't know, he's having maybe something in his eye or something, or funny time to have a drink with the ball left in the over.
Ball to go in the over. You'd think you'd wait to the end of the over. He's a non-striker as well.
Upsetting the momentum. Okay, I'm putting myself in the mind of Munshi. I've just hit 2 6s. I don't think you need to go after this. I think I'm probably expecting a slower ball, so I'm not going to be surprised by a slower ball. But if it's a quicker one, I'm happy to just jam my bat down on it, get one, get to the other end and take the strike. I don't think you want to throw your wicket away here.
Yeah, that's...
Munshi, it'll be more pace to come in the 9th as well.
But you got... That's probably the right play, but I think in the mind of Munshi, if I see it, I'm going to hit it.
Yeah.
I honestly do feel that's what he's going to go for here. And not really sure what's happening here. I hope that Kuljinder is okay. He seems to want... I mean, he's just taken on a bit of water. Maybe he's just not feeling 100%. And I think maybe the umpire just having a chat with him and say, look, if you're not okay to continue, then, you know, get the next batter ready to come in. That might be what's happening here. And
I think it might be a technical issue as well, and that might be why he has the drink. That probably makes sense. Just clearing up something. But I mean, what a great finish. I mean, one thing that we haven't really had in this series so far, I think, is an out-and-out upset. I mean, maybe PLG against Chandra Brescia is one that you would say is an upset based on previous form.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
This would be a big upset, surely. Brescia CC against Chividate, a team who, look, they had some good performances last year, no doubt about it. Chividate actually bowled out Brescia CC for 50 on Monday morning last year, but then the game got washed out, one over in the second
Really?
innings.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Wow.
It gave Brescia CC kind of a free pass, but maybe a little bit of a bogey team, you could say.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Look, why don't we have a look at, because we know the 16s, why don't we have a look at why it's important to finish in the top 3?
Yeah.
And between the top 3 and the bottom 3, I mean, we may get a chance
Yeah,
to maybe even see it on the
format
graphic.
here is a very interesting
But
format.
finishing in the top 3 is so important.
Well, finishing the top 3 after match 15 guarantees you a spot on finals day. If you finish in the bottom 3, then you have to fight for the one remaining spot on finals day. So it is super important. Anyway, here's Afridi, last ball of the over. This is smart. In fact, he won't just get 1. I think he's going to get 4 here. That's running away. Oh, well pulled back. We'll check this out, but I think
he does well.
Yeah, I think he does well here. We'll get 2. That's a bonus. End of the over, 69 for 3. I did see the rope get hit at some point, but I think the ball had gone by then. You see, the ball's gone now. And see, now if he hits Yeah, so there's no problem there. I think then there's the other fielder that steps on the rope. Keep rolling, forward. And yeah, no worries there at all. So, wow, what a game we got in our hands. 69 for 3 off 8. They need 14 off 12 balls. Normally you'd say, with 7 wickets in hand, that's a done deal. But Brescia CC, they're a team of winners, and they're not going to give this up easy at all. Got to say, Munchie, I said that was the over.
Yeah.
He gets to play pace. It was Munchie o'clock, I think is what I said at the start of the over. He certainly came up with a good one. 15 coming off the 8.
But that's the danger here with Brescia. This is one thing we saw them do yesterday. When they bring the spin on, all 4 overs of spin are bowled together. They don't break it up. And what that means is that if teams have got wickets in hand and the players like Munchie prefer the pace, well, they're going to get what they want, because now it's just going to be pace on from here on in.
Here's a good bowl up. He's on to Kuljinder Singh. Oh, eats a dot first up, or does he? Well, now they're going to get one. He misfields the unmisfieldable. And so that's a bonus, because, I mean, Munchie now, for me, he's not the batter that's been there the longest, but he is the one that seems to be hitting him better. And again, I mean, even on this field, I mean, that's just a bit of an oversight, I suppose.
Yeah, lack of concentration from Naveed.
13 off 11.
Hits this well. I mean, just not going to get it in the gap, the 2 fielders. They do well to get the stop in.
Yeah, score off every ball from here. It's very hard to lose. That's the thing. I want to say hello to Prakash in the chat. He said he's missing Corey. And the reason is they had these big arguments. Corey was absolutely trolling some of our viewers. He kept saying how PSL he thought was higher standard than IPL. And I tell you what, there's still letters coming in about that. Of course, he did coach in the PSL. He was fielding coach for Islamabad United. And he set everyone right off. Anyway, Prakash was front and centre to that. Prakash is saying actually misses Corey now. And don't worry, Corey will be back on Monday.
He'll be back.
Yep. And she'll get a fair bit more of Corey when he's available, of course. He's doing good things in European cricket with the Spanish team, who had some very good results in the recent T20 International. I know they were disappointed not to go all the way, but he's certainly on the upward trend. Some new faces in that side as well.
Munchie, he wants to go big. He's eyeing this up.
Yep.
Will Naveed give him the length that he wants?
Yeah, this will be super interesting.
It doesn't. Good work there also behind from Dulai. Needs to stop this.
Munchie is hitting him well. Whereas Kuljinder, I think for him it's about avoiding dots. I think Munchie can afford to keep being aggressive. It's working for him so far. You're starting with the mindset of trying to hit a boundary, and if not, just get the one. I mean, there's no real pressure to score a heap of boundaries here, but you're still looking for it as your plan A.
Well, there you go. That's big. Well, watch out, boys. It's coming your way. Well, that is hit in the direction of his own teammates. And, they then put the scorers in danger by deflecting this in that area, but what a good hit. This is what he does. This is why I think, yeah, I hear what you say, Vinny, but when you're this sort of player, you go for everyone, and he smashes this one. And, you can see there some of the ECN crew. Yeah. Well, they're relieved that gets stopped. Menadal, Paul Fletcher,
well, if he does that again, this game's over.
Yeah,
5 to win now. Last ball of the over.
Oh, he gets an edge, and this is going to go for 4 runs. And this is a little bit like the wicketkeeper, Dula. He starts to go where he thinks the ball is going to go. Look, he starts going down the leg side. He thinks this is going down the leg, and then he goes back the other way. He can't get to it. 4 runs.
Yeah, it gets wrong-footed. Classic wrong-footed, because it is probably on the line leg stump.
Ooh.
That's why Dulu steps to his left. The ball goes to the right. Score's tied now after 9 overs. 82 for 3. Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that he should just be looking for 1. I'm just saying his plan A should be look for a boundary, but if it's not quite there to hit, I mean, that one was because it was in the slot. If it's not there to hit, no use throwing your wicket away. Take the one, stay there.
Get your point,
I think he batted really well. Look, gets a bit of luck as well. That last one. And Brescia CC on the verge of their first defeat. They're going to need a maiden for a golden ball. And look, you know what? You'd rather have Kuljinder on strike. You might as well bring everybody up now. And you also need someone to cover the bowler's stumps. Let's see if they're crazy or not.
Well, I'll tell you who's going to go crazy when they hit these runs. Well, here we go, wait for it, there they go. They are absolutely delighted about this. Look at that, everybody's fist pumping. It is International Day of Kissing. There's going to be a lot of kissing and hugging happening out there. What a victory. Brescia have been beaten It's their first loss. And Cividate, congratulations to them. Oh, look at that. They're lifting each other up. They want to go for it more.
Oh.
Lift them up higher, higher.
Could go badly.
Give me some higher love. Oh, well, they're saying, okay, how many porones did you eat? I can't lift you up. It's too hot for that. But look, what a wonderful scene. They're absolutely wonderful. That is what European cricket is all about. And that is why this form of cricket is taking the world by form. You got to love it. How can you not? A frenzy of action-packed entertainment coming your way every day. And, well, it's coming to you from Italy at the moment. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series, Vinny. And what a victory that is. What a turn up for the books.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I mean, Cividate, they've threatened Brescia CC, but to actually beat them, you know, it's a very good moment in that club's history. Brescia CC back to the drawing board slightly for them. I mean, I think it starts with the bat. They couldn't quite get going, but a lot of that credit has to go to Cividate. I think they bowled, they fielded very well, and they hold their nerve. They get over the line. I think that just one off the last ball. They've got to be smarter, not running the single before the ball crosses the boundary. That's twice that's happened today. Anyway, Kings 11 versus Brescia coming up, and this match is in about 20 minutes. Kings 11, well, they want to make it 3-1, and like I said, that result just then really tightens things up for the top three. And I think that Kings 11 will want to make no mistake. Brescia, well, they're just trying to get anything going here because they have had no luck so far. Let's go to the chase, and they made a bit of a change to Jad Ahmed coming up to the top of the order to bat with his captain Kuljinder Singh. And I think it's a good move, ultimately. He scores 23 off 15 and just gets that target a little bit under control. And ultimately, he was there for one reason only, to try and score, and he went 6 and out. And that just opened the door a little bit, especially when Zain Ali and Arslan Mohammed fell soon after.
Yeah, look, what I liked about this is that what Cividate have shown is that we know who the key players are, and we know that that's Zain Ali and that's Arslan Mohammed as well. They didn't perform with the bat, and when you win against Brescia with two of your key players not performing, that is massive, and this will give them a massive boost. I mean, once again, they needed somebody like the captain, Kuljinder Singh. He batted so sensibly. He put the partnership together. Partnerships is what it's all about. I still believe, even in this format, you still do need one batter that you're saying to, look, your job is to be out there, stay out there for 10 overs, and come back with 45 runs on the board. You've done your job. Yeah. And I think that's the sort of thing that Kuljinder Singh can do. But Munshi, well, we know that Munshi was going to go big, and he did.
Yeah, I mean, you can afford to do that when you're chasing 80 and not something like 120, 130. And so Kuljinder does play that kind of stability role, didn't he? Well, they were trying to lift him up. Well, chiropractors beware. I think they do need to hit the gym, Cividate, because they had a fair few problems not getting the lift off, as we see the helicopter pad in the background. But that's a great performance from them, really, to win with 5 balls to spare. Munshi, the hero, ends up top scoring. 28 off 12 with 3 maximos and a 4, and was all about attacking the pace in the last 3 overs. I think he was pretty smart the way that he wasn't prepared to give his wicket up to the spin. He knew he wanted that opportunity towards the end to win the game for his team, and he did. Kuljinder with 23 not out, and Sajjad early on with 23 important runs. And look, Brescia CC didn't do a lot wrong, I suppose. Just the 4 wides in the innings. And look, they're a master defender team, no doubt about that. Brescia CC, maybe a bit of a wake-up call as well for them as we head into the next part of this week. And, their bowlers, I mean, I think in particular the spinners bowled really well for me once again. Bashar Khan with 2 for 12. Kalab Sajjad with 1 for 19. Though he did go for a couple in the end. I thought Kuljinder, his opposite number, played him pretty well. No one really getting punished. Jad Mohammed bowled a good couple of overs first up. But ultimately, Cividate win. They win well. And that does keep them in the hunt for the top 3, Rico. Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good win. And I think it shows the quality and the depth that we're seeing from the teams here in Italy. It's not just all about the big boys. It's not going to be all about just Brescia going there and getting the results. There are still going to be some surprises. There's still going to be some upsets, and that's exactly what we've seen here today. And Cividate getting that win there, that is definitely a bit of an upset. Yeah, sure is. Well, we're going to take a cold shower if we can. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. When we do, we're going into match 12, and it will be Kings 11 batting first against Brescia. Join us then for more cricket action, as we have one more match left on day 3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day 3. We are here in the furnace, and we'll see you shortly for more cricket on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Brescia. Well, I'm searching for some kookaburras across the road from this cricket ground, but I can tell you it's almost time for the last match of the day. Match 12 on the calendar. It's Kings 11 versus Jandra Brescia. Well, these two teams have had very different experiences today so far. Let's see what happens out in the middle. I know that Stefan Gooch is with the two captains for the coin toss.
Tail, tails the call. Heads. Good luck, guys. Have a good game. All the best. Thank you. Cheers. Best of luck.
So it is Simranjit Singh of the Kings 11 that have won the toss and elected to bat first. I do think that's a good toss to win. I think that although they are great chasers, I think it won't hurt them to just build an innings, bat the whole 10 overs and really have no set target in mind. We know that they have a lot of good players. Got to say that Jagmeet Singh, he's a player that really impressed me with his intelligence towards the end of that chase, with his shot selection and running between the wickets. Also think maybe Jaipal may get a bit more of a bowl with his leg spinners. He wasn't utilised in the first game of the day. And Kings 11, with a win here, they could really entrench themselves in that top three. And we know that is very important come to Super Friday. Well, Jandra Brescia, well, they're in a rough place at the moment. You have to say the hosts, they haven't been able to put anything together. They don't have a win so far, but maybe this is an opportunity for them to start to shine. Although it does seem like they're destined for the bottom three. They will want to start playing better to at least give them a shot towards the end of this week when the business end arrives. Okay, well, Rico, I'm going to go keep searching for kookaburras. Hope you're having a good time in the Brescia Cookout. Let's get ready for match 12. Kings 11 winning the toss and batting. I'll see you soon. Beam me up.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandy. Don't be coming back in here with all those creepy crawlies on you now. He doesn't know what he started. He already got a few issues in the Brescia Cookout, where the heat is definitely on. And I think all sorts of creepy crawlies are coming in here to get out of the sunshine. And Mr. Maximo doing it his way as always. Well, good luck finding those balls. And good luck finding your way back. Don't get lost in there, will you? Well, there's the ground. You can see the aerial view of it. That's the helipad where Maximo will be shipped away later on to go back into the Lake Garda. I think he's planning to go into the lake again. And you can see that apart from, well, there's the fields that he's in across the road there. That's where all the sweet corn is growing. And, well, he's got a bit of a dangerous crossing there to get back into the ground. But the ground itself, yeah, I mean, look, unless it's an agriculture ground where, of course, it's the crops that need to be watered. Everywhere else, no water is allowed. That's why this particular part of the ground, when you look at it from the aerial view, is very dry. And, well, it's dry and it's rock hard as well. And it's certainly taking its toll, not just on the players, but on the umpires as well. And everybody here in the ground. 111 to 96 is what the bat versus ball wall says about this one in favour of Kings 11. So look, yeah, just an opportunity for me once again to thank everybody here from the European Cricket Network crew, and Meta Dahl, Paul Fletcher, Marco Guntaleka, Michael Dahl, and Diana Oroz, and of course all the umpires that have been led by Stefan Gooch. And today it's been umpire Rahman, umpire Amila, and also Shubdev. Been absolutely spot on, guys, and everyone else that's been looking after us and making sure we've got plenty of water and fluid. And our man Safi has been top draw. And of course a big shout out to our production team, Martins, Valentines and Kerryals. Been absolutely brilliant. I know that you all appreciate the wonderful efforts they make. And of course, well, they put everything together and they put out a magical package for the world to enjoy. And I know that you all enjoy it wherever you are, our global cricket family. So thanks to everybody as we get ready to start the final match of the day. And a huge match this for Jandra Brescia, I think. I think if they are to bounce back, they've got to do it here now. Have plenty of disappointment to come their way. They just haven't looked like the team that we know them to be. And, well, they need to really try and contain the Kings 11 batting lineup. And they're looking to go big here. And it's a slight change. It's going to be Yadav who wants to face the first ball. And he goes down the ground. It's a good hit from him. It's one bounce, 4 runs. So they're up and running straight away. And it's Mohamed Afzal. His first ball goes to the boundary. Yeah, interesting that he decides he wants to face the first ball. So Vikas Kumar is normally the man at the striker's end for the start of the innings. He's at the non-striker's end. Head up, 4 runs straight away. Oh, well, plays right around this. So the steps right across and tries to whip this away. Dangerous looking shot. I think that's one of those that you're in danger of knocking the ball back into your own stumps. Good reply from Afzal. But get the feeling here that Yadav is wants to go big and wants to go big early. Gets a bit of width, gets past the inner fielder, and well fielded by the man doing the sweeping. This is what they need, I think, for me, Central Brescia. They need things to go well in all departments. I think if they field well, it will certainly give the bowlers some confidence, and the bowlers then will bowl better. I think if they bowl and field well, the confidence will go up, and that will also go into their batting. They just need to start doing things well, and all of those things put together will mean they do better. And this one, I think, has hit the bat first. You see that indication given straight away from the umpire. Like to see that, and bowler turns around and wants to have the appeal, and the umpire says nah, off the bat, so that stops the appeal dead, because Kumar gets himself off the mark. The batters will take another single. Very warm out there once more, and I think this really sort of the midway through the third match and the start of this fourth is probably the warmest part of the day. Really can feel the humidity and the heat now. Up in the air, chance, and a simple catch given, and Kuma will go. He tries to cut this and hit this over the top of the infielders, and not able to do so. And a nice comfortable catch. If the pants are anything to go by, I believe that's Naeem Ahmed that takes the catch. And yes, indeed it is. So yeah, looks to go over the top. It doesn't get any power in it, and a very easy, comfortable catch taken. So they're the things they've got to do. They've got to do the basic things right, and trying to cut out some of the errors that they've been making. And Naeem helps them get the wicket at the end of the first over. So it's 7 for 1, and it's Vikas Kumar who has to go. So maybe he's a little bit disgruntled about losing his #1 spot and not taking strike at the first ball, and he does depart. But one thing that Kings 11 will do, I think they'll just keep coming. But Afzal getting the wicket there after seeing his first ball belted down the ground for 4. So could come back, gets the wicket of Kumar, but just one of the 2 balls that he faced. Wasim Ahmed comes charging in, and gets a good bit of swing here, but batter gets himself in a good position. That's a really good throw, and they're asking the question, well, I reckon he's a little sluggish here. The umpire is now going to go upstairs, and after the extended appeal, he will go next door. I reckon, look, my initial response was he's struggling. Let's see. Oh, does he get that bat down in time? Where does this bat go down? And let's see, he's not sliding the bat in. I mean, fielder here doesn't help us. I think the stumps are dislodged here. Well, it's so hard to call because you just don't see the line on that part of the ground. Is the bat down? Is it not? So close. One thing he doesn't do, he doesn't slide the bat in. Well, living dangerously. That's why I thought this was going to be close. I mean, they're still having a look at it, I think. And, see the fielder here just getting in the way of us here. And, oh, well, I think that he may have been short there. From when we don't see the stumps being dislodged first time. So I wonder if that would play a part in that, whether you got to, because you can't exactly see the gloves of the keeper, you can't see properly if they've got the ball in his hand. So many things, it's so many could-bes and so many ifs there that this may go in the favour of the batter. And there's still a bit of discussion going out there. The 2 batters wait patiently, and I don't think we've had a decision from the umpires as yet. It's a difficult one to call because I don't think you can see that line. And I think they may have to go in favour of the batter. Yeah, they do. And well, the 2 batters now sort of say, okay, Maybe we got away with that one, but look, we've got to be a bit safer. But it wasn't good running. You have to say it was not good running. Wasim once more. Catch. Well, this one is out. Caught behind. Beautifully done. Well, the catch has been taken. Umarbag takes it. And they do get a wicket. And maybe sometimes there is something, well, I don't know, maybe a bit of karma there, folks. Who knows? The wicket does go. It's a second that goes. And it is, well, you have to have. So now, well, Kings, they don't get the start that they really wanted. He wanted to be attacking, didn't he? Did Yavdab, and he goes. Just hits the one boundary, doesn't he? 1-4. So he's gone for 8 of the 6 deliveries that he faces. Routine catch taken behind the stumps there. And well done to Wasim Ahmed. So this is exactly what Janjua Brescia needed to do. Remember, Kings 11 winning the toss and batting first, which, well, surprises me a bit because we talk about them being a team that are so good chasing. I mean, but I think they probably thought, well, look, there may be a time when we don't win the toss and we're going to get put in. So maybe we need to put ourselves in that situation and see how we deal with it. Well, at the moment, not very well. 9 for 2. Kuldeep Lal is out there. And this one will be called wide. Sees the first ball go past him as wide, and Jagmeet Singh is the other batter. And he's still got plenty of batting. But one thing we did see from them, even in that victory that they had earlier, though they had plenty of batting, they did it the hard way in that chase in their earlier match. It's well played. Get a single. Yeah, I mean, the match I'm talking about was the first match of today against the Pack Lions Gedai. They made 81 and Kings 11 got there. But they had to go into the last over. 82 for 3. They're winning by, with a couple of balls to go, it was. But they haven't really always hit the right notes with the bat. And here they're struggling once more. This is up in the air. This is a really nice shot. It goes all the way for 6 runs. Well, that's called showing you the maker's name. And Jagmeet Singh starts with a very confident looking shot. There you go. He holds the pose. Ginda le main shakka bhi maar liya. Hun dekho meri 4 away 2-3 khich do. And well, nice to see some youngsters enjoying the cricket as well. And good time to welcome back another youngster who's, I hope you got all those creepy crawlies off you, Vinny. What are you doing in those fields?
You don't want to know. That's Mohamed Yohan. One of my favourite young cricketers from around here. This is poked away into the gap. Well, this one will go away for 4, which just shows you how fast this outfield is. It's going to roll all the way to the fence. This was nothing more than a little poke. He kind of checks his shot, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So, yeah, pretty decent start there, 6 and 4.
Living dangerously, though. I mean, the first shot he played, because it was area, you can understand. But there you see, doesn't really follow through. And the problem with that is you will give a chance. And then you're going to say to yourself, why didn't I hit it? Why didn't I go right through with the shot? So living a little bit dangerously. Ahmed, I think you'll probably try him outside the off stump once more, you know. Let's see.
Let's see an opportunity here, Jandra. They can get a third. They almost do. Past the outside edge, end of the second over. The score, 21 for 2. Yeah, Mohamed Yohan there, coming round the boundary. And, of course, member of his family, Maqsood, playing for Janjua Brescia in this tournament. And, yeah, they haven't had a lot of luck so far. Janjua Brescia 0-3. Again, if they could win this game and win another one, take them to 4 points. Again, I don't seem quite making that top 3, but if they can even sneak up a spot or 2, there's benefits at every spot in the 6, basically. So, I mean, the higher you finish in the top 3, you get a friendlier draw. If you finish 4th, then you get a free pass on Super Friday in the morning, although you still will play an eliminator in the evening. And if you're 5th or 6th, it's not a great place to be, because then you pretty much have to win every game from there on in. And this is blasted down the ground. Maximo! Well, how about that for a shot? Kuldeep Lal, just a nice, easy free swing of the bat straight through the line, and he just misses that one out of the ground. 6 runs.
Yeah, I mean, this was a hit-me ball, wasn't it? It was a case of put your foot down and bang it, and that's what he does. Afzal needs to bounce back, and this is played nicely out on the off and take the single, and that you can see Kulip Lal here. He's determined to get a big innings. So hasn't quite yet got going. I think the best we've seen from him has got 15 not out in the win earlier in the week, but now he wants to get a big score on his board, so he's playing the big shot, then taking the single. Jagmeet Singh, he's on 10 or 3 deliveries.
Yeah, better ball. This one just shaping a bit. It'll just be one. Yeah, so I would have to say, I like this movement of Jagmeet Singh up into the top 4. I mean, I think that he's actually a very, very intelligent cricketer, no doubt about it. I mean, Simanjit is a guy that can bang the ball around the place, but he has had a bit of batting already. So just dropping himself down a little bit today. Full. You can probably hear the train going past in the background. And this has 5 or 6 people backing up. Eventually they do the job. Yeah, so I had a bit of a wander across the road, as you saw for the introduction there. And then I came back, and then there's a whole bunch of kids around today. We were doing some kind of slips catching practice. We just kind of did a bit of a drill, which was a bit of fun. Kids always win in the end. I said if they can catch 10 in a row without dropping one, and eventually they got there. I said they had to do it by the first ball of the game, and they did. So
good on you.
Well done to all the youngsters. Now, we didn't have a bat, so I had to use my hand as the bat. So now my hand's killing me. But no, I always like to get involved with the juniors. Love to see that enthusiasm.
Well, this is going to be 4 runs. It's a badly directed delivery. It's full. It's down the leg side. He got away with one earlier, which was just pushed for a single. But this one, well, Kulip Lal, he's not going to miss out on this. 4 more runs.
Yeah, and so it's one that he didn't want to miss, but he probably wasn't going to miss it because it was a full toss. And so no fine leg spells trouble. Afzal goes for 21 of his spell, though he does pick up a wicket. End of the power play, 35 for 2. So despite the loss of a couple of early ones, I think fairly back on track now. Kings 11 with that power play of 35. Plenty of batting to come. Vinny saying, I was going to say, Sanoj says he thinks I look a bit like Vikas Kumar. I think a bit of a look-alike. Well, I wish I could bat like Vikas Kumar. And he'll also do the keeping for Kings 11. But of course, Kumar was the first wicket to fall as he fell off the last ball, the first over caught by Naeem Ahmed. But yeah, right now we head to the middle overs, and we'll see what kind of options we get. Maybe some spin options from Jahandra Brescia, which is desperate to get some points on the board.
No spin just yet. I think they're going to look to bowl out Wasim. So Wasim Ahmed. Let's see if he can get his radar right. And he comes. It's a good full delivery. Played out on the offside. They'll take a single. For 14 off his first. And just a couple of boundaries there, wasn't it, towards the end of his spell. The 6 and the 4 from Jagmeet. But yeah, Jagmeet, I mean, he timed the ball beautifully for the 6. For the 4, I think he was just a little bit lucky. He seems to be relying on timing and sort of posing, holding the pose, if you like. But I think I'd like to see him actually follow through and get that bat right round the shoulder once he plays the shot to make sure he gets the ball a good, clean hit. And this one's up in the air. Shouts to catch it, but nobody's catching this. Is in the gap. It's 4 more runs. And Cuatro Carreras Mas, and this goes in between the man at the boundary and long on a mid-wicket. Nicely timed shot, 1 bounce, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's all placement, that one. Yeah, Kuldeep hasn't quite clicked with the bat yet. We've seen little bursts of it. At the moment, the baby blue working for him, isn't it? And
yeah.
He's looking in pretty good touch early. Seems to be not getting overly funky with his batting. I think he was getting a bit carried away with some of those deflection shots. Just hit through the line of the ball. And he can bat so well doing that. The next ball from Wasim. Yeah, well, I've jinxed him good and proper. Sorry, Kuldeep, but he's chopped onto the leg stump. And, well, he'll be keeping cool in the dugout for the rest of this inning. 17 and gone. He looks up, and that's probably one that he does just lose his composure, slightly falling off the shot. Ahmed with the comeback ball. He takes the second wicket, and the score now 40 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kuldeep, he can't believe he's done this. He plays this straight onto the stumps. Look at that, that's the inside edge. And he's trying to hit it too hard, isn't he? I mean, you got Cool Lip Lyle, yeah, he's giving himself a bang on the head now as well. Cool Lip Lyle is really trying to thrash the ball through. And then you got the other batter who's trying to time it to the boundary, but you need one sort of in between. So you need the timing, you need the good hitting as well. And it's all about keeping your shape. And Cool Lip totally loses his shape there, trying to hit the ball big. And you're right, you cursed him. You cursed him big time. He'll be having a chat with you later, no doubt.
Yeah, so Cool Deep. I think we'll get over it. We'll get over our differences. But I won't say any more nice things about his batting. Maybe that's the key. I mean, it reminds me of one of my biggest jinxes when I had one of the players in Barcelona last year. I called him for 100. He was on 39 off about 7 balls. Next ball got caught in the boundary. And about 2 seconds after I said it. But, yeah, sorry. Anyway, making a game. But Brescia, they need some help, though. So I'm giving them some help there by cursing Cool Deep. Chops on. But anyway, welcome, guys. Last game of the day. And we might get into a bit of a food chat. We might get into a bit of Brescia chat as well. Bit of tourist chat and maybe some random questions because the last game of the day. Uh-oh, slow ball. Well, this is unbelievable. Watch this. I mean, this is looped and it has been hoofed across the line. And he didn't mean to kick this. It's just into his stride. Have a look at this. It's just out of the reach of Afzal and it gets kneed over the boundary. Wow, that's a patella pounder, and that's one way to score a 4 that I don't think I've ever seen before.
I wasn't sure. I thought for a moment it was a fielder in trying to flip the ball back, punches it over, but it hits the guy doing the backing up right on the knee.
I thought it was a kick because it went so fast, but yeah, it's off the knee. So, oh, only on ECN. Last ball of the over. Maybe not. Down leg side. Don't think there's any pad on that. He's saying no. He's either saying no, it didn't touch me, or no, it's not a wide. I think he's saying no, it didn't touch me. So I have one more ball. Pistabai with a question. Have I been to India? Yes, I have been to India, but I haven't been enough. I'd like to go more. I know that I've been to a few places. I've never played cricket in India, except for street cricket that I loved. I really loved the enthusiasm of playing in the street with some of these guys. Jeevan Pathari saying it was great to see some cricket from this part of the world and see cricket spreading. Yeah, the thing about the outfield as well, you've got to understand state of emergency declared in northern Italy. Not allowed to water the field. That's why it looks like it does. Oh, ouch. And now they might run. And you know what?
Is that worth an appeal?
I don't have a problem with this run, and I'll tell you why. I mean, he's not going to be out because he's genuine. He's not running into the line of the ball, you see. He's already there. He turns around and he's just trying to get out of the way. Hits his foot.
Yeah.
And I know that you might say it's a bit unsporting to run on that, but it's also a bit unsporting to throw it. I mean, he could have held on to that. I think once you throw it, you got to accept what happens, and that's why I don't really have a problem with that. What do you say? Would you say something different?
No, I agree with you there. I think the bowler is having a go, and the batter's got his back turned to you, so he can't see where the ball is.
Yeah.
He's not changed his direction. He's running down a straight line. If he gets hit and they then want to take the overs, I'll do it.
Because who knows if the keeper even would have stopped it?
Yeah.
And behind it. It might have hit the stumps and bounced off. I think you're just trying to press for every run you can get in this form of the game. T10 for me, it's a little bit different, I think, than longer forms of the game. But anyway, great to have your company. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Full. This is last game of the day, so we'll do a few things. We've got food chat.
Food chat?
Food
okay.
chat.
We
A
can
bit
do
of
that.
like touristy chat and what we've been up to. And also random questions. We love last game of the day. It's always fun. This is held. Now they're going to think about a second. I'll think against it in the end. What to say, Kings 11 could have helped us out a little bit and worn their yellow kit for this game because two shirts looking pretty similar. Kind of, I suppose, defeating the purpose of the alternate strip when you change your strip to look exactly like the other side. Kings 11 normally wearing yellow, of course.
Yeah, I think you just got to have a look at the old, I think the Power Ranger shoulders, the lime green. That'll help you. And the numbers, of course.
Yeah, I don't mind the old Kermit the Frog numbers. What do you think about those? Blue and green should never be seen. Well, this is almost a running opportunity, but a bit of a fletch arm there from the fielder at long on. Means they will get through for a second. That brings up the 50 as well for Kings 11.
What a good run, though, that is. I mean, these two they're backing themselves and they do it. So Simranjit Singh, the captain's out there with Jagmeet Singh. And just that one sort of slight misfield and they're on it and they take it and they make it.
Short and pulled, and this is into the gap. This will be 4. Well, speaking of Fletch, there he is. That one's going to roll halfway up the hill, and that was just a genuine half-tracker, really. And Simran had to wait a bit to get his opportunity to bat today, down at number 5, and that's a powerful stroke square of the wicket.
Yeah, 4 runs. And look, speaking of Fletch, I mean, I was talking to Fletch. I said yesterday, I said there was one that went pretty close to you by the helipad. He said, yeah. He said, Rico, though. He said, I know that the ball always follows me around. And he said, every time I try and stop it, I miss it. And it gets on camera. So he said, I don't try and stop him anymore.
He's retiring from attempting. Probably
that's
smart.
a wise call, isn't it?
Having watched him field, I think that's smart. Anyway, this one is going to be into the gap. And 1, 2, buckle my shoot. And almost off the shoot. It is stopped. And yeah, good running to get through for a couple. But I had a question from Pista. Where have I been in India? I have spent a bit of time in Delhi. I've been in Rajasthan, like Jaipur. I've been to the Taj Mahal. It was a really nice experience as well, in Agra. They're the main places I've been in India. And I did want to get right up the top of the country. Maybe see the Golden Temple or something like that in Amritsar, but didn't quite get up there when I did. This one is pulled away. And well, they may think about 2 here. I don't think it's on this time, though. So just a single. Yeah, but I mean, I always love to travel. I mean, obviously haven't been everywhere. I think anybody has. I think I saw an article about someone that had just walked around the whole world. Obviously excluding oceans, I think.
Yeah.
But it's only been done 9 or 10 times. I think he brought his dog with him. It's the first time a dog has done it as well. I'm not sure how long it took. That's what the internet's for, if you want some more information about that. Anyway, here's the last ball from Qureshi in the 5th. He's gone for 10. Pitched up. Loads up a big drive, but he'll get 4 anyway.
Mamma mia.
It's one thing to attack the ball, but I think he over-attacks it here, and he's not really balanced when the ball gets to him. You can see Jagmeet gives it both barrels, but it's the fielder that misfires. It's the end of 5, 61 for 3.
Yeah, those are the sort of things that they've been doing pretty constantly, making those arrows. They started off on the ball, and I was saying, you know, it's the good work that they've done in the start of this match, which will rub off on them, and they'll get the confidence. But every time something like that happens, well, that negativity comes back and doubt comes back again. 61 now on the board at the halfway point, 3 wickets down. Just remember, it wasn't the best of starts from the Kings 11. The first wicket fell at 7. Then they were 9 for 2. Then we saw a bit of a partnership there of 31 runs before that 3rd wicket fell at the score of 40. That's when Kuldeep Lal smashed it onto his own stumps. Now these two are both in double figures, and Jagmeet is starting to look well. He's at a non-striker's end at the moment.
I actually think I got credited with 8 fantasy points for dismissing Kuldeep, if you had me in your fantasy team. First ball, angles across, swing and a miss. As do you think the variation of the left armour Yusuf Maqsood provides is a pretty good option at this stage. You can see it kind of worked there. Well, Simran, he just couldn't quite catch up to that one.
Yeah, he likes to pull and play through the covers, the Simran. So this is going to be a good test. You see what I mean? And oh, it could be trouble.
Oh, this could be trouble, you know.
Does he have the bat down? Simran doesn't look too happy, but I think it's probably because he's taking this on his fingers.
Suspicious that he's out here. I saw the bat go down, and I'm not certain it's before the stumps get hit. Slow now. Oh,
back of the bat as well.
I think he's just in. Look, there. I think that's the shot that shows he's just in.
Only just.
But he's also got the bat the wrong way up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's got the curve of the bat going upwards, but he manages to look. It's got a long reach. Only a tall man like Simranjit, I think, could make it back there. Only just.
Yes, Fletch. Fletch is everywhere, isn't he?
He was over there.
Kind
of
omnipresent, Fletch.
Have you noticed? Is that time of day again when we've got that burning smell?
Yeah, I know. So it is. I wonder what it is at this time of the day. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, I think this will be just in. Jeez, we had some really close run-out calls today, and so yeah, asking for random questions, and we do appreciate. The more random, the better. Doesn't have to be cricket related. Probably better if it's not. Well, this is short, and it's horned away, but he might have found the field, and he has. And, well, is it who I think it is? It is. It's the Muliwala that is going to catch it. Oh, that's the Jandra Brescia version, though. Jaspinder Singh So I tell you what, I was speaking to Jugjit earlier. I said get in the game, but his opposite number, Jazz Pindar's pulled out a blinder on the square leg boundary.
Wow.
And so what a good catch that is. It's the end of Simran for 10, 61 for 4.
Yeah, well, this is this is so just been that he's takes a catch and well, can we focus on him again for a moment? I reckon he's got different shoes on here, but he's the ZZ Top lookalike for me. Have a look here. He takes a catch. I'm sure he's wearing odd shoes. I think he is. He's wearing odd shoes. Look.
Yeah, well, that's his secret. Well, we know that Kings 11 have 2 strips. How about Jan Brescia? Some of their players have 2 shoes at once. Well, that's a really good pickup by you. So we've got a second Mulliwalla that's come up with a really good catch. And well, how's Simran? His luck's out. A couple of times he's drilled balls straight at fielders in this series. He goes for just 10, brings Jaipal Singh to the crease. This should be exciting. Maksud rolls the dice with a short ball and wins.
Good catch from Jaspinder there. And I don't know whether he's lost one of his shoes or what the story is there. But Mr. ZZ Top takes the catch. Back to the action. And, this is a wild swing.
It's called getting your eye in ECS style. Jaipal had a good view of the top of that mountain behind fine leg, didn't he? When he swung at that one. There's some good questions in here. One of them, Steve Cook, when I do the pre-match introductions, am I aware of my arm movements? Well, I kind of am. It's kind of instinctive though. My mother's always asking me about my arm movements. Am I told to do that? I think is what she says. All right, look at this. He's throwing this to no one. I don't know if wides can be credited against the keeper, but if they can, watch this. Because this is a terrible throw. Here you go. And then he's actually off the pitch by the time it reaches the other end. And because he's a left-arm bowler, he's not on that side of the pitch anyway. That's one way to get off the mark. Jaipal Singh might be safer at the other end at the moment. Jagmeet plays a Jaipal-like shot. End of the 6th over. Score 62 for 4. Jandra Brescia competing. That's all you can ask for at this stage. Again, if they could grab a win against Kings 11, that'll really turn their week around. Even if it doesn't get them out of one of those bottom 2 slots, at least it gives them some confidence. Wazim Ahmed with 2 wickets so far. 1 to Mohammad Afzal. And how about that over from Yusuf Maksud? 1 for 1, including the big wicket of Simranjit Singh. Okay, question in the chat. Random questions. We're loving them. Shrug saying, have I ever met a non-cricket related celebrity? What a good question. Very good question. So, I mean, I have been lucky enough to play with and against some, I suppose you'd call them cricket celebrities. So non-cricket related celebrities. Okay, I'll have to do some thinking though. So I haven't met anyone famous except for Rico for a while now, and I suppose you're a cricket related celebrity, Rico, so not going to count you. First, let's go back to Raheem Qureshi. Dot ball, handy. And so yeah, this innings, you feel like they're just 1 or 2 wickets away from really being well ahead, Jandra Brescia.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's evenly poised here on in. You're getting around 10 and over. The 100 is on. But, I mean, we haven't seen a boundary in a while. And though you got Jagmeet there, Jagmeet, they've managed to keep him on strike, off strike for a lot of the time.
In the air. Oh, watch out. Oh, this one almost is a rebound catch. It's Maksud who backs back. He doesn't get called off by the outfielder. They think of a third. They'll turn it down. I thought for a second he's almost going to deflect this to the fielder behind him that was running in. Have a look.
Yeah, I mean, the fielder was backing up, decides to overtake him. And yeah, you see if he just stayed his ground, would have had a chance. But yeah, look, this is the thing here for me. Jagmeet is not getting the strike.
Here comes the swing. Miss. So I was just thinking non-cricket related celebrities. I'm trying to think non-sporting related. But probably Australian football. I've done a bit of work with the West Coast Eagles, hosting some stuff for them and interviewing them for some functions and charity auctions. So, I mean, that won't mean so much to people that are outside of Australia, but they'll probably know what I'm talking about with the West Coast Eagles, very famous Australian football team. Swing and a miss. It's exciting watching Jaipal there. Imagine if he hits one. He might go to the moon.
Yeah, it's not. This is not good. This is not much required right here. You've got a guy at the other end, 23 of 11. He can't get onto strike. I mean, for me there, when they're around the 2, I think Jagmeet just says, no, we're going to take the 1. That's it. That would have been the call for me, and this is why.
Jaipal could also just hit 6 after 6 after 6. But, I don't know. Engine needs a service at the moment. Sneaks across and finds another way to miss. This time misses the inside edge of the bat. Okay, non-cricket related celebrities. And, yeah, non-sporting would be even better. I'm trying to think of one. But go ahead. You got any?
Busmante, the singer, Spanish singer.
See, this is the thing. Celebrity is such a regional thing. Because when you go to the UK and they talk about celebrities, and I was just away from Australia, and I'd say, I don't know who you're talking about. Who's Jordan? I mean Michael Jordan? No, Jordan. Like, who are you talking about?
Yeah, who are you talking about?
Some lady. Here we go. Not going to miss another one, is he? He is. So Jaipal is in like...
Drag him off.
He's in a nightmare.
Drag him off.
No, he's going to come good.
Nah, drag
Leave
him
him
off.
out there. I love watching him swinging for the hills. Anyway, 7 overs down. The score is 64 for 4. And Qureshi, he had the knack there, didn't he? Well, tomorrow, we're going to be off to the lake a bit early because just 3 matches tomorrow. But don't worry, we'll make up for it on Super Friday when we'll have 5 matches. These are the last 3 round robin matches. Every team will play once. So after tonight, every team will have played 4 of their 5 group matches. And the final matches will be tomorrow. Join us for an abbreviated day, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Looking forward to that. I'm probably thinking, yeah, so I met some Olympians and stuff like that as well. There we go. Now, Jagmeet, monkey see, monkey do, is trying to do the same thing. I mean, I hope they've got a good chiropractor, this Kings 11 middle order, because right now we're seeing some incredible bat speed. It's not a lot of contact.
Yeah, how many? Is that 7 dots now that we've seen, probably?
I'll put my scorecard away because I'm just enjoying watching the velocity that we're seeing out there. But
this
that's
is
5 dots in a row.
5 in a row now.
We've had 7 out of the last 8 balls. Well, this one is launched high in the air. Well, good luck. He's got room, and he's going to take the catch and step on the line.
Oh.
Wow, it's going to be 6. That is incredible fielding. But how about that? Farhad Ali takes it in the right mitt, but when his foot comes down, it just grazes the rope. Have a look at this for an effort.
Oh, this is so unlucky. Look at this one-hand grab, but watch that foot. He just gets his balance there, and when he plants it, is on the rope.
Oh, that's so rough.
That is mean. That is mean.
But I tell you what, Kings 11, they need it. And now normal service resumes, swing and a miss. And I think Jagmeet's got worse by watching Jaipal so far in the last 5 minutes. Wow, what a good catch that was. How unlucky.
So that's 7, that's that 7 balls, 6 runs? Something like that.
Yeah, well...
And that 6 is just a one shot.
I can give you dot stats. 2.5 overs. We've had 12 dots out of 15 balls, including a wicket. This is, yeah, it's hard because once you've like hitched your wagon to this swinging away strategy, it's very hard to say, you know what, maybe I'll just push singles because you feel like you're due.
Yeah, you feel like, no, I'm going to get the next one. But this is hard to watch. It is really hard to watch because, you know, I mean, somehow they managed to stay at around 10. But look, unless they get a few shots in here, they're going to start falling way behind now.
That's what I call sunk cost fallacy, which is that you feel like, okay, you're due, and this one might have even been close to being out. So,
have you ever seen 2 batters retire at the same time?
You can't retire these guys. They're too good.
What do you mean they're too good?
No, but
what's good about this? They're missing everything.
I mean, this isn't good, but as much as these two, I love them batting together earlier. I said they batted really intelligently. I mean, like I say, they feel they're due. They're like, well, if I keep swinging, surely something's going to change soon. And they're both very capable, but you can't retire a guy on 29, can you? Well, that one might be gone, and he thinks he's just going to walk off.
He's been retired.
Yeah, and that was full. Maxsood's bowled really well here. He's going to finish with 2 for 7. So the wheels just falling off Jagmeet, who started with promise, but could not get bat on ball. Maybe with the exception of that 6 that could have well been out in itself. Skips across. I think that pitch is on leg. I think it's hitting him. I think even if it wasn't given, you might have seen Jagmeet walking because he'd had about enough of that. Just not clicking for him towards the end of that innings. 70 for 5 now after 8 overs.
Yeah, Yusa Maksud, what a spell of bowling. 2 for 7. That's right, 7. And 6 of those came with one shot. So that just goes to tell you how good an innings that was. But look, the Kings, have a look at that. I haven't seen anything quite like that worm in a long time.
That's Aqib Iqbal's hairstyle, isn't it? It's got the kind of wave about it. Yeah. It's exciting to watch. Shrug saying Italy should put these two batters to work for generating wind-powered electricity. Yeah,
I like that.
It's the only breeze we're getting is from the bats, I think.
A new batter does go out there. They need... Well, the thing is, this is one thing I always say, and I don't know exactly what you're saying, that you think, oh, I'm going to get the next one, I'll get the next one. But it's sometimes far better just to bat on ball and take the single, bat on ball and take... It's far better to do that than swing and miss.
Yeah, maybe after one or two
so
swings you can do that, but after about 11, I think you can't just take your medicine and take the one. I mean, you can. It's just you feel like, well, everything will be okay if you can just lace one or two out of the ground. Anyway, time for a new over. Over number 9. Hazim Abdul is the man who will be bowling. Now they're going to take a second on the fumble. That's really alert running. Good stuff. And will be Jaipal. That will sneak through for 2. He's been joined out there in the middle now by Jasvinder Singh. Good to see Jasvinder back in the lineup. Won't be facing at the moment though. There we go, Jaipal. To be fair, I mean, Jaipal is a guy that he eats up pressure. I mean, so to give you an idea, Kings 11 were 1 ball away from elimination last year. They needed a 4 to win the match. He walks out to the middle, first ball hits a 6. And that was, they were going to be out of the tournament. But I think here, maybe it's not like a must-win game or anything for Kings 11. Obviously, they want to win. But he's just having a Barry Crocker, really. Now, this is his best shot yet because he'll get some bat on this and he'll get 4. Well, that's why he keeps swinging away, Rico. And that one goes straight into the reverse V, and it'll be 4. You're not feeling it. You want to put him to sleep.
What happened? Did I miss something? The ball went to the bat. Did he get bad ball?
These are the most exciting dot balls that you'll ever see here. I mean, breaking the sound barrier with some of these bat swings. It's, well, that'll work. All right. Just going to go out on a limb and say huge swing. Halfway through the 9th over. It's off the pad and won't be out. He's saying, how come?
Because it's off the pad.
Yeah.
It's what the umpire says. You don't want to get him out. It's okay.
I mean, that's probably true.
The way it's going, he's not likely to hit the next 2.
We love Jaipal, and Jaipal's played plenty of cricket on ECN, so he knows this is a really typical performance. Does like to be aggressive, but he's got to wonder where his head's at the moment. I mean, I do like it that he's thinking that the problem is he's not swinging hard enough at these balls. But I did like, okay, serious strategy time. You don't want to be beaten on the outside edge. I think he's tried it once and he missed it in the inside edge, but get across. You know, if you want to try and play those shots, get your feet outside the off stump. Here we go.
Will you do me a favour? You know when you go to get your eyes tested, take Jaipal with you. I think you'll get a 2 for 1 offer.
He's the Alu Perontes. Send him out there right now. That's the end of 9 overs. And, well, there's enough wind created in the last 2 or 3 overs to power ECN for a year, I think. But 76 for 5 after 9.
Move नहीं कर सकता. No more jalebis for Jaipal. He's had too many jalebis. Maybe he's had too many laddus. I don't know what they have for lunch. Well, it's certainly not Alu Perontas. I think he had a sweet tooth today. And jalebi kha gaya na. Well, I tell you what, he's swinging. He's swinging hard, but he can't find the ball. And he's putting his team under pressure. 76.
Wow.
On the board.
I mean, this is going to be a really good game. Let's not forget that Chandra Brescia haven't been batting very well at all so far in their tournament. I mean, if we want to look at how they've gone so far, I mean, they've had scores of 73, 88 and 72. And that's been their batting production each time batting the 10 overs. So, I mean, already, you know, this score is more than 2 of their 3 innings they've scored in this tournament. Jasvinder gets an opportunity for the first time now.
Now he is going to get it. Jaipal says, well, get me down there. I can swing and miss too. And now they might get one. No, I mean, seems like everything's just flatlining here. It's as if they're suspended in motion here.
I think the Italians, they have a bit of a siesta themselves in the afternoon. Maybe Kings 11 haven't woken up on their siesta. Well, these two batters don't seem to have.
Well, that's how to do it, because that one has been smashed. That's over the hill. That's into the forest and far away. Well, Jack and Jill, go fetch a pail of water on your way to getting that one. And Mulliwalla number 2 comes in, drops it short and pays the penalty. That was pounded out of the ground.
Well, Jaswinder, I love the way that when Jaipal was trying to take the single off the bye, Jaswinder said, "Yaar, kitne doriya tha uda papa yaar. Teri nazar nahi aa rahi aaj, main marunga." And he does. He absolutely thumps it.
Well, Jaipal's probably just saying, that's what I was thinking. Anyway.
He said, I would have had that one too.
Don't pull short again. On a length, this time he cuts, and I think this will probably run away for 4 more. Well, the chase is on. They're not going to get it. So Jaswinder, very capable with the bat. We know that. He loves batting in the second half of the innings. This time he just goes inside out. No third man. Finally, we're seeing some runs being scored. And remember, the highest score for Jandra Brescia in this series so far is 88. So despite the fact that they've burnt kind of children's colouring book full of dots in the last 3 or 4 overs, they're still in pretty good shape in this cricket match. Kings 11. Now, swings and misses. This is a bit of a prettier swing and miss.
A prettier swing and miss. What do you mean?
Well,
It
you know what I'm talking
it was an
about,
authentic swing
just
and
go
miss.
and put together the last 5 balls that Jaipal's faced. But you know what? Kings 11. Sometimes you got to win ugly. And this could be one of those times. 2 to come. Yeah, it makes it into a pull shot. I'd consider 2 here. But it's a pretty good pickup. And the throw's already coming in. And so they decide against it. Well, I'm happy. Because you know what? Jaipal gets one more chance. And if he hits the 6 here, he gets back to a runner ball. All right? So come on, Jaipal. Swing like you've never swung before.
Yeah,
I mean, his innings, if we could just do a montage of every one of the 14 balls he's faced, I reckon that would go viral,
He will hit this. He will hit this.
Here we go.
I reckon he's going to hit
Strap
this.
yourselves in. Seatbelts on. 87 plus 1 ball to go. And he does hit it. It's in the air, though. Potential catching opportunity and taken. So Zahid Ali is the man that takes it double-hatted as he creeps around to his left. And so, unfortunately, Jaipal, that won't be an innings that he'll put on his mantelpiece when his playing days are over. That one he does get bat on, but he just skies it. Well held. And so Kings 11, they're going to finish 87 for 6 off their 10 overs, I should say. And that will make the chase 88. And that's exactly what their highest score is so far. That's what they scored against PLG, Jandra Brescia. That was a game that they lost, though, because they were chasing 126 for victory. Handy runs in the last over from Jaswinder. Just picked up 10 of them, plus a single. So 11 in total of last over. All the J Sings in action. They were in the 10th. Well, there's plenty of action to show in this 10 overs. Kings 11 winning the toss and batting. And we know that their openers are a pretty powerful combination. But you see, that was the first wicket that fell. Just punched straight to point. And then when we had both openers out, you just knew there was an opportunity for Jandra Brescia to get into the game. Look, despite some nice shots from Kuldeep Lal, and I thought this might be the innings where he could break out and go onto a big score. You see him putting away that full toss. But he could handle pretty much everything out there as he was clipping the ball away nicely. But he couldn't handle me saying he was batting well as he chopped on the very next ball. He went for 17. And Kings 11 just stalling a little bit through the middle overs. And they do get to a competitive total of 87.
Yeah, there was that one that got clonked by the knee onto the boundary. How important those ones could be. Well, one man who was batting well, Jagmeet, but then he was kept off strike and he couldn't get on strike. This was another blunder in the field. So, I mean, you just think how many runs were given away as well. This was the catch there, and a great catch taken by Jaswinder there in the ZZ top man. The man with the odd shoes. This was a brilliant catch, but how unfortunate is that? And great work there from my camera crew from Spring Productions. And Kirionis was right on that. This was the LBW. Jagmeet finally getting frustrated. Well, this one was runs to Jaipal. He couldn't find the middle, but he found the edge. This one was a master blaster. This went huge. And well,
That was one that was
massive
hit.
one.
I mean,
from
if
just
you could
Rinder.
ever include swings and misses in the highlights package, this would have been the time. There were some epic ones, but anyway, they do manage to stagger their way, I suppose, to 87 for 6 off their 10 overs.
I mean, they do, but look, the first 5 was 61. The second 5, just 26. That's 26. And really, when you think that they've only lost in the second 5, they lost only 3 wickets, and that's going to hurt them. They're a good team. They've got good manners, but they're just not showing it. They're just not living up to the expectations with the bat at the moment. But the thing is, I suppose, if you're not performing and still winning, that's a good sign. But this is an opportunity for Brescia to really bounce back.
Got to win ugly sometimes. I mean, we saw Brescia have done it for most of the time, although they had a slip up earlier today, Brescia CC that is. Jagmeet Singh's up top scoring 29, but he kind of fell off the boil, didn't he? Kuldeep Lal looked good for 17 before he was bowled off the 7th ball. He faced Simranjit, again 10 before he drilled one to a fielder.
Of course he fell off the boil. Have you ever watched the programme when after every few minutes the same advert keeps coming on and on and on? Well, he was watching Jaipal do the same thing.
Speaking of things on loop, Jaipal Singh 9 off 15. With some of the biggest swings in world cricket. Jasvinder, 6 and a 4 towards the end. Pretty disciplined though from Brescia. I think they were pretty wasteful with extras earlier this week, particularly in that game against PLG where they conceded 125. They only conceded 2 wides in the innings, and plenty of good performers there. Wasim Ahmed did chip back in with 2 wickets despite being a little bit expensive. 2 for 7, Yusuf Maksud. For me, he was the best of the bowlers. I think kept it really tight and tried to force the batters into mistakes. They couldn't get him away. Also wickets for Mohammad Afzal first up, and Jasvinder got 1 off the last ball of the innings. So, well, let's keep the random questions coming. We'll be back in a few minutes with the last innings of the day. Look, I've got to be honest, Rico, based on what we've seen so far, this one for me is a 50-50 match. I think that Brescia, they're going to have to bet well. We know the Kings 11, they won't mind defending this total of 87. It's not quite what they wanted on the board, but they'll think that they can win this cricket match. Back soon in a few minutes. We will be back. Last innings of the daytime before we hit the lake. Until then, it is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and Rico Full for ECN. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Welcome back to the centre, where it's pretty hot and spicy right now, and it was pretty hot and spicy when Kings 11 were out there. I mean, they made a good start, didn't they, with the bat? They got to 61 at the halfway point, but then, well, they were swinging and missing. It was 26 off the second 5, and they ended up with a score of 87. It's a low score for a talented side, 87 for 6. And Brescia, well, if they ever needed an opportunity to get back into this series and get back to winning ways, now's the time. And they would certainly love to finish the day with a victory here. Going to be up against the bowling first up of Abdullah. No real changes being made in that front. And just getting the field right here as Abdullah gets ready to charge in. Just having a look here, so they've got the 3. This is the field that a lot of teams have started with. 3 on the leg side. Nobody on the boundary as such, so the 2 men that are back will be, in this case, the man that's on the offside boundary. At looks like he's at point really, and then long off. Abdullah, first ball, and he gets this through. It looks like that Ali, Fahad Ali, has decided, well, maybe the only approach is to attack. Maybe it's attack to sort of blast you out of the sort of doldrums that they're in and trying to get things kick-started for themselves. Up in the air, this one will sail away, and where will this land? Well, just bounces before the boundary. That'll be cuatro carreras. So they all count, or maybe sometimes fortune does favour the brave. And nobody back there, and being well chased by the fielder, but all in vain. So, no chance of getting that. And when you've got this field, you've got nobody back at all. And it's the sort of thing the bowler's got to think about, really. If you're going to bang it in short, well, you've got to have the field for it. And for me, that means you've got to have fine leg back. He doesn't, Amidullah. This is hit hard and chance. Oh, that would have been a spectacular catch. It really would have. What a wonderful effort that is. Well, he gets congratulated. Anyway, he was flying through the air, Jagmeet Singh here. Well, that is a grand effort. And if he'd taken that, well, there would have been a new Superman. And, that was sensational. Really was. Well, he stops 4, I think, because even though they've got a fielder out there, I don't think we've got anywhere near this. What a brilliant effort that was. Abdullah now to Baig, who swings, and they ask the question, the umpire, a little shake of the head. I don't think the wicket keeper Vikas Kumar was that interested to start off with. I think he went with the continuous appeal from the bowler, and you see there, I don't think he goes up straight away. And when you're looking at this, I think this is just the movement off the pitch. I don't see or spot anything there. Certainly can't say that I heard anything. Mid-on goes back. And this one is not going to be out. And where does the ball go? It will get stopped. It does well. I think that's just Winder out there. And the leg by signal, but this is going well down the leg side. You can see he went for the Yorker delivery. It was a good length, but always going down. I think that's a good call for the umpire. Being brave, swinging, getting a bit of luck. Slow ball. It's a clever delivery, isn't it? That's a good way to finish the over. So finish it with 7. 7 without loss at the end of the first. A nice start from Aridullah, but nice to see that the batters, particularly Fahad Ali, he's willing to have a go. Gets a bit lucky with one that flies over into that over the fine leg area for 4. And a good time to welcome back into the box, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Hello to everyone. Hello to Wazza, who's just joined us. 334, famous cricket number. Don Bradman scored a 334 in an Ashes Test in England. Once upon a time, I think at the time it was the highest Test score. Mark Taylor would score that many as well for Australia against Pakistan. Some probably 60 to 70 years later. That's how many matches we've gone without a golden ball. When will it end? Could be today. I mean, it's that kind of total, isn't it, in the Grady 80s? I want to say hello to Wazza and let you know that random question time is in session right now. Let's have a look at this first ball from Subjit. A little bit short. They go for it and they'll get away with it. Single.
Yeah, well done. Well, there's the original Muliwala. Getting there quickly and gets the throw in. Nice big smile on the face of Subjit there. A little bit short with his first delivery.
Yeah, it's a million miles away, but just gets the bat down in time.
Yeah, it's slightly the wrong side of the slumps as well, the bowler.
Baig will get under this one. And it doesn't take a great bounce first up, but it'll still carry to the boundary. Well, they brought him in for his first games of the tournament. I know a bit disappointed with how things went earlier. Challenger Brescia against Jinnah. And yeah, Baig on that occasion went first ball. So I think he'll feel a lot better to have some runs on the board in this European Cricket Series.
Subjit Singh just a little bit short with his line. He's got to get the ball a bit fuller. Got to get it right up there, and he's prompted a field change straight away.
Yeah, so push the deep mid wicket out. Lawns back as well. Trying to force him to go over the offside if he's going to go over the top at all. He just pushes offside. Yeah, you don't do anything crazy here. You pick up that one boundary and over. You just can work the rest to get the required runs off the over. So I know that it was a loves random question, so feel free to throw one in. Tarek said, how would an Asian cricket league go? Oh, Tarek, heard that before. I suppose it would go pretty well if you did it right. I mean, we always talk about ECN abroad. I still think with the European Cricket Network will keep being ECN. You don't have too many offshoots. I think we ECN abroad. We can do an ECN anywhere, really. European cricket's a style of cricket. I mean, it's fast-paced, field's slightly smaller, games are quicker. Your time is of the essence, so you can't take too long to bowl your overs. It's action-packed. Obviously, a big part of it is the TV production, the way that our partners at Spring Productions do what they do. On the charge, and he gets it pretty good. Nails it. Maximo! Fine, making up for lost time. And that one's going to bounce right off Metro Pizza.
Well, this is what they need. A bit of this. Boom. Shaka luggy as that flies over the boundary. And a positive start. Now both batters have found their range and found the boundary. So, Subjit, not the best start from him. He's just been a little bit too short and hasn't been able to get the ball in the right areas as he was the first time they played. He picked up 2 wickets in the first match. Both of them coming in his second over. But at this rate, I don't think they'll be in a hurry to give him his second straight away. This one could be out. It stays slow. Yeah, I think that is out. And Subjit, well, just like that, he says, Rico, how about this? Juggle what there? And yeah, I mean, the batter's gone right across. I'm wondering if this was the slightly slower delivery. But, well, Muliwala likes it. There he is, Jagmeet. He comes over to Subjit and says, yeah. And look, it goes right in front. And, yeah, for me, that's going on to hit the top of the stump.
Yeah, I mean, the only question is height. I mean, it hits him in line. I think the line of the ball's fine. But the thing is, he is kind of jumping, hits him above the knee roll. I'm not saying it is too high. I'm saying it's probably the element which is concerned. Look at that length. And, yeah, hits him.
No, he's gone. He's jumping up in the air, legs up in the air. That ball, it looks like he's hitting him higher than it is. It's quite deceiving, but if
you're jumping, then how's it looking if it's hitting him higher than
jumping,
it is? Is it hitting it lower than it is?
No. Think.
If you're jumping, it hits him on top of the pad.
No, it doesn't hit on the top of the pad. What I'm saying is that if you look at it again, we get a chance once more time. First, have a quick look at that table.
Yeah, let's have a look.
6 and 6.
Chivadate, they shook things up, didn't they? So, I mean, the Kings 11 lose this, and then they'll be equal on points to Cividate. All teams will have played 4 games by the end of today. So that'll be an even playing field as far as the table goes. And so, yeah, I mean, that was the only concern I had. Look, I'm not saying it's a bad call at all. I'm just saying that was the one that for me was up for debate. Anyway, handy breakthrough. So it's a shame for Bayek, who played a couple of nice shots in his 11, but he's got to go. Naim Ahmed is the new batter coming in at number 3. He scored 26 off 11 earlier today. But first, we'll look at Farhad Ali. Blasted to cover.
What a stop this is. Well, Subjit, he just comes off bowling, gets the wicket, and does the Chakti Fateh celebration, and now he has to do a bit of the Chakti Fateh stop. That ball is absolutely creamed at him, and he makes a really good stop. Hamidullah bowling his second. You can see the work in progress there, getting these banners up. We finally found something that we could knock into the ground.
Yeah, they brought the industrial jackhammer or something. Goes after this and misses. We saw plenty of this in the first innings. Tries to take this one leg side. Farhad just having a word to him saying, hey, 2 sides of the wicket, don't be crazy. Okay, we've got time. We're kind of where we need to be. Don't go throwing your wicket away. It's an important batter. Lily Panda having some internet issues. So sorry about that, Lily. That's what happens, I suppose, when you're surrounded by ocean. But love to all of our viewers in New Zealand. Hopefully it catches up soon. Goes straight down the ground. Might have found trouble. Kuldeep can't quite get there in time, though. Got the jump on that ball, Kuldeep Lal, but he wasn't able to come in and get it on the full. Well, I was asking in the chat, what Asian countries would you like to see ECN cricket in? And I've had Iron, Akhtar and Tarek coming back with, or Iron came back with Thailand, Cambodia, Bhutan, Malaysia, Maldives. Wouldn't mind a bit of a holiday out there. You in?
Yeah, I'm in.
Tarek, similarly, Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam. All right. This one's edged, and it is gone this time. And so Farhad Ali is the man who has to go. And so, well, in fact, I do believe that it may have been Ahmed that nicked that. We'll have to check in a second. Long way away from us. But what I will say is that it is the second wicket. No, it is Farhad Ali. And yeah, right the first time, just slices this one inside out. And so it will be the second wicket to fall, and it falls at 22 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, he gets good movement away, doesn't he? I mean, he was lucky, or unlucky, I would say. The batter was lucky. He was unlucky earlier when he did a similar delivery, and the batter swings at it, and it misses everything. But this time, he sticks to his guns, doesn't he? Sticks to his plan, and gets the wicket. And Hamidullah, maybe he's going to be the man in this one to get them to start they wanted. I mean, didn't go everything their own way. Subjit Singh getting a wicket off the very last ball of the second over. Hamidullah getting the other. So both openers now have gone, and Farhad Ali, he goes for 8 off 7.
Yeah, not the one they wanted to lose. Yeah, they were debating the LB still, but I mean, yeah, I suppose umpire's call when it comes down to it. I had my concerns, but I mean, nothing conclusive. New batter comes out there. It's Wasim Ahmed. Drives. Finds the fielder, fumbles, but they won't get a second in the end. Just a single. And Lily Panda was asking me if I've ever seen a shark. Well, I have seen a shark in like a controlled setting, like in an aquarium. But I haven't seen a shark actually in the wild, and I'm quite happy not to, if I'm honest. I mean, be unless it's some sort of organised thing. Don't think you really want to run into them. This is played down the ground. Waz's got me on some sort of riddle about counting back on your fingers. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Asking, does that mean the other 5 fingers equal 11? Yeah, I don't know. Good question. All right, end of the over. I'm a bit. I mean, it's getting hot. We're in the cube at the end of the day. I'm not quite functioning on all cylinders, to be honest with you. 24 for 2 after 3. So they get their 8 over in the power play. Do lose a couple of wickets though. But yeah, we could maybe do that. I mean, we do have the 2 months off at the end of the year. Who knows? Maybe one day We won't have any weeks off. We had only an 8-week break over the Christmas break this time. Of course, it does give us an opportunity to plan and kind of recharge the boundaries a bit over the Christmas break. And we're trying to always make things a little bit more improved every time.
Some running repairs,
Yeah,
maybe. I
I think
think the old first aid bag coming out there. Maybe just one of the fielders may want a plaster or something on the finger. I think that might have been Subject because he made a cracking stop. Yeah, it is Subject just receiving a bit of on the field attention. And, so this match very evenly poised, 24 for 2, end of the power play. I mean, 2 openers got going and got out. You've got Naheem Ahmed out there now, 2 for 3. And he's joined out there by Wasim Ahmed. So both the Ahmeds. And they need somebody to score. They need one batter goes here and scores 35-40 runs. I think they won the match.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. But somebody's got to stay there with them.
It's got thriller written all over it, doesn't it? I mean, I called it 50-50 game at the halfway point. And well, there's some other suggestions. Maybe China and North Korea if we really wanted to spread the game.
A lot of good grounds in China, you know. They play a lot of good cricket there.
China's actually went, I don't know much about North Korea. This into a gap. And, well, much like the political situation in a couple of those countries, one was highly unpredictable as it got away from the 2 fielders and just skipped away to the fence. That's a nice shot by Naeem Ahmed.
But this one sort of, when it hits the ground, and it just accelerates at an incredible pace.
Yeah, that's what will happen when you can't water the ground. I mean, there are a few courtesy drops overnight and this morning, but it hasn't done much. Still bone dry. Jagmeet pushes, runs, 1. So again, that 1 and over just relieves the pressure. The run rate required about 8.8 and over or so. Tarek saying he has seen a shark in the wild. Corey Rucker's in the chat. Well, it's nice to see Corey in there. Saying shark on the poker table. Yeah, I suppose that counts. Swing and a miss this time. There you go. And questions for Corey in the chat as well. I mean, Corey loves a random question as well. Corey will be joining me on Monday. Give Rico a breather. Bologna. And Corey, I hope you're ready to eat some gelato in Bologna. That's the home of gelato in Italy. Fouls this one onto his back pad.
Teasing line there from Jagmeet.
Oh, I just like, the more random questions, the better. I mean, I know what I'll be doing tonight. I'll be jumping in the lake again. You know when they say go jump in the lake and it's meant to be an insult? I take that quite literally.
Is it jump in the lake or is it jump off the edge of, edge of a cliff?
There's a few variations. You can say go jump off a bridge. You can say go jump in a lake. I've heard of that one as well. Jumping into a lake, I highly recommend it. As long as you can swim, although this one is certainly something you can stand up in if you're a reasonable height. Oh, goes for this and he nails it. He gets it off full length and he launches it over the leg side. Maximo! 6 runs to Wasim Ahmed. 6 carreras. Yeah, well, a rare moment where we see Jagmeet go the distance. And this one will be the end of the over as well. 35 for 2. Right now, they're pretty much right on the pace required to win this match. Rico got a thriller, and we have seen 1 or 2 upsets today, no doubt about it. This could be a big one. Brescia, who looked nowhere this morning. Well, if they bat well in the next 6 overs, they could just take this away from Kings 11.
Yeah, absolutely. What they'll be saying to themselves is, look, they're almost halfway there. Okay, they have lost 2 wickets, but the recovery is once again in the making. They just need something to go their way. They get 1 magical over here, they've won the match. But the same way, though, Kings 11, they know it's the same with them. They get a couple of wickets. They've still got the likes of, well, this man, Yadav to bowl.
Yeah.
I know he was sensational.
They bowled so well to death last time.
He was supported well by Kuldeep Lal. So you've got 4 very important overs, I think, coming up here.
Really important point that you make there. Yadav full straight and we'll try and just bore the batter to death. Haven't really seen too much variation in pace from Yadav compared to someone like Kuldeep Lal, but still, I think it's smart. Well, Corey's got a random question for you, saying vanilla, strawberry or chocolate. Choose one, Rico.
Vanilla.
Oh, wasn't expecting that.
Why would you expect?
Oh, I thought you were anything but vanilla.
No, vanilla. Like vanilla.
Swing and a miss. Good
I think
bowling.
with vanilla, you always know what you get. Strawberry, there's different types, and chocolate, different. No, vanilla, you can't
You've
go wrong.
shocked me. I'm actually tempted to put you on maybe a 2-day suspension after
But
that
because I
answer.
went for vanilla.
Vanilla.
Really?
ECN is not a vanilla organisation.
Oh, well,
I feel like you're
I
not
love the
aligning
smell
with
of
our
vanilla.
core values. In fact,
I love the smell of vanilla. I just love it. It tastes pretty good as well.
I'll let that go as long as it's genuine vanilla. Another one on bat to body, just the one.
So go on, what's you then?
If I was going, it's a tough one. I'd probably go chocolate. And there was a follow-up question: is chocolate overrated? I don't think that chocolate's overrated. It'd be between chocolate and strawberry. I don't really have a huge sweet tooth, but when I do, yeah, we want chocolate ice cream is a safe bet. I do like mint choc. I like pistachio is one that I really like when you're here. I like hazelnut as well. Hazelnut choc, you can combine any of those. Well, this is a good little bit of fielding by Simran. He essentially kicks it to his own advantage, but does allow two. I want to say a quick hello to Josh Bartlett. And I totally agree with you, saying vanilla is a poor choice. But you've got Lily Panda coming back, saying I stand with Rico. Vanilla is underrated. Vanilla is it's a placeholder. It's a flavour that you combine with another flavour just to maybe take some of the intensity out of it, I think. Slower ball. This is caught and well caught on the boundary. That's one of the longer boundaries on this cricket field. And Jagmeet Singh stood firm and takes the catch. So, Jandra Brescia, every time you feel like they're getting a bit of kick along, they find a way to shoot themselves in the foot. So, Yadav, I think that is a slight change of pace from him. So we haven't seen that too much, but pulls out to the fielder. 3 wickets down now. Naeem goes for 10. It's 39 for 3.
Very good catch. You knew the big shot was going to come at some point or another. The question was whether they were going to be able to avoid the fielders. And the answer, well, no. Good catch. Jagmeet takes it. Important one. We've seen a lot of good catching, Vinny, in that part of the ground here today. And we know that yesterday, that was the part of the ground where all sorts of carnage was happening. Balls were bouncing over the fielders and whatnot. But today, well, the catches have been held. And that's another important one coming at a good time because Naeem Ahmed, he's one of those players, if he gets going, he can take the match away from you. He goes for 10 off just the 8 deliveries he faced. So Yadav coming on and doing what he did in the last match that they played. And he was supported by Kuldeep. I wonder if they go for Kuldeep a bit earlier as well here.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, Zahid Ali is a very experienced campaigner coming to the crease. He can kind of bat anywhere in the order. And so we saw him opening earlier today. He nicked off early. He's going to have to deal with this one ball in the 5th over from Vibor Yadav.
Oh, this could be very close. Well, he's saying that it's got the bat.
That's off the bat for sure. And Zahid won't run too many twos. But if he was ever going to run a 3, it'd be now. And now he's going to be forced to run a 3. Well, that's really good running. And this is just an inside edge. This is basically, I don't think there's any pad in this at all. Have a look, got a real front-on stance, Zahid.
Well, let's have a look. And, oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, he's quick to show it. It definitely, you can tell how fast it went as well. That, I think, yeah, the stop was made. It's not quite the middle of the front of the bat anyway, maybe the middle of the side of the bat.
Do you like the way, as soon as that field happens, Zahid, he's already showing the bat as he's running. Well, there you go. You see, he's just letting the bowler know. And the umpire sees it straight away.
I'm not a gambling man, but I think you would have got probably 1,000 to 1 on that ball being a 3 from Zahid Ali. But he does get through for a triple. So he retains the strike, and the score now is 42 for 3. I know that Aaron Akhtar saying, would like to see ECN in Dhaka, Bangladesh. Well, I mean, kind of followed up by Tarek saying, would ECN type game be viable in cricket established countries? I don't see why not. I think it's a type of the game which, by its very nature, it attracts a different kind of viewer as well as established cricket lovers. I think anything you can do to open the game to more people is good. Another full straight ball. They have decided to bowl Kuldeep in the 6th here. So trying to put the brakes on, I think, with Yadav and Kuldeep. You can take care of overs 5, 6, 7, 8 and then see where you are. And then, depending on how Kuldeep goes this over, they may want to hold him back towards the end. But I think you've got to be proactive and bowl your good defensive bowlers here where the game's in the balance. This one's more on a length, driven away, just a single. A lot of ice cream flavours being talked about at the moment. Tin Roof ice cream from Reynolds. I don't know what that is. Tin Roof, is that what it says? Tin Roof ice cream. Tarek says strawberry all the way. Got to say, there's most flavours I do like. Do you have any flavours you really don't like?
Any I don't like? Yeah, I don't like the coffee ones.
Ah, me neither.
I don't like the
gonna be
coffee
mine.
ones. Gone. Yep. Yeah, well, cool. Look behind you. Yeah, he's looking at us. He's saying, that's me. Okay. I thought he's asking the umpire, and the umpire's saying to him, but look round, the batter's already walking. So, well, Zahid Ali, he nicks one's behind, and he gets a good hug there, called it, from the Muliwala, Jagjit. Look, this is a good delivery, really
Flicks
cuts
the gloves,
back,
I think,
doesn't
on the way past. Look, it's an off-cutter, so it comes back towards him. And you see, it just flicks the gloves. Zahid, quick to walk, gets caught behind for the second time in the day. So Kuldeep, yeah, just bowling a bit of a different length there to Zahid, and the veteran has to go. And really, credit to him, he walks as he is dismissed for 4. He's the 4th wicket, and it's 44 for 4.
Yeah, a good bit of bowling. I'm liking that, liking the way he's getting that ball to cut back. It's not just the fact that he cuts back, he hits the seam pretty well as well, gets good bounce, which makes it really awkward to play. Yeah, I don't like coffee, but I tell you what I do like.
Well, we like coffee, but I'm not really a coffee ice cream person.
Yeah, coffee and ice cream don't
it's like
work
I like
for me.
pineapple, but I don't like pineapple on pizza. I don't want to start that debate right now. But that's just, everyone's got their own tastes, I suppose. Lily Panda saying hashtag Team Vanilla. I don't know if that's the most viral hashtag you'll ever see. Hello to Harsha Vast, though. Hello, Harsha. Hope you're well. How's your foot going? I know you took a blow on it in Milan last week. Wishing you the best, of course. I'm sure you're watching this series with interest.
I'm going to give you all a tip here. I know you're talking ice cream. I'm going to just slightly move away from this very quickly. So that one's been taken single. So look, vanilla ice cream.
Yeah.
Okay. Then some mango, either some mango puree or mango ice cream we can get as well, or mango sorbet.
Yeah.
Right. Then you just want your normal milk. Okay. Put it in a blender, blend them together, and add a bit of honey. Preferably, what have you got? The best mango lassi you'll ever have.
Lassi. I've got to say, I'm partial to the old
and
mango
on a day
lassi.
like today, in a glass full of ice, if you've never done it, do it. Take it from me. Do it today and tell me tomorrow what you think. You cannot beat it. You cannot beat it.
Mango lassi. Very, very good drink. Right here, very, very good over from Kuldeep, who's now gone back to plan A. Just going full straight, hustling back to his mark, not giving the batter any time to settle. This will be full and straight as well. And it is full and straight, and it will be fielded by Simran, who gets a bit of an awkward bounce in the end. They will get back for 2. Just creeping up on this total at the moment. There's so much going on in the chat. Tin Roof ice cream, Reynolds told me, from South Africa. Apparently it's caramel ice cream with almonds. There we go. I mean, tell us your favourite ice cream flavours. Reynolds saying, is it the same? Kuldeep Lal from Spain? It is. Can't tell you it is. Into the over here. It's 47 for 4 after 6.
Very good over as well from that Kuldeep Lal. Yes.
I had a question yesterday, which I think I know the answer to. It was one of our TV crew asked us.
What's that?
Do cricket balls float or sink? And I would have thought they float. Yeah. I think there's a cork centre. So I think that they're not as dense as water.
I think they might go down first and then a little bit later come up.
Because someone
I know
tonight,
I can tell you this because sometimes when we're at the beach in Spain, we hit a few balls.
We'll take one to the lake tonight.
Okay, take one to the lake.
I think that they'll float. I think there's a whole internet genre of will it float. I think that's a whole thing. So, anyway, I'll come back to that. Let us know if you have a swimming pool in your backyard. If you want to save us some time, you have a cricket ball, throw it in there.
And listen, they don't float. You should know that from Sporting Alphas. When they go in the pond, they disappear. They don't come back up again,
I thought the ducks eat them. Well, this is off the foot of the fielder, and this is going to bounce away, but won't go to the boundary.
I think occasionally, if you get them quick enough, they're going to take the second. And this is a unnecessary one. I'll take another, I should say. It's not being able to, it wasn't taken cleanly, but it was an awkward bounce, to be fair, because Kumar. And the bowler, a little bit disappointed. That's happened. Jagmeet, they're just varying the bowlers around here. Jagmeet, Yadav, Kuldeep, and now going back to Jagmeet.
Shorter and cut. This time will just be 1. It was 3 last ball, 2 plus the overthrow. Now they'll get 2. They have run pretty well here, Brescia, to give them credit. considering they haven't hit a boundary since the end of the 4th over, they are still kind of, yeah, like I said, creeping up is what I would call it. What else have we got here? We're not going to open the pineapple on pizza debate. This is what Random Questions is all about. And yeah, keep your comments coming. Rico is on fire right now, says Lily Panda. Mango Lassi is amazing. Agree. Not going to debate you on that one. Honeycomb ice cream, says Tarek. Yeah, not too bad. Josh Bartlett says sorbet is greater than ice cream. Discuss. Got to say, after a meal, I'm often find myself going for the sorbets.
I like those places where,
fruit one.
you know, when you, I mean, you've been there because I know you like your food. You know when they give you so many different courses?
Yeah.
But after each course, you can have a little sorbet
Like
just
a
to clear the
cleanser.
palate.
Yeah.
I like that. I had a sorbet yesterday, a mojito sorbet.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah. Now you're talking. Yeah, that was good. Must admit, I did enjoy that. It was very nice.
What else have we got here? Vivek saying deep fried pasta with dust of icing sugar with any ice cream is a delicious dessert. Okay,
Don't
that's
tell the
interesting.
Italians that. Oh, we can't mention that here.
You
Fried
can't say
pasta, there'll be trouble.
Can't say pineapple on pizza either. That's not a good one around here. And you don't ask them to cut the pizza either. Any truffle pasta lately? Said ECN. It's been a little while.
You know what you get if you ask for pepperoni on your pizza here, don't you?
Yeah, I know from last year.
Oh, this is valuable runs. Where's this going to end up? Is he going to catch it? No, he's not. Oh, 4 buys at a crucial point of this match. Well, they're just finding a way. I mean, first of all, they've run well. They're causing a few problems and applying pressure on the fielders. And now this one goes through. Once again, Vikash not able to stop it.
So he can be too good, you see. He doesn't really
runs.
pick that as the one that rips, and it does rip straight past the keeper for 4 buys. So, yeah, I mentioned that Vikas is a man we associate more with maybe opening the bowling for Kings 11 last year. But he's kind of done a straight swap with Sarabjit, who did their keeping last year. Just struggling up to the stick sometimes. Anyway, last ball of the over coming up. Goes for it and hits it out of the ground. Maximo! Chandra Brescia. Well, that one, I think, has to put him ahead in the game. They finished the 7th with a bang. 64 for 4. That means 24 are required of the last 3.
Yeah, big over, and you can see the frustration there of Jagmeet. He wasn't happy with some of the fielding. He wasn't happy that the fielders let him down. Wasn't happy with the keeper letting that one go for bars, and then that one gets smashed for a big 6. And I think you're absolutely right. 64 for 4. Let's have a look at that right now. Where are we at? It goes down to 8. So just like that, it went from 10 to 8.
Coming up tomorrow, more cricket, but just a little bit more cricket because for the first time in a long time, actually, only 3 matches. And that's to do with the fact that we need 15 round robin matches and 5 on Super Friday. So we'll have 3 matches tomorrow, 5 matches on Friday, so they kind of cancel each other out. It's the final 3 round robin matches before we split the teams into a top 3 and a bottom 3, starting with Brescia CC, who are coming off a loss in the morning. They're taking on PLG. It's outside the line this time, so this won't be out. An afterthought appeal from Vikas Kumar, as they have gone back to Kuldeep. This becomes a really important over. And yeah, Kuldeep's got one. Vibor Yadav's got one. And then I'll be interested to see who they want to bowl in the other one. Jagmeet's bowled out.
Ahmed is trying to get things going here. But he wants to try and get on strike. And this is why. And
Great
that
fielding.
is such an important stop from Kuldeep Lal. You can see that, well, Wasim Ahmed just wants to get back on strike. He's seen the ball pretty well. He thinks he's going to get there. Kuldeep, well, he does really, really well there. Good stop.
Yeah, fantastic bit of fielding. Keep the ice cream flavours coming. Espresso and Mint says, why are you serious? Yeah, that's a good shout. This one should just be one awkward second bounce, but handles it, Simran. And Shrug saying, talking about Kuldeep Lal and the Spanish national team. I mean, he was a part of that team. We did see him in the ECC last year. Wasn't picked for the most recent series. I'm sure that's just spurred him on to try and regain his place in the national setup there. In the air and caught. So simple catch for Subjit. This is just a mishit from Wasim Ahmed. So like we said, every time Chandra Brescia seemed to pull ahead of the game, Kings 11 seem to be able to break through. So that's 5 wickets now, 65 for 5. Kuldeep Lal breaks through with the 2nd wicket.
Yeah, I mean, so important. And you can see just why he's gone back to Kuldeep. Kuldeep is the one who he feels, Siramjit Singh, the captain, that is, is more likely to get the breakthrough. And Sajid gets the wicket, and well, just letting everyone know that that is out. And yes, it is. It's a good contribution from Wasim Ahmed, 20 of 14 deliveries. But now he departs. You need another. Now this is the thing. Now a new batter comes in. He's got to go after the ball straight away. Can't hang around. And it's Raheem Qureshi.
Yeah, Qureshi. Can he get them over the line? Just fighting. Kings 11. I mean, winning ugly. They haven't played their best cricket, no doubt about it. But still in a winning position. Game in the balance, really. That's a slower ball. Grunted slower ball from Kuldeep, I think. Oldest trick in the book. That's Iqbal bin Sabar saying, thinks this is a game-changing over, or potentially. Getting asked, what's my top European cuisine? It was very hard to say, because I like them all. Probably like the squid ink paella in Spain. But
yeah, you do
in
like
Italy, any pasta. I mean, the pasta here is next level. I'll eat what's put in front of me. I think everyone knows that. Last ball, the over. Hit back. And he gets past Kuldeep. Oh, that's a proper Tortuga.
Oh, dear. This is...
Well, Jagmeet gets low. Ball gets high. And luck's the fortune for Jandra Brescia. Get a 4 from nothing. That's the end of the over. It's 70 first 5 after that. Wow.
That is just... This is when, you know, little moments like this is just miles worth it. There's nothing more you can say about this. Look, this ball really misbehaved. Look at that. I mean... He tries everything he can. He's lucky that the ball doesn't hit him on the nod.
Well, we're well acquainted with the Tortuga, but we have seen the Super Tortuga a couple of times. I think Jeffrey the Turtle's been in the gym because that one really sprung up out of nowhere. Yeah, you got to be careful not to go too low either. He was just, because he committed low, there was just no chance.
17. Well, we'll tie the game, and you know what that means? That could take us to a golden ball. Are we going to get one?
334 without a golden ball.
Next. You said it's quite an important number in cricket. You were talking about some of those statistics.
Yeah, it is. Cricket folklore, the old 334.
See the players taking on some fluids there. Well, Gordon Harley's, I guess he's deserved his little drink there.
I've got to say, the ice cream chat has got people talking, though. I mean, who doesn't want to talk about ice cream? But yeah, let's get back to the cricket because we've got a game in our hands here. And now they have brought back Yadav for the night. 18 to win off 2. And yeah, the question will be who they want to bowl in the last. I mean, they could go back to Sarabjit. He went for 1 for 13, I should say, in his over that he bowled back at over number 2. Or they've got 1 or 2 different options. Here we go. Biggest over of the match so far. Full, straight, pushed, and a single. And right now, you actually probably don't mind a single if you're the fielding team. You're just trying to avoid those multiples because the gap is 6 between runs required and balls remaining. If you can maintain that, the longer you go through this last couple of overs, you start to creep ahead.
Oh, slices his way. Fielder's got work to do. Keep your eye on that ball. And that's why you got to keep your eye on that ball. It bobbles around all over the place. And they take 2. I don't mind that. 2's are fine. Yadav. Well, Vinny, what do you reckon?
We're in the conversation, aren't we?
It's there now.
We have not had one since the 31st of March. That's the whole time you've been with me. You haven't had one because it was with Corey in Portugal where we had that golden ball. If we do get a tie, batting team will get 1 more delivery. Need to score 2 or more to win. Goes for this but doesn't get it. It's hanging in the air. It should be caught by Simran. And he does catch it. Such a safe pair of hands. So Yadav, maybe the slight change of pace again. And Abdul tried to go downtown, but just got stranded uptown. Simran takes the catch. Chandra Brescia, 73 for 6.
Yeah, goes for 12 of 10. But once again, Simranjit, I mean, I've been watching this lad play for a long time. I cannot remember him dropping one. He is just as safe as houses. Gets there, takes the catch, gets low. It really cushions it, and there you go. Hello, he says. Jagade, come on. He knows that's a big wicket. He's fired up. But look, this game is not done because look who's coming in now.
Well, Muhammad Afzal is not there to push singles. I'll give you the big tip. So with 9 balls remaining, 100, no, probably just 15, maybe not 115. But, yeah, it's that 15 off 9.
You got to bowl well. You can't put it... This is in the slot, or if he attacks the stumps here, this ball disappears. He's got to go for short of a length outside of stump. Let's see. But there's no third man has to be back as well.
Here's the guy that hit a 6-1 handed earlier, Mohammed Afzal. He would be dismissed soon after. Here we go. Yadav halfway through this 9th over. Gets it straight, turned away. Bit of work for the fielders to do here. Does well to block it. They're going to take it 2-1. We've got to mix up. We're going to have a run out here as long as he picks the ball up. And he will be run out going for the second. And well, this is just a total bit of miscommunication. And one thing the keeper knew that he had here, Vikas Kumar, was time. Well, not unlimited time, but he had time to gather the ball and then cleans up the stumps Jonty Rhodes style.
Well, he needs his arms cleaned up now, and they're giving him a lot of hugs because I tell you what, I thought he was going to totally mess this up, but he does well. He managed to smother the ball, gets it under control. Watch this. And it gets away from him. He finds it, gets the dive in, and bang, got him. Well, that's well done. Well, he was fighting with himself, wasn't he?
Let's see what leads to this. Afzal wasn't keen on the 2, but there is the fumble. And so that has Qureshi going. But look, Qureshi, there's just a break in eye contact. And that's when the trouble happens. But kind of works out all right for Kings 11 because they do run out Afzal, who's a dangerous hitter. So he will go for just the 1 off 1 ball. The score 74 for 6 makes it 14 off 8.
Yeah, see, sometimes you've got to play smart. If you want to win matches, you've got to be smart as well. It's not just about playing cricket. And the smart play there is to say, all right, let's take the 1 because we know we've got a guy out there in Afzal that with a couple of balls, with 2 balls can win you the match because he hit the ball so well. You do not want to run him out. He's not in there to do the running.
To be fair, Afzal kind of wants to send Qureshi back here, but then when he sees the ball getting away from the keeper, he goes through it anyway. See, Qureshi wants it. Afzal's the man going to the danger end. So he kind of... He's not that enthusiastic about it. Then he thinks he's gone for sure. But then when he sees the fumble, he just goes through with it. So it's a total rooster up there. And so new batter will come out. And this will be Nazir Mahmood. We'll start with a dot. So
what a good ball.
High drama here in the last game of the day.
Yeah, what a good ball this is. I mean, a new batter comes in. You know they're going to be swinging from the hip. And what do? You bowl this. Absolute beauty.
That's what he's been so good at, though, Yadav. What a find he's been for Kings 11. Last ball of his spell. He's got 2 for 11. Huge ball. I mean, this will determine how many they need off the last over. It's 14 at the moment. This one slightly misses this spot and gets drilled down the ground. And this one is a very good stop from Kuldeep, who zings it in. This could be overthrows. And it will be overthrows. I mean, I can see what Kuldeep's thinking. He zings it in, thinking he might be able to hit the stumps, but he just gets the bowler LBW, who's not impressed, and that bounces off his leg so far, they come back for 3.
Look, I'll tell you one thing here. Kuldeep does really well, but the throw is not great. It smashes the bowler, and he's letting his feelings known out there. They take the 3. Those could be valuable. I tell you what, look, I want to have a look at Kuldeep's last leg. That is a great stop, but
Vibo Yadav's leg, I think is the one you got to worry about. Here's the thing. I actually don't have a problem with the throw. I think that Yadav has to get out the way of it. You've got the keeper. You've got a queue of people backing up because Kuldeep's just trying to hit the stumps there with a flat throw. It's never intended to be taken by the bowler. So, I mean, Yadav, I think if he had his time again, he'd just get out of the way of that. You've got the keeper behind you. So...
Emotions are running high. Of course they are. Right, we are at the point of 11 required. Here we go. First ball. And it will be nothing. It will be a dot. So 11 now of 5.
Well, a few people are calling a golden ball. Actually, we're calling it a meatball now because we're in Italy. But that's not a great start. Mahmood, who's new to the crease, and they are going back to Sabjit in the last. He bowled the second over. Went for 13.
Yeah, I was going to say he did go for a few, but he starts with a dot here.
Finished with a wicket last time as well. 11 off 5. Well, this one's smashed, but how far? It is out of the ground. Maximal. How about that from Nasir Mahmood, who has to leg it out for a 3, then a dot, and this one in the slot, just missing his length, and it disappears out of the ground. Shakalagya.
Well, I can tell you that the fielder that this flies over, he's not very happy. And, of course, he's not, because I think that's the bowler. I think that's Yadav out there.
This is still on. I'm telling you that much. 5 off 4. Try and manufacture a dot here if you can. Subject's got to get in the block hole. He misses, and he misses everything. This will be a wide. Takes it down to 4 off 4. Oh, what about this for a game? And this is what we love. I mean, these teams are a bit more tightly grouped than I think people give them credit for. And Jandra Brescia, proud club, and they're really serving it up to the Kings at the moment. They're within a boundary of winning. Just no dot balls, you can't lose. And the field's back, so don't swing and miss. You could go for glory, but that's a risky strategy. Keeper comes up to the stumps as well now. That's risky in itself.
Yep.
That is a very fine leg. 4 required. And swing and a miss. Good keeping that time by Vikas Kumar. Make sure he gloves that. Don't think their back foot ever leaves the station. So 4 off 3. 3 singles gets us a golden ball. Garlic cheesy truffle meatball, as the robot's calling it. I'm tingling pretty hard.
It's tense. It's tense, but I think this is the sort of game where one shot will win the match.
Yeah.
That's what he's looking for.
And
one
you've
shot.
got to probably challenge. You've got 3 wickets in hand, 3 balls left. You've got to challenge the outfielders for 2s, I think.
Don't rely just on the one shot, I would say, but I think that's what the plan is here. Mahmood wants one shot.
Here we go. After a dot, what does Mahmood do next? Can win the game with a boundary. Short edge, and this is going to run away for 4. Jandra Brescia are going to do it. So the golden ball drought continues, and well, what an upset that is, really. Jandra Brescia didn't look likely in the first match of the day, but they do get the win over the Kings. Well, it is the Kings feeling the blues here in match 12, as their 87 doesn't stand up. Jandra Brescia get the win with 2 balls to spare.
Yeah, well done. They're just waiting the batters for the confirmation from the umpires and the scorers. Well, that comes through to them now. They finally get a victory. And the Kings 11 in this match, I mean, it's been a real tussle, hasn't it? It's been a little bit of a roller coaster. You never knew which team was there on top at which time. It's sort of, well, you thought at the halfway point, 42 for 3, that Kings was just on top. Then we saw a great over from Kuldeep Lal, 46 for 4 at the end of 6. And then, well, Jagmeet Singh, his over was a little bit expensive, but Kuldeep Lal came straight back again with another good one. But look, then that over from Yadav, the little things that happened there, including, well, it was a good stop from Kuldeep. The throw comes in to take the overthrows. And so many moments in this match that could have decided which way it went. But Jandra Brescia, the home side, finally get a victory that they needed. They get some points on the board and certainly make this table now look very, very interesting indeed. And, well, there's finally some smiles on the face of Jandra Brescia. And well done to them. Congratulations to them for bouncing back. But it's Nasim Mahmood who ends up getting 13 not out of 6 deliveries. And, well, Raheem Qureshi was out there with him as well. He just went to run a ball, but they just managed to find the boundary when they needed it. Wasim Ahmed, a good knock from him as well. I think Hasib Abdul, the 12 runs he scored, all important. But you got to say, the Kings 11, they've got themselves to blame. They didn't bat well. They should have got more runs on the board. They gave their wickets away. They tried a few things maybe with the batting, but the gamble to bat first doesn't pay off for them, does it?
Well, you're exactly right. In fact, all 4 teams chasing 1 today, believe it or not. And look, what it does mean is that every single team now has won a game and every single team has lost a game. So things really tightening up on day 3. That's going to make tomorrow super important because, I mean, all the teams just trying to get as high up the ladder as possible. Top 3 if it's possible, of course, then you get safety on finals day. Even if you finish 4th, I mean, you do get a free pass into just the second eliminator on Super Friday. So join us for 3 matches tomorrow. We'll make it up with 5 on Friday. Starting 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Let's roll the highlights. Well, they needed a pair of snowmen, 88 to win. And Jandra Brescia throwing caution to the wind early. Couple of boundaries, and look, they didn't lose a wicket until the very end of the second over. That was despite the efforts of Jagmeet, who hurled himself body on the line there. I love the commit from Kings 11, but ultimately they'll look back at a couple of missed opportunities in this game. I think the ones in the field are more recent, but they will even look back to the start of the game where they swung and missed at a bunch of balls in the first innings. That one was adjudged to be in front, and that was the wicket that Subject took off the second over, the last ball of the second over. And that was followed up by a caught behind. And yeah, ultimately, no credit to Jandra Brescia. They needed to bounce back, and they did. They get their first points on the board here in match 12.
Yeah, it was a good victory, but there's little moments. I mean, one of them, don't forget that one on the boundary when the ball just hits and does a Tortuga over the fielder, Jagmeet. I mean, how important was that? This was Kuldeep Lal, and at this point, when Kuldeep comes in and takes a wicket, you think, well, okay, they're back on top. But this, well, how about this one? That goes through. Kuma goes for 4. All of these runs, if they would love to have those back. But this was a big hit, wasn't it? This one flies over just win that there. And it's this one up in the air, takes a catch. Yes, he does. And Subject gets the wicket. And once again, it goes in the phone. Now, how about this one? This is a massive turning point because that 4 wouldn't have loved to get that one back.
Super Tortuga time and Jugmeat. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. And then we had a few more drama. Simonjit coming up with the catch. They had this one late on that Kuldeep. Then you'll see it in a second. But first we had the run of Afzal, who just went to it when he saw the keeper had a lot to do, but he did it in the end. And then a couple of big hits making the difference. I mean, that one was a really good one in the last over, and then a little edge gets them over the line. But yeah, a few little things going the other way. It could have been completely different, Rico. But congratulations to Jandrel Brescia, the host. They are on the board in this ECS.
Yeah, big congratulations to them. I mean, they haven't had everything go their own way. I know that they've got 1 or 2 key players that are missing from their side, but we knew this was a huge, huge day for them. They had 2 very difficult games. Remember, they were playing Gina Brescia first up, and they were only able to get 72 on the board all out, and Gina Brescia knocked those off, winning by 10 wickets. And then this one, well, I still believe, as we have a look at that scorecard, that really Kings 11 let them off the hook. And I think that was all about winning the toss. I mean, knowing that the team, Gina Brescia, really struggled with the bat against Gina Brescia, why they elected to bat first is a mystery. But it backfired. They weren't able to get the runs on the board, and then left themselves open to defeat. And Gina Brescia, they did it the hard way, but they did do it. There were some key factors in there. Wasim Ahmed, well done to him, batted really well. A good little knock there from Haseeb Abdul as well. Nobody went big, but they did it. And Nasir Mahmood, 13 not out. I think he plays a big part in there. I thought the turning point could have been that run out off of Mohamed Afzal. I thought maybe that was when they were maybe going to leave themselves snookered, but it wasn't to be. It ends up being their way. Maybe they finally get the rob of the green that they've been looking for on their home ground. And the bowlers, well, Abdullah, he bowled well. He took 1 wicket off his 2 overs, only conceding 9 runs. But look, Subjit Singh was a little bit expensive, so was Jagmeet, 24 and 24. Subjit, he did pick up that 1 wicket there, and well, you can't take anything away from Yadav and Kuldeep. They did what they did and did what they did well.
They just went at 25 off the 4 overs, 4 for 25 if you like, of their 4 overs combined. So yeah, they didn't use Jayapal at all today, who had a 1 expensive over, 1 good over yesterday. So yeah, I mean, disappointing for the Kings 11, but I mean, that's just a bit of a bump in the road. They can still come back, and they'll still want to have the ambitions of finishing in the top 3.
The other thing that surprises me, I mean, you mentioned they haven't used Jayapal, and maybe because of what happened Jayapal's second over yesterday, but I think Jayapal is always worth using him, maybe around about the 4th over, just to see what happens. Spin can sometimes turn the game around. But what about Jaswinder Singh? We've seen Jaswinder Singh bowl really well. We've seen him bowl in Rome, we've seen him bowl in Bologna. He doesn't get a look at again. And maybe that's sometimes the problem the captain has when you have the likes of Yadav coming to the side, and also Lal, that 1 or 2 of your other bowlers don't get an opportunity.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, they went with just the 5 bowlers. Ultimately, they couldn't get it done. But I mean, if you look at the first innings, I think they should have got 100 plus, even through the position they were in early when it comes down to it. So, yeah, interesting result, and it's going to make the table super bunch, that's for sure.
Yeah, you know what we always say? We always say that the dot balls are gold dust. Today, when Kings 11 were batting, too many dot balls.
You could have made a gold bar out of the amount of gold dust that they had in the first innings there. Look, credit to Jandrel Brescia, not easy after being winless in the series so far. For them to bounce back after that win this morning, where they were looking like a complete rabble, to be very honest with you, to come back and beat Kings 11, at least it gives you that confidence. I mean, we've seen teams winning all the way from 4th in this format before. And it's a matter of time until someone comes from 5th or 6th. With this format, you do get chances. It is more difficult for you, and Brescia CC will know that. They are a team that, in fact, finished 3rd in this format in the group weeks, but still won their way through to the ECL Championship week. So it's still plenty to happen. We know that. And, well, we want to thank you guys for your company today. Encourage you to go to our social media at European Cricket. We had a lot of good chats. We're going to think up some more ice cream flavours too. I mean, I've seen some very interesting ones around Italy. So I'm going to keep an eye out for interesting ice cream flavours. There are quite a few of them. Look, you can go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com, for all the stats, fixtures, if you want to know who the best players are likely to be or what their records are. Every player has a profile. Just dive right in. You can spend hours on there looking at statistical information. If you are playing fantasy cricket, it's a great way to get your info. And of course, you can even look at last year's statistics as well. And look, Rico, it's been great to be with you again today. And I don't know if we'll get you down to the lake, but one of these days this week, we're going to get you Look, we're going to come back. We'll do it tomorrow all again. Just 3 matches tomorrow, but doesn't matter because we'll make up for it on Friday with 5 matches. Still, a lot of action to come. In fact, now we are exactly halfway through this series. It's been really entertaining so far.
It's been wonderful, and I think that last match really just sums it up. That sums up this group, sums up these teams. Anything can happen on the day. And Brescia, they come back winning. They're going to have their confidence right up. Kings 11, now they're going to be asking a few questions of themselves and just wondering why a strong team like that, especially a strong batting line like that, just cannot go on to score big runs. That's a question for them. Brescia, we saw them losing as well.
Yeah.
And what a game that was. And for Chivadate, what a win for them. That was sensational. So we've seen today that all of these 6 teams, any one of them, can end up winning
Every
this week.
team's got a win, every team's got a loss. There's plenty more still to be written here in Brescia. Please join us tomorrow. We'll be here again from 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. On behalf of everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, thanks so much for being a part of our day. Hopefully we see you tomorrow. We'll be back. Here's some highlights of today, but we'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night.
International Kiss Day. Hasta mañana.